Born into a ducal family, the girl had been accustomed to pampering since childhood, and laziness had gradually become ingrained in her character. Even having a normal conversation felt awkward and exhausting to her. However, when her family became entangled in political strife, she was forced to leave the ducal residence and sent to live with a group of mercenaries in a remote border region. In that land, all extravagance became a luxury. She no longer had servants to pamper her unconditionally. Moreover, the leader of the mercenary group was a frighteningly cold person. Amidst the unfamiliar surroundings and the icy expression of that young man, how would the princess manage? Follow Lisa Manhwa to watch this exciting story. Evette was beautiful, with a perfect face and skin as soft as winter snow. Her hair was carefully maintained, long past her back, and shone like strands of silver thread. Furthermore, Evette's expression was always elegant, and those calm blue eyes seemed untouched by the fireworks of the mortal world. Nearly the largest party in the kingdom was held. After many years, the Winchester ducal family celebrated the coming-of-age ceremony for their eldest daughter, and it once again became the topic of conversation. Unmatched men often could not speak when they met her, and could not even say a complete sentence in her presence. Evette's beauty caused quite a few problems, and men who had found their other halves had to face an unprecedented test of loyalty, to remain faithful to their wives. Not only that, she was also a difficult challenge for the girls, and their wives as well. Many people praised her and sought ways to gain her favor. Overnight, this princess, with power, beauty, and wealth, became the most famous figure in society at that time. At this moment, real disaster quietly approached. There were even rumors that her future husband would be the next ruler of the empire, and this rumor reached the ears of those in the royal family. Fate began to tease Evette, like a flower that withers just as it blooms. At the ducal residence, 3 months later, Jane knocked on the door from the outside, and a voice rang out, "Come in." She respectfully presented a letter. "Your Grace, this is the letter for you today." Heloise asked wearily, "Is it another letter inquiring about Evette's recent situation?" She rubbed her forehead in frustration. "This has been going on since the coming-of-age ceremony. I can't stand it anymore, Duchess Heloise Winchworth." Jane stood beside her and hesitated. "But this time it is a message from the Queen." The sound of conversation echoed in the room. Heloise suddenly became interested. "Oh, what did the Queen say?" She began to recount. "The Queen said..." She crushed the pen, the Queen's cold face appearing in her mind. Jane repeated, "Do you still remember our old feelings?" Heloise hesitated for a moment, then ordered, "Jane, help me prepare new pen and paper." She quietly stepped back. "Yes." She unconsciously sighed, her voice full of fatigue. "I need to send a letter to someone." Heloise looked at the guests in the flower garden and said wearily, "There are still so many people coming today." She and Jane quietly observed the garden from above. When you are in the royal city and talk about the princess, who has been discussed recently, then rumors are spread among the people. Some say, "I heard that the princess is abused by her parents and lives by drinking morning dew every day." Among the nobility, there is another version of the rumor. Some say that this princess suffers from an incurable disease. Even a little exposure to sunlight will cause skin ulcers. In addition, there are strange versions. Some say, "I heard that the princess is cursed. Once she leaves the residence, she will turn into smoke and disappear." In their imagination, Evette is the embodiment of perfection, a beautiful, fragile, and pure princess. Back in reality, Evette was struggling with sleepiness. Heloise signaled Jane to use drastic measures. She covered her ears to let her bang the cymbals loudly in her hands. Evette was startled because she had not processed all the information. The reason why she never stepped outside was... She drowsily looked at the two and asked, "Is it lunchtime already?" From a young age, everything was always according to Evette's wishes, because she was spoiled. As the youngest daughter of the Winchworth family, Princess Evette had been pampered since she was little. As a child, she was extremely picky about food, always eating only the best part of the dish. Heloise said gently, "All right, let your father eat that part." No one could resist when Evette acted spoiled. Unable to walk more than 20 meters on her own, she said, "Carry." So now she became... Evette's mind was always absent-minded, and she had many bad habits. Her body could not move, she could not distinguish types of grains, she only needed to reach out to get dressed, and only needed to open her mouth to eat. Evette seemed to have princess syndrome, a useless young lady. She frowned and corrected. "That is not a compliment." Heloise tried to create a mournful atmosphere. "Perhaps that is why your father and brothers took him away, but I can't blame you for that." She secretly observed her reaction, her voice full of bitterness. "You have become like this because of me. Blame me if you want." However, Evette had long fallen asleep. Heloise shouted loudly, "Don't sleep!" She used the symbols again, and she woke up with a start. Heloise poked her forehead and lectured, "Do you know what is happening outside? People there are even organizing a princess guard to rescue you from the residence where you are being imprisoned." She quietly looked at Evette, her eyes heavy with sorrow. Heloise lowered her voice and confided, "If I could protect you for life, I would not have let you become like this. Since your father left, I have had to manage the family's large business alone. If it were not for you, I would not have had to persevere like this." She gently adjusted her hair, saying sadly, "But if I die one day, how will you live alone?" Hearing this, Evette's tears flowed incessantly, and she gradually softened. Heloise used a handkerchief to wipe away the non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes. "Oh, thank you, Evette. You will do, as I say, right?" At this point, she became cheerful. "Then let us prepare to pack our things now." Heloise carefully checked the belongings, bring blankets, and money. Right? Must bring winter clothes, too. Appearance is not important. What is important is keeping warm so you do not get cold. Evette clutched her clothes and hesitated. Wait a moment. Heloise suddenly stopped, surprised to see her. Evette asked worriedly, "Mom, where do you want me to go?" She smiled brightly and said casually, "Oh, I am sorry, did I forget to tell you?" Elsewhere, Victor had just received the letter from Heloise. He carefully examined the letter. Heloise said gently to Evette, "I have found a young man that I can entrust you to. In the Empire, there is a special force, the Lion Legion, a legion composed of war orphans and exiles. Because of Victor's terrifying performance on the battlefield, from royalty and nobles to commoners, the mention of this name could not help but cause awe, especially regarding the Lion Legion's leader, Victor Poi. There were rumors that he had even made a pact with demons to obtain an invulnerable body. Inside the study, David said, "So how can your grace be at ease, entrusting Miss Evette to such a place?" Heloise was as calm as could be. "After all, those are just rumors." His voice deepened. "Your servant has been in Winchworth for decades and has never disobeyed your grace, but if your grace insists on sending Miss Evette away..." Then suddenly, David quickly knelt on the floor. He clung to Heloise's leg and pleaded, "Your servant will cry for your grace to see," she said calmly. "The transfer order was sent 3 days ago, and they will arrive at the ducal palace this afternoon." Her voice became weary, "So there is no use in you doing this now." David continued to negotiate. "Then at least your grace should reduce the number of guards around the young lady's room." Heloise asked in return, "Really, is it necessary to do that?" In the end, Heloise agreed to compromise. "All right, do as you wish." He praised hastily, "Thank you, your grace." The powerful and magnificent Duchess. David happily bowed to Jane and withdrew. She asked worriedly, "Is that all right, your grace? The behavior of the servants will also affect Miss Evette." In another room, the servants were celebrating. "The Duchess has agreed. Long live." They held hands in a circle and sang happily. Heloise replied calmly, "Just let them be. This is the first time he is wanted to voice his opinion." Heloise paused for a moment, then sighed wearily. She analyzed the current situation wearily. Currently, Emperor Pris is seriously ill. The first prince has the legitimate right to inherit, but the second prince is supported by the queen in terms of power. Now Evette's coming-of-age ceremony has inadvertently become entangled in this dispute. And now, Heloise worried secretly. As long as she has the status of a duchess's daughter, she will inevitably become a victim of this political struggle. She quietly recalled David's smiling face from earlier. Even David, who has served in this family longer than she has, understands the importance of this matter. Letting him step in to soothe things is the best choice. Heloise's voice gradually became heavy. "It is all because I am useless. After all, without the queen's help, I would not have been able to inherit the position of duchess." At this time, Jane quietly looked out at the garden. Heloise continued to consider. Now we can only hope that during the time she is not here, the queen can find someone else suitable for marriage. In the early morning, a large group of people entered the capital. She sighed and reassured her. "After all, Victor and I have known each other for many years. I can trust his character, if Evette goes to take refuge with him." Suddenly, an idea flashed through Heloise's mind. "Wait." She looked up and asked urgently, "Those rumors, David would not tell Evette about that, right?" Back with Evette, she was huddled in her blanket after hearing the news. "He told me." She trembled as she remembered David's description. "He is as tall as 8 meters, his thighs are as thick as buckets, and he can crush the heads of 2 children with one hand." At this moment, Evette heard a call. Miss, we are here." She hugged her blanket and tried to move closer to the door. They continued to call, "Miss, come over here." All the servants were present. Martha said hastily, "The people from the Lion Legion have come to pick up the young lady. If you want to escape..." this is your last chance. She gave Evette a book and a rope. Here are gifts from us to you. Whatever you decide, we will support you. She stared blankly at the pile of things. Martha continued to encourage, so you can't give up. Evette intended to hang herself with the rope. Fortunately, an idea flashed in her mind. That is not what they meant. Evette carefully examined the book. Its opening words matched her situation perfectly. 100 questions about a young lady's escape plan. Are you, the reader of this book, also in trouble because your parents insist on making you follow the path they want? Yvette's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. It continued to ask, or are you worried about not being able to escape your current situation? The book had a very attractive introduction, then absorbed the experiences of 100 noble ladies who ran away from home. This book will fully plan your escape route and provide you with the knowledge you need. Then, the book instructed Evette in detail. Going out through the door is too easy, so escaping from the balcony is the best choice. If you have a rope, it can definitely take you to the outside world. Next, it continued to state, however, cutting off family ties is only the first step in your adventure. Here are the necessary skills to improve your chances of survival. The latter part of the book was a series of survival skills, identifying poisonous herbs, treating minor injuries, catching wild animals, and communicating between races. Further on, it introduced other advanced things, the establishment of small towns, conquering ancient beasts, and military training programs. Evette continued to read intently, discovering prehistoric times, expanding territory, and managing. At this point, she decisively closed the book. Evette went to the balcony, looked at the sky, and pondered silently. Too many words, I do not want to read. Evette dropped one end of the rope down below. She dreamily thought about her prince. At this moment, the young lady was still following what was written in the book. She quickly jumped down from the balcony. Thus, the princess had begun her adventure. At this moment, the man below happened to look up. The rope was stretched to its limit, but was not long enough, causing Evette to hang suspended. Ah, it is over. Immediately afterward, the rope snapped. In that dangerous moment, Victor rushed forward in time, catching Evette neatly in his arms. Their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. She tried to hit his chest. At this moment, this princess had a wonderful idea. Evette asked, "Are you the new guard?" Victor uttered in doubt. "Huh?" She asked softly. "Could you please take me to the main gate?" Evette nestled softly into Victor's arms. "I want to run away from home." She put on a pitiful face and said, "I want to go out by myself, but my feet are too tired." He was stunned, not understanding what was happening, and this was their first meeting. Earlier in the crowded market of the capital, people panicked and fled. Someone shouted, "No, this is bad. The people of the Lion Legion are here." In an instant, there was no one left there. From afar, a group of people approached the market. A person quietly picked up a fallen apple. A young man tossed the apple, his voice full of humor. "The reputation has spread to this point. We should celebrate." Vice Commander of the Lion Legion, Arthur Orange. A girl with fiery red hair scolded irritably, "I told you to use your damn magic to find food, okay? Are you planning to let your empty stomach be laughed at by the people at the Duke's residence?" Francis Russell, specializing in heavy weapons. Behind them, a large man shouted back, "You should talk more gently no matter what." Hart Benson, the barbarian. Hart Benson continued to criticize, "Always shouting like that always causes misunderstandings." He knocked on the door of a civilian's house, and a shy boy came out. With a bizarre face, Hart Benson asked, "Don't be afraid, kid. Is your mother home?" The boy hurriedly slammed the door shut and cried, "Don't eat my mother." A beast man came forward to comfort him. "Don't be sad. I think you look pretty cool." Lead, the beastman warrior. Lead continued to praise. Well, what else? The beauty of birth and death, another person said wearily. "Good comforting. Do not comfort next time." Freed Gustav, the poison master. Arthur leaned leisurely against a tree and said, "If the leader agreed to the royal family's offer, our reputation would be much better, would not it?" Francis snapped. "You also know that the leader always hates noble behavior, so do not complain now." He continued to talk. "That is what is so strange." Arthur analyzed slowly. The leader originally hated nobles, but now he is wholeheartedly helping a princess, leaving the main force alone, going to the Duke's residence himself. Don't you think this is very strange? Just when everyone was pondering, a voice rang out, "Actually." Hart Benson sat on one side and mused. What is so strange about this? After all, the leader is already of marriageable age. They all turned their heads at the same time, asking in shock, "What?" He asked them back in surprise, "What?" At that time, Victor was carrying her away. Hart Benson's voice seemed to still be in their ears. "Huh? Did I say something wrong? Seeing this scene, the smiles on their faces suddenly became strange. They realized that this was a great opportunity for them to tease Victor. Victor stood there, not understanding what was happening. From inside the residence, David, followed by close servants, shouted in a panic, "Miss Gittestax!" Their mouths dropped open at the scene before them. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "What is the young lady doing? Not to mention sneaking out. But how can you be so intimate with someone you have just met?" Evette rubbed her eyes drowsily. "I am tired." David cried desperately, "Even so, you can't let a strange man hold you." Evette looked at Victor curiously. A strange man. Only then did she feel a little awkward. "Who are you?" He gently put Evette down, introducing himself as he spoke. "Lion Legion leader, Victor." Victor said politely, "At the request of Duke Winchester, I am here to take the princess to a place of refuge." Evette was stunned, thinking to herself, rosehip juice, Lion Legion cheesecake. The story of the monster commander flooded back into her mind. Against the deep blue sky, white clouds drifted gently. At this time, Heloise rushed over. "Evette?" She trembled as she hugged her tightly. Heloise's voice was full of bitterness. "Thank goodness. You are all right." I thought. Suddenly she pinched her cheek hard, scolding angrily, "Have you really grown enough feathers to run away from home?" Then Heloise calmly greeted the guests before her. "I apologize for letting you see such an embarrassing scene." Victor snorted coldly, not revealing any emotions. Francis whispered beside him, "Strictly speaking, you should say, this is not what you think." She continued to arrange. "Maple, quickly take the girl to change her clothes." "I have something to say to Captain Victor." She replied respectfully, "Yes." Heloise poured tea and said, "I heard that you were received by the first prince when you entered the royal city this time." She calmly speculated, "Presumably the Emperor hopes that the Lion Legion can become an official army of the royal family." Heloise congratulated happily, her faint smile reflected through the teacup. "Then that is good for you. Becoming an official soldier not only brings you honor, but you can also receive a generous military subsidy every year." He heard the implication in her words and quickly replied, "For the Lion Legion, that is just a timely assistance." At this time, Victor was much more serious, so I refused. The people of the Lion Legion have justice, and will never become the henchmen of the royal family at any time. He remembered the land certificates that were sent over. As for the Lion Legion's expenses. Victor slowly raised the teacup to enjoy it, his words elegant. "Also, thank you very much for returning that land to us, so we will be self-sufficient in the future. So I will definitely repay you." Heloise gently put down the teacup. Her voice was a little satisfied. As expected, I really found the right person. Then, suddenly, Heloise changed the subject. "I wonder what your impression of the first prince is," Victor replied frankly. "The first prince is an upright person, with outstanding talent and good strategies in the military." A look of sarcasm flashed across her face. Heloise whispered, "So that is what it is. That is what outsiders think." Her voice, "Victor, if what I say next spreads out, it will definitely bring disaster to the Lion Legion and the Winchester family, so I hope you can abide by the ethics of keeping silent." He replied seriously, "Please speak." Heloise coldly declared, "Within 2 years, the Winchester family will join forces with the Queen to carry out a coup, to help the second prince ascend the throne." Victor's face hardened, and he looked at her carefully. "That is a serious crime." Heloise said calmly, "I know." She said firmly, "So whether it succeeds or fails, the gears of time slowly turned." Heloise sadly begged Victor, "So I want you to take good care of Evette." Her innocent face appeared in her mind. Jane carefully instructed, "Before the young lady is ready, everyone can rest here for a while." They replied in unison, "Okay." They examined the exhibits. Hart Benson sighed, "That is amazing." Arthur, not far away, was excited. "Are all these things the princess's? There is even a Japanese sword." Jane maintained a professional attitude. "Yes, would you two like to take it down to admire?" They cheered, "Great." Arthur admired the residence, compliments escaping his lips nonstop. Worthy of being the Duke's residence, the princess must have traveled to many places to collect things like this. Jane carefully took out the sword. "Actually, the young lady has never left the residence since she was 5 years old." Arthur said awkwardly, "Ah, I understand. A young lady like her usually does not want to leave the royal city." Jane interrupted him. "Actually, she has never left the residence." He exclaimed in shock, "Huh." She recounted seriously. When the young lady was 5, she suddenly disappeared while attending a party. Memories of that day flooded back. Jane coldly recounted. "Later we found out that the guards had colluded with robbers to kidnap the young lady and demand a ransom." Her voice was full of murderous intent. Unfortunately, that guard was shot dead on the spot. Otherwise... At this moment, Jane fluently drew her sword, slashing the table in half with one strike. They turned pale with fear. She sheathed her sword. Perhaps that fear still remains. Although everything was safe in the end, after that incident, the young lady never left the residence again. Jane solemnly handed the sword to Arthur. He asked tremblingly. "This is," she said bluntly, "a bribe." Jane's voice gradually deepened. "I have personally witnessed the process of Miss Evette growing up. I have imagined countless times how she would untie her knot." She said, choked up, her eyes already filled with tears. "But I never thought that one day I would not be able to be by the young lady's side, so please." Jane's last words caught in her throat. "Please take care of the young lady for me." A moment later, she came to Evette, asking softly, "Has the young lady finished changing clothes, Miss Evette?" From within the pile of books on the floor, Evette suddenly appeared. Jane immediately ran to help her up. "What are you doing?" Evette asked curiously. "What was all that noise just now?" Earlier, Evette stood on a chair, trying to reach the book on the highest shelf. A loud noise came from the living room, startling her and causing her to slip and fall, ending the flashback. Jane covered her face in despair, causing Evette to hurry and comfort her. "I am sorry." She handed out the book, saying gently, "Then please help me return this to Martha." In a living room, several servants were tied up. Martha shouted loudly, "I did not do anything wrong, so let me go." Jane asked suspiciously, "Martha, you helped the young lady run away." She carefully examined the book. Then suddenly, Jane chuckled and speculated, "Martha must have gone to the library and found this book." She looked up at the still-stunned Evette. "This book is not Martha's, but it is a gift that the Duke gave to the young lady." Years ago, Jane was surprised to read the title of the book, 100 Questions on a Young Lady's Escape Plan. Evette's father explained happily, "But it contains a lot of geographical and biological knowledge. Perhaps it is the most complete and interesting encyclopedia I have ever seen." Jane slowly flipped through a few pages and commented, "This gift does not seem very appropriate. For someone who does not like to go out, it would be more practical to give the young lady a fantasy novel." He offered another hypothesis. "If she really likes to stay at home, then there is nothing I can do. But what if she changes her mind?" At that moment, he smiled and said, "Anyway." And now, Jane also blurted out the same thing, "Anyway." The voices of the two people seemed to merge into one. The world is also very vast. When sending Evette on her way, David reported softly, "The Queen's delegation will arrive at your Grace's residence in half a day." Heloise replied in a low voice, "I know." She approached and carefully inquired of her, "Is everything ready?" Heloise took her hand, and she gently reminded, "The conditions there are not as good as at the residence, so you must remember to take care of yourself." Evette looked up at Heloise with longing and asked, "Can I not go?" She suddenly shouted, interrupting her, "Just this once, listen to me." Evette was stunned. This was the first time she had seen her like this. After saying that, Heloise turned away. "Be careful on the road." Evette said sadly, "Yes." The whole group was ready. Victor ordered, "Go." Evette tried to look back at the residence through the carriage window. In front of the residence gate, Heloise and the servants still stood there, watching her. Jane softly comforted her. "Please rest assured, the young lady will arrive safely at the Lion Legion's camp." Heloise clenched her fists, feeling disappointed in herself. She recalled the first time she held Evette in her arms. From the time she was born until now, they had never been so far apart. Heloise's voice was full of bitterness. "Do you think she will be angry with me?" Jane sighed and smiled, replying calmly, "No, she won't." On the side, the carriage had rolled far away from the residence. Evette sat quietly in the car, her face slightly melancholy. Just then, the wind blew the curtains, and Jane's voice seemed to echo, "For Miss Evette." She lifted the curtain and tried to look outside. Outside, the carriage passed through a small village. The scenery was beautiful. They also passed through a valley of colorful flowers, surrounded by high mountains. She enthusiastically looked at the beautiful scene before her. Jane's voice sounded, "This will be an unforgettable journey." In the capital, there were many people talking, "Hey, have you heard the news?" In the banquets, the most popular rumor, also the most widely discussed topic, is, someone announced loudly, "Miss Winchester ran away from home." In the crowded market, people talked enthusiastically. Some said, "I heard that the young lady is very arrogant and proud," and even offended the Queen at their first meeting. The city guards whispered to each other. Some said, "I heard from a distant relative who works in the residence that the Queen went back with a pale face, and even the second prince did not want to meet her a second time." At the balls, Evette was also brought up for discussion. and some said, the Duke must be embarrassed by this matter. I also heard that before the young lady was trained to become a noble lady, she did not participate in any social activities. The judge's gavel rang. Those rumors are so heartbreaking. The mustachioed uncle secretly said some poisonous words. No wonder I have not been able to meet the princess since the coming-of-age ceremony. The short-haired girl next to her also echoed. What a pity for that beautiful face. At the balls, the noble young ladies could not help but be curious. I wonder what the princess is doing now. Meanwhile, Evette was still fast asleep. Their carriage set off day after day. Suddenly, the car shook violently, causing Evette to roll to the ground. She was awakened and hurriedly rubbed her numb head. Once again, the carriage suddenly turned direction. Evette rolled from left to right in the car. Every time the car passed through steep roads, her face darkened. Helpless, Evette had to knock on the carriage door. At this time, her face was pale, and her voice was extremely earnest. Stop. Stop the car quickly. Evette staggered out of the car. Everyone stopped too. Ah, is not that the princess in the rumors? This is the first time I have seen such a radiant beauty. They praised her for her luxurious dress. She is so polite with her outfit. Only then did someone notice Evette's complexion. But why does riding in a carriage turn her into this? Victor came forward and asked, why did you suddenly stop the car? His complexion did not look good. There is still a long way to go to the scheduled rest stop, right? The coachman suddenly interrupted Victor. Leader? Evette hid behind him a little guiltily. Well, because the young lady said she was not used to riding in a carriage. At this moment, she was extremely embarrassed, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly. Evette looked at Victor and the people behind him with difficulty. His expression was now dark. Evette immediately hid behind the coachman in fear. He turned around quickly, leaving only a concise sentence. Remember to report in advance what you want to do in the future. Everyone in the group glanced at each other meaningfully. Arthur walked behind Victor and taunted, can't you be a little gentler? Be careful, you will be hated now. He replied irritably. What? Arthur said knowingly. Isn't it because you are falling in love with that princess? Victor flatly denied. Number. Arthur tried to match the two. In the future, it will definitely arise. However, Victor still replied indifferently, not at all. He climbed onto the horse and affirmed firmly, I am just following the Duke's orders to take care of her for these 2 years. What a cold guy, moreover. Arthur pouted at Victor's indifference. Before leaving, the Duke also told me. Victor silently recalled Heloise's instructions. My daughter has been very spoiled since she was a child. You can correct her as you want. At that time, he still said a few words in defense of Evette. After all, to be recognized as a member of the Lion Legion, they are all extremely vicious people. The princess does not need to be compared to them. Heloise slowly raised the teacup. It is because you have not seen her before. Her words stunned Victor. She has to be carried when she walks, needs to be fed, and needs to be taken care of when she bathes, and will not wear clothes that have been worn once. His complexion darkened. Moreover, she wastes a lot of food. Thinking of this, Victor's heart surged with determination. I will definitely correct her bad habits. Arthur shook his head in frustration. It is hopeless. He softly advised, even so, you do not have to treat her so cruelly. Victor suddenly froze. Then he frowned and asked, Do I? Arthur cried helplessly. So this guy does not know anything about his own face. He thought and looked for Evette. Never mind, anyway. It is none of my business. Under the tree, she sat there alone. For the Lion Legion, the leader's will is the will of all members. Evette looked at the others chatting alone. If the leader has a cold attitude, of course, others will not take the initiative to approach. Later, she quietly looked at Laura in the distance, to say that a newcomer just joined the army like her. Suddenly a blue butterfly appeared. Evette was lucky enough to catch it. She looked at the butterfly in her hand. Evette's heart suddenly stirred. She smiled contentedly. Hi, this time will be very difficult. The bright moonlight shone on the night. The campfire blazed brightly in the forest. Under the moonlight, people gathered to chat, sing, and dance lively. Everyone's meals are being distributed. Hart Besnon held the bowl of food in his hand, muttering, Hey, it is this again. I have been eating this for a week. Can't you change the dish to something new? Hearing his complaint, the person next to him reminded, Shit, be careful, Fried hears you. The one-eyed girl stirring the food is Fried Gustav, the food manager. Is the only magician of the Legion, who is proficient in cursing, because of her unpredictable ability and personality. This name ranks third in the list of people who least want to mess with the Legion. Evette looked at Fried Gustav without hiding, causing her to shrink uncomfortably while stirring the food. Unable to bear it anymore, Fried Gustav turned around and asked tremblingly, What is wrong? Why are you staring at me? Oh, do you want to fight? She worried, bowed her head, and cursed secretly. Damn it! Looking at the person in front of her, Fried Gustav assessed. Excellent appearance. Born noble. Just standing next to her makes people's hair stand on end. I have to stay as far away from her as possible. But why did she come here? It seems she has an answer. Fried Gustav panicked. Could it be? An image of a demonic Evette appeared in her head, saying softly, I am sorry, but your presence is polluting the atmosphere here, so please disappear from this world. Thinking of this scene, Fried Gustav cursed and scolded. Damn it, I do not want to be like that, the blue-haired boy shouted. Miss, run away quickly, that guy Fried. Francis was used to this, again. Fried Gustav's eyes darkened, along with firmness. If that is the case, then... She created a magic circle, affirming firmly, I will disappear with this world. Everyone stopped Fried Gustav at this time. Just calm down first. Lead on the outside did not understand what was going on, he wondered. Conflict. Evette shook her head obediently when she heard the question. Her stomach was rumbling at this moment. Her head was full of food. The bowl of food was scooped out. Evette looked at Feed, expressing that she did not know the dish in front of her. Feed quickly explained, Oh, this is porridge, made from wild vegetables and dried meat. Recently. Evette started to eat. Ah, I understand. Feed drank the porridge while praising. Try it quickly. It is delicious. Evette tasted a little porridge. Her mind started to spin. Her face turned blue. The spoon she was holding in her hand also fell out. Feed had no time to react. He just stood there blankly looking at her. Now the spoon was lying on the ground. Scene changed to where Victor is meeting. The guard from the outside was running in anxiously, shouting, This is bad, leader. He knelt down and reported, Princess, she fainted. The moonlight gradually appeared. The sun was about to set. The guard spoke to apologize. Please forgive me, leader. Evette seemed to have woken up. She coughed a few times. Everyone on the outside was talking in a heated discussion. What is going on? She was fine just now. Then suddenly she became like that. Someone speculated, could it be poisoned? Victor ignored those words. He sat down and helped Evette. I am sorry. She shook her head to express that she was fine. Victor put his hand on her forehead, worriedly asked repeatedly despite her shaking her head, or do you feel hot or short of breath? Then he calmed down. She is still conscious. There do not seem to be any symptoms. Looking at the little girl trembling in front of him, he wondered. So what happened? Evette raised her hand. She slowly opened her mouth. Good. Her soft voice shouted. Too uncomfortable. Added another sentence. The food is too bad. Everything was now in unprecedented silence. Then Evette fainted. Letting Fried Gustav rush up to combat, everyone had to stop her. Fried, calm down, ha ha ha. Taking the opportunity, Hart Benson said, To be honest, I also think it is bad. Lead could not feel it. He wondered, Is that bad? Hart Benson replied. You would say it is delicious, even if people gave... You tree roots? Lead asked again. Oh, are tree roots very delicious? Hart Benson was speechless. Francis then came forward to ask Victor's opinion. Leader, what should we do now? Should we cook another dish for her? He then said decisively, Number. Someone stood up. Laura, who is in charge of the hunt tomorrow morning. Laura hurriedly flipped through the books. Let me see. It is Arthur and Zach. After knowing the result, Victor ordered, Change people. Tomorrow I will take her hunting. His face darkened, staring at Evette, because she does not want to eat food brought by others. A pig appeared. It was following the direction of the food. Horses slowly came, trotting on the ground. Evette sat on the horse, stretched her bow in textbook form. The arrow she shot out swirled extremely quickly and sharply. And that was the way Victor came up with. Then she should also learn how to hunt. The hunting scene, this is the imagination of this guy, Victor. According to his imagination, but in Evette's head were scenes of the pigs playing happily. Francis was very supportive of Victor's idea. Great. It seems like it suits her very well. After a while, finally the hunting outfit was worn on Evette's perfect figure. Looking at this new look, Francis asked, Have you never worn pants before? As expected of a young lady of the Duke's family. Looking over it once, she assessed, It seems like the shoulder part is a little loose. Sit down so I can help you adjust it. Francis adjusted her clothes while recalling, I remember, I did not expect my old outfit to still be usable now. Francis, words struck Evette straight on the head, even though I was only 13 years old at that time. Evette was surprised to ask, started hunting at 13. Is that okay? Francis proudly recalled those days. Of course it is okay. I also fought a bear as tall as a 2-story house. She began to recount her glorious past. That winter was particularly long, and most of the small animals were eaten. A large black bear appeared. I do not know where I got the courage. Frances' face was full of blood, but her eyes were firm. It was really dangerous. She tightened her sword, but of course, I finally defeated it. Frances was extremely proud of her spoils, so everyone was full at that time. She smiled and pointed to the raised scar on the corner of her mouth. This is the scar left from that time. What do you think? Very cool, right? Evette was a little surprised by her carefree appearance. She also closed her eyes and smiled gently. Very cool. Frances patted her shoulder a few times and reassured her. Don't worry, as long as the leader is there, you will be fine. Outside the tent, there was already someone waiting for them. Evette and Frances finally came out. She looked at Victor intently, along with worry. Victor politely extended his hand, implying that he wanted her to hold on. When she put her hand on that big hand, she remembered Frances's words. He won't let his teammates get hurt in front of him. Towering cliffs reach into the blue sky. Birds fly between the sun and clouds. A steep slope appeared before their eyes. The two of them just stared at the road ahead. Victor turned to inform Evette. Now you slide down here. Seeing the emotion on her face, he asked. Can't do it, she quickly shook her head. Suddenly something made Evette a little surprised. It turned out that Victor had lifted Evette onto his back. The two of them quickly swished down the slope. They arrived, but Evette was still trembling on his shoulders. Victor glanced up slightly to ask, Not enough yet. Feeling his shoulders tighten, he was curious. In the end, how spoiled is she? Evette raised her face. This was not fear, but joy, she requested, again. Then he slid her down again. They disappeared in an instant. She happily wanted him to slide her down again. In the magnificent mountains and green grasslands, the two of them slid up and down. After a while, Victor and Evette stopped to drink water. Victor was exhausted, drinking water continuously, while Evette was very comfortable. The two went on. Victor walked behind her. He said to himself, Because the Duke gave her to me, I have an obligation to pave the way for her future, so at least in these 2 years, I need to teach her some self-defense skills. Looking at the little girl in front of him, he understood. No wonder Duchess Winchester would rather fight alone than drive her away. Looking at the beautiful Evette in front of him, he assessed. This girl is really raised in captivity, so she can't defend herself against the outside world. Victor silently followed Evette, who was curious about everything. She did not know that behind her now was a green snake. It just aimed straight at her and attacked. But Victor would not let it be at peace. In an instant, it was split into 2 parts by him. He quickly sheathed his sword when Evette heard the movement. Victor wondered, I wonder if there will be any difficulties. Suddenly at this time, the deer rushed forward, as if preparing to attack them. Victor rushed forward quickly. From above, he held the sword, looking at the prey with a cold eye. A decisive slash fell. Victor approached the deer. He regretted thinking, this little food does not seem to be enough. He sat down to think while a brown bear approached him from behind. I have to hunt something bigger. However, Victor quickly had precautions and stabbed it. With just one sword, the bear lay down. Evette on the tree had captured all this in her eyes. Victor began to deal with the brown bear. His actions made her pale. After a while, Victor had prepared everything. He packed up and left. Evette sat on the tree, trembling. But then Victor quickly remembered and came back. He carried her down from the tree, he thought silently. I almost forgot. The two stood facing each other, Victor said coldly. You just saw me fighting it, right? So now you try it too. Not seeing her answer, he wondered in his heart. She really does not talk much. She has not said a word all day. Victor observed Evette holding the bow and speculated, I wonder if she has any psychological problems. In front of them, there was a herd of deer gathered together. He suggested, you try. But Evette used all her strength and could not push the arrow. Hey, Victor looked at the situation and sighed in his heart. It seems like she does not know how to use this kind of bow, so I have to change it to a child's bow. He leaned close to her to teach. Be careful. You can get hurt if you use force when pulling it down. Let me try it for you. Victor moved his feet as an example. Stand with your feet shoulder-width apart. The bowstring must be pulled level with your mouth. He stood straight with his back and observed the prey in the distance. Victor released the bowstring. The arrow flew out accordingly. With just one arrow, Victor had taken down the deer. Evette attentively watched the demonstration he had just given. Victor handed her the bow, saying softly, Your turn. Evette accepted the bow with both hands, gazing intently at it. In the vast blue sky, clouds drifted silently. Standing behind her, he continuously reminded, Be careful of your elbow. Do not tremble so much. take a deep breath. Victor watched Evette's posture with concern, assessing the bowstring is not pulled back far enough, not good, her breathing is erratic. Watching her cumbersome movements filled him with contemplation. Although these are common mistakes for beginners, I always feel like she is a little anxious. The arrow went off course, landing straight into the ground. The following arrows continued in the same way. Countless arrows lay scattered on the ground. Evette was breathing heavily, exhausted. Even so, she still wanted to continue. Victor gently pulled Evette closer to him. He softly advised, "That is enough." Victor carefully unwound her fingers. "If you continue like this, it won't do any good." His intuition told him she was worried about something, but what was she worried about? Their eyes never left each other. Then Evette replied, puzzled, worried. Ignoring Victor's gaze, "Yes, huh?" Seeing Evette's expression, he was a little speechless. "Am I overthinking it?" Then she began to explain. "I do not know what you mean by saying I am worried. I just want to achieve results as soon as possible." Evette moved closer to him, praising, "You are really strong." Suddenly, she said in a low voice, "Everyone else is good too. They all have vision, ability, courage, experience." Evette sighed inwardly. Each ability has probably been honed over decades. She tried to hide her inferiority, completely different from someone like me. Evette continued to confide, "So sometimes I can't help but think about it." The image of Jane appeared in her mind. Then followed the image of Evette's mother, and the times she was alone in her room. Evette expressed, "I just hope I can be as strong as you." She wondered, if I could be as strong as you, would I no longer be a burden to my mother? Hearing Evette's words, Victor was speechless. He stepped closer to her. Victor opened his mouth with difficulty. "You!" He looked at her in surprise. She can still talk normally. Victor recalled Evette's previous reactions. "This is the first time I have heard her say such a long sentence, so my reaction is a bit slow." Before, she only said short words. "So hungry that butterfly," he thought. Before, she only spoke word by word. He suddenly noticed her sad and aggrieved expression. Victor was silent for a long time. Then he spoke. "The first time I held a knife was when I was 6 years old, but the target was not beasts or monsters, but people." In Victor's memory, that winter was long, crops withered, and livestock froze to death. The scene of adults holding knives, ready to attack children, was still deeply imprinted in his mind. Many hungry adults even wanted to attack children. A slash passed by. Victor himself, as a child, had risen up to attack the evildoer to protect himself. He looked at his hands, saying mournfully, "After so many years, I have personally executed many cruel people, but that feeling is still lingering in my palms." Victor remembered the image of Fried Gustav, he said. "Most members of the Lionheart Brigade have a past like that." The scene of Lied being chained in a prison cell, while people outside laughed, flashed through Victor's mind. And the times Francis had to fight with a sword even when injured, he said emotionally, "That pain created our strength." Victor continued to explain, "But if given a choice, who would choose a life of sleeping in the wilderness?" Then he patted Evette's head in comfort. "So, growing up in luxury and happiness is not your fault, so you do not need to feel guilty about it." Victor encouraged, "You do not need to become strong to protect someone important." He continued, "Only when there is someone you want to protect will you become strong." Evette looked at Victor intently while he was comforting her. "Trust me, that day won't be far away." Then Victor smiled gently to reassure Evette. Her eyes seemed to light up. After Evette heard those words, the princess was inspired. Evette grabbed Victor's sleeve, asking hesitantly, then... She blushed shyly. "Then what should I do now?" Seeing Evette's expression, he froze, unable to react in time. Then Victor stroked his chin, lost in thought. He looked up at the tree branches laden with fruit, suggesting, "Then let us pick some more fruit to take back." She quickly climbed up to pick fruit with Victor's help. Not stopping there, Evette continued to pick various colored mushrooms, making Victor sweat profusely. Then she continued to pick vines growing on the ground. But due to pulling too hard, the vines snapped back, causing Evette to fall. He quickly ran over and picked her up. They smiled at each other. The sunset quickly covered the sky. A lavish meal made the members of the Lionheart Brigade exclaim, "Whoa." While Lied was devouring his food, Francis asked Evette with a smile, "Did you dig up the potatoes yourself? You are amazing." A voice rang out, "Why dig up potatoes?" Fried Gustav, while picking up food, said, "Potatoes this season are very bitter and astringent, ruining all the good meat." She smirked teasingly. Evette was saddened when she heard Fried Gustav say that, while Francis turned back to scold, "That guy." Suddenly, Evette approached Fried Gustav, startling her. what are you doing?" She looked at Fried Gustav with sparkling eyes. "Is this dish bad?" She was stunned, huh? Evette repeated the question, leaving Fried Gustav speechless. "Really, is it really bad?" She continued to look at her with sparkling eyes, making Fried Gustav unable to say anything. The sky had gradually turned dark, and finally Fried Gustav said honestly, It is not too bad." Hearing that compliment, Evette's joy illuminated the entire forest. Seeing her happily approaching, Fried Gustav shyly retreated and said, "Don't come near me." Arthur stood with Victor under a tree. Observing from afar, he said, "Is this something to be happy about?" He did not answer, but just stood silently with a slight smile. Everyone was surrounding Evette. Someone's voice rang out explaining, "I did not hate her at all," and she smiled and joked with her, "If you keep shining like that, you will attract wild animals." The next morning, everyone excitedly began the new day. Victor wearily walked out, his face somewhat scowling, asking, "What is all the noise about?" Arthur greeted him, "Good morning." Hart Benson, holding a wooden bucket, said to Victor, "The leader's awake. Would you like me to brew some tea?" He was not very interested, so he replied no. "But what is going on over there?" Hearing Victor's question, he turned his gaze in that direction. "Over there." Over there, Evette was sampling the food on the judge's table, surrounded by complaints, too hard to swallow. Damn it, someone brought a plate of food to her, inviting, "Please try this, miss." Hart Benson slowly explained the situation before them. At first, they just wanted to make something delicious for the princess. After all, she could not eat the sweet potato cake yesterday. The voices around contributed. This time she did not throw up. She really tried hard. Then he turned to Victor, saying shyly, "Then suddenly it became like this. I do not know why either." Lead, while devouring his food, turned back to instruct the servants. "Everyone will share the leftovers together. Definitely do not waste them." The complaints and conversations of the people around still interjected. "What do you think? It seems a little undercooked." Arthur looked at the lively scene and sighed wearily. Even so, eating so much in the morning is too much. But not long after, when Francis shouted, "There is cocoa liquor here," he quickly ran over. "Really? Give me a glass." Evette did not understand, so she asked, "Cocoa?" She held a small jar of liquor and shook it, explaining, "It is a type of fruit that tastes like liquor, but does not make you drunk. It is very good to drink in the morning." Victor was stunned as he watched everyone excitedly surrounding her. He remembered the arguments a few days ago. Francis, angrily, scowling, said, "Don't pretend. Someone standing behind is arguing with her. Tell me, how many people do you want to use us to kill?" Or when Fried Gustav silently apologized, "I know you do not have bad intentions, but sorry." To the times when Arthur began to trust Victor more, "You are much more trustworthy than I thought." And the times when Lead opened his heart, "If you can survive this time, you will be recognized as our leader." To the time when they began to get along and joke with each other. So Victor was shocked that Evette could quickly connect with everyone now, while it took him 3 years. Over there, someone offered her, "Okay, let me pour you a drink first." Evette did not object and immediately agreed. The small jars of liquor clinked together, creating an atmosphere of harmony. Francis lifted her up, and everyone cheered, "Congratulations." In contrast to that lively atmosphere, Victor stood outside, numb. Evette quickly noticed his loneliness. Seeing her constantly fidgeting, Francis thoughtfully asked, "Do you want to get down?" After being let down, Evette quickly ran to Victor. She tugged at his shirt from behind. Victor turned to look at her, confused. Evette brought food over. "You should eat too." Victor took her hand, stammering emotionally, "Evette?" But when he looked at the bowl of food, which was all vegetables, Victor looked confused. He asked blankly, making Evette flustered, "Where's the meat?" Victor flew into a rage, grabbed her hand and pulled her away. "Let us go!" He looked at Evette sternly, saying, "Now, I will see you eat." Victor grabbed a piece of vegetable and forced her to eat in front of everyone. "Eat? You can't be so picky." Arthur stood from afar, happily discussing. "It is going to be interesting, huh?" Francis continued, while Lead was still bewildered, as expected. Zach was so right. Fried Gustav, holding a jar of liquor, also joined the discussion. "How many novels do you read a day? You are spouting nonsense as if you are right." Hart Benson replied, "I just have a bad feeling." He continued, "Look, although our members have accepted the princess, will the troops stationed in the camp accept her?" Hearing that, everyone else was stunned. Then they all said in unison, "Oh yeah." Arthur took a sip of liquor and clicked his tongue softly. In his mind appeared an image of her. At least, Cassandra would never let it go. then was the scowling face of Cassandra. While the Lionheart Brigade was marching on the road, someone was observing them. Evette was sleeping soundly, unaware of anything in the carriage. The carriage moved slowly, step by step. Due to the uneven terrain, it caused the objects in the carriage to roll around. It hit her head, causing Evette pain, but because she was too tired, she quickly fell back to sleep. Arthur, riding a horse, looked at the map, calculating, if nothing happens, we can get there in 2 days. Victor, looking around vigilantly, said, because this is new terrain, we have to be careful. Suddenly, he felt something behind the trees. A dark shadow quickly flashed past, hiding behind a large rock. Victor did not know if he was seeing things, so he exclaimed reflexively, huh. Then a rock immediately fell, making a loud noise. A member of the group riding a horse, hearing the noise, asked, did anyone hear anything? Someone immediately replied with a very serious voice. That person shouted a warning, enemy attack. Evette, who was sleeping soundly, was surrounded by the noise of voices, everyone prepared to fight, in front, on the left. Because of those noisy sounds, she woke up with a start. Too noisy. Evette, who was holding a brown bag, was grabbed by the shirt from behind and dragged away. Victor pulled her out of the carriage, narrowly escaping danger. He hugged Evette to prevent her from being injured, using his cloak to protect them from falling rock fragments. She obediently leaned into Victor's arms to be protected by him. Evette silently observed his serious and extremely vigilant expression. Francis, who was nearby, hurriedly ran over to ask about them. Are you okay? Victor took off his cloak and put it on Evette. He did not say anything, but quickly left, leaving behind a sentence. Francis, I am entrusting her to you. She replied, okay. Francis was still tense after the incident just now, muttering to herself, that was dangerous, if the leader had reacted slower. She was thinking when she heard footsteps approaching, I just hope she won't panic and scream. A subordinate suddenly jumped in front of the two girls and swung his sword. He shouted wildly, die! Evette immediately used the brown bag she was holding in her hand to hit the subordinate on the head. Then, Francis picked her up and looked at him lying flat on the ground, silently acknowledging. She adapts quickly. At the same time, in a mountainous forest, people were lying scattered everywhere. Victor used his bare hands to fight each one of them. He looked up and saw a rather large and dangerous rock. Victor called his teammate, Arthur. He replied, understood. He firmly inserted his sword into the mountainside. Then Victor quickly climbed up the rocks to reach the top. His face was as cold as ice, like a pack leader. One of the subordinates said to his teammate in a panicked voice, hurry, push the rock down. Just as Victor was about to reach his destination, the large rock fell with incredible speed. The rock was getting closer and closer to him. In just a few seconds, it could crush him into 100 pieces. Victor took momentum and jumped into the air in an extremely decisive manner. Then he somersaulted, easily escaping the danger from the large rock. The leader saw the scene and stood stunned, shouting, he is coming! His face was pale, and before he could finish his sentence, retreat. Immediately in front of the leader was a sharp sword blade. Victor slashed decisively at the neck, the leader's head immediately separated from his body. Then he slowly retracted his sword, and the leader fell to the ground. Victor turned to say to his teammate, Arthur, see if there are any survivors. He replied, it is useless. Arthur checked the subordinates and announced, the mission failed, so they all committed suicide. He used his hand to check the pulse at the neck of a subordinate, commenting, all these people are trained. Victor lowered his eyes, saying calmly, I expected this. Suddenly, a voice rang out from below, hey. The two of them looked down. It was Francis and Evette, waving to them. The two girls high-fived in celebration. She happily announced, we took down one of them. Victor and Arthur looked at each other silently. They were quite surprised by this news. He opened his mouth wide in surprise, while he smiled slightly. They splashed a bucket of water on the face of the subordinate who was tied with ropes. He woke up from the water, uncomfortably looking ahead. Facing the subordinate was Victor's ice-cold, murderous face. Immediately he was stabbed in the mouth with a wooden stick. He began to speak, I won't ask who sent you, you can go back and report. Victor's voice continued to ring out, but on one condition. Victor said slowly, you have to pass this message on for me. In a magnificent palace, a blue-haired man ran to report, Your Majesty, those who were sent to scout the Lionheart Brigade have returned. He knelt down to report to the person sitting on the throne. They failed to take the life of Princess Wincheston, but only one of them returned. The prince frowned and questioned, so they were captured to deliver a message, right? What did they say? At that time, Victor had affirmed firmly, "We will not participate in the royal battle." Then he said his own thoughts, "I have no intention of becoming a pawn for anyone." However, Victor then spoke in defense, "But if anyone wants to harm our companions..." His eyes were sharper than ever. "Then the members of the Lionheart Brigade are always ready." Hearing this, he burst into crazy laughter. Ha 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 ha. The prince began to calculate, "So we have to use some tricks." He laughed, as if he had a sure victory in his hands. "Capture them as our own." Moving on to the side story, everyone discussed, "She has been waiting at the village gate for a week. Why has not the leader returned yet?" Cassandra shook and called, "Forrest! Forrest!" He opened his eyes groggily. She had found a hammer. "What is all the noise about?" Cassandra was very anxious. "Hurry!" She smashed the hammer straight down on the floor next to him. "Get up quickly!" Forrest somersaulted in a stylish manner and avoided the attack. He landed gently on the railing. "Please, Cassandra." Forrest rubbed his head wearily. "Can't you let me be lazy for a bit?" He clicked his tongue. "No, after all, the leader told me to keep an eye on you guys." She questioned, "What if we are attacked by the enemy right now?" Forrest was completely speechless. He relented. "Okay, I will go do my job now. Okay, future Mrs. Leader." Cassandra folded her arms and looked away proudly. Then she accepted it with satisfaction. Good to know. Suddenly remembering something, Cassandra turned to remind him. "What if the leader comes back, and no one's there to greet him?" Forrest looked through his binoculars and said carelessly, "Oh, he is back." She was provoked. "You want to get beaten, do not you?" He threw the binoculars to Cassandra. "See for yourself." She did as she was told and looked into the distance. In the distance, a group of people were approaching. Forrest just stood on the side with a faint smile. Cassandra's face had the expectant look of a girl in love. The bells on the lookout tower rang repeatedly. The sound echoed throughout the streets. But few people paid attention. Everyone continued doing their own work. Cassandra rushed off, accidentally bumping into someone. She looked in the direction she ran and said, confused, "Cassandra, what is wrong?" Forrest replied, "What else could it be?" She tried to run as fast as she could. Finally, Cassandra saw the group in sight. Her eyes were filled with many indescribable emotions. He announced to everyone, "The leader is back." Evette slightly lifted the cloak, covering her to look outside. But Victor gently pressed her head into his chest. "We are almost there. Just bear with it a little longer." Seeing her constantly peeking around, he thought to himself, "She seems very excited." Arriving, Victor gently helped Evette down from the horse. The people in the town quickly gathered to welcome them. "Leader, leader." He asked about what had happened recently. "Did anything happen while I was away?" He sighed wearily. How could anything happen? But suddenly, the one being complained about turned out to be her. Cassandra was like a ghost every day, watching us work from behind. We did not even have time to breathe. Victor looked around for Cassandra. "Is that so?" He praised her, causing her cheeks to flush. "Well done." Victor continued, ignoring Cassandra's embarrassment. "By the way, in the previous letter, I mentioned that there was someone I wanted to introduce to everyone." But when he turned around, she was no longer there. Evette had already sneaked off to explore. She ran around all the way to the main road. Evette even intruded on a dog's private moment as it relieved itself. While she was attentively exploring, someone came and grabbed her by the collar. Victor helplessly carried Evette like a sandbag. "Don't run around. Have you never seen a dog before?" She replied with sparkling eyes, "Number." He froze. Huh. Cassandra raised her eyebrows in confusion. "So that is the princess who is staying here. But why is she dressed like that?" She said suspiciously. "Could it be some kind of fashion trend in the capital?" Frances, standing next to her, smiled bitterly. "It is a long story." She explained. On the way here, some things happened, so she became a target because she looked very conspicuous. Cassandra was slightly surprised. Her sparkling eyes widened. Conspicuous. As if to prove Frances' words, Evette took off her hood at that moment. She gently spoke to greet, "Good afternoon." Everyone who was present skipped a heartbeat. Evette bowed in the proper aristocratic style. Yvette Winchester sends her greetings to everyone. Sorry to bother you on a day like this. She was slightly bewildered when everyone huddled in a corner to discuss. After a while, a villager was pushed out as the representative. Well, we have been here for a few years now. If you do not know anything later, you can ask us. Evette smiled gently. "Thank you for your help. Please take care of me in the future." His heart almost jumped out to be by her side. Arthur whispered, "I almost forgot that she is very beautiful. Usually she just climbs trees to listen to Fried Gustav scolding. Don't be so picky." Hart Benson was also confused. Someone who has never even seen a dog but is usually very used to being flattered like this. Victor stood silently on the side, watching Evette like a porcelain doll, surrounded by everyone. He annoyedly flicked her head lightly. Victor kindly reminded her, "You do not need to restrain yourself like that. These people are all our people." He looked straight into Evette's eyes, affirming, "You will gradually get used to them over time." Victor brought Cassandra closer, introducing her, Cassandra Gavinaugh, the person in charge of logistics. He added, "She will be the one taking care of you." Evette looked at her with clear eyes. After a while, a lavish table had been carefully set up. Hart Vincent was moved to tears. "Finally we can eat normally again." Marlene, while bringing out more food, said, "There is a lot more. Everyone is very happy. Thank you very much." Evette could not hide her excitement when she saw a delicious plate of steak. But just as she was about to stick her fork in, it was taken away. "She was Marlene Howard, a chef," she said gently. "Because today is the first day my little sister is here, I have prepared a very special dish for you." Arthur, sitting behind, seemed excited. "It is here, the newbie welcome from the big sister." Francis gossiped. "Even Evette can't escape. What dish did you get in your year?" Everyone remembered painfully. Grilled lizard eyes. "Mine was honey seafood skin." She sympathized. "You guys really got played hard that year." Marlene brought out the dish. "Your share is in here." She enthusiastically introduced, "I am really grateful to the fishermen who went out to sea and sent us octopus. It seems rare to have such big ones. It was still jumping 15 minutes ago." Marlene, as if not seeing Evette panicking, continued enthusiastically presenting, "Look, the sauce is made from squid and fresh mushrooms, so do not waste a drop. And it is also the dish I am most satisfied with." She cut off a tentacle, smiling and feeding it to her. "Come on, try it quickly." Victor and Arthur seemed to understand each other with just a fleeting glance. He sneaked up behind Evette. Arthur shouted loudly, startling her and making her open her mouth wide. Grrr! The piece of octopus smoothly slid into Evette's throat. She flailed her arms and legs wildly, shouting, Unable to spit it out, Evette had no choice but to try chewing it. But the more she ate, the more she felt something was wrong. The dish was strangely wonderful. Evette began to enjoy the flavor. Marlene smiled gently. "It is delicious, right?" She swallowed it and breathed out a satisfied sigh. Evette sincerely praised, "Very delicious." Everyone gave her a thumbs up, of course. People began to get curious and came closer. "Let me try it too." She refused, decisively. "No, this dish is only for my little sister." He sulked. "Big sister is so weird." After a while, everyone had eaten their fill, and the food was all gone. Victor, while looking at documents, calculated, after the expeditionary force returns, the daily work must also be rearranged. After careful consideration, he announced, "We will start operating according to the new schedule this afternoon." Evette ignored Victor's words and continued eating, but those who are not named will remain the same as before. Francis next to him was startled by being scolded. "Don't play with the food like that." Victor began to assign tasks. Lin Zeching, Roseanne, will be responsible for daily scouting, alternating 6-hour shifts. Roseanne replied seriously, "Understood." Roseanne Farrell, occupation warrior, immediately took the order. He continued to assign, Arthur and Ksenia will be in charge of patrolling the east side of the base. Ksenia, occupation witch, threatened loudly, "If you dare delay me, I will directly blow you up." Victor looked at the towering stack of dishes on the other side, and also there were some people who said, the daily training consumes a lot of energy, so they hope to eat a little after training. He thought that Marlene had to prepare food for 3 meals. The workload was very heavy, so someone was needed to help her. Victor hesitated and glanced at Evette. "So it is." He called her name loudly, Evette Winchester. Evette tilted her head in confusion. Francis quickly objected, "Wait, leader." She came over and whispered in Victor's ear. "After all, she is a young lady. It is already too much to ask her to hunt, so how can you ask her to do such trivial work?" However, he did not waver. The Lionheart Brigade does not accept idlers. Victor took a step. He added, "Strength is not simply expressed in terms of physical force." He listed a few factors: physical strength, endurance, argumentative skills, food processing. Victor continued relentlessly, distinguishing medicinal herbs, establishing personal relationships. He said in front of the entire brigade, "And all those abilities will be transformed into blood." Victor looked at her with a determined gaze. "So this is also a part of the experience." Evette's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly in agreement. Then suddenly, Evette stood up. She stretched confidently. "Leave it to me." Marlene assigns a first task. Then you help me bring it to the kitchen. Remember to be careful. Evette happily carried the bucket of ingredients away, humming, help with cooking, help with cooking. Suddenly, someone stood out to block her way. Wait a moment. Cassandra arrogantly asked, Hey, young lady, do you still remember who I am? She replied blankly, Gothra? She reminded her irritably. It is Cassandra. Cassandra clenched her fists angrily, but had to calm herself. Calm down, Cassandra. You can't lower yourself to her level. She can only be smug for a while. She looked at the bewildered Evette in front of her, an idea springing to her mind. It seems like she really likes these kinds of jobs, huh? Then let her do the most tiring, dirty and bitter work. Cassandra smiled calculatingly. Cassandra ordered blatantly, Put the ingredients down. I want to switch your job. She gradually narrowed the distance between the two. Evette was pressed against the wall, because in the Lionheart Brigade, all logistics are assigned by me, so you have to do the things I assign to you. Cassandra emphasized each word gloatingly. So your job today is cleaning the sheep pen. Hearing those 3 words sounded like a thunderbolt to Evette. Cleaning the sheep pen. After hearing it, she hummed away, cleaning the sheep pen, cleaning the sheep pen. That expression left Cassandra stunned. What is with this girl? She could not understand what is wrong with her. Over here, Evette immediately carried water to clean the sheep pen. Hey! The short-haired girl saw her passing by and greeted her. Oh, Evette is working, Evette happily replied. Yeah, she encouraged her. Then good luck. As soon as she was out of sight, the two whispered, The closer you get to her, the more beautiful she becomes. No wonder the leader is so concerned about her. So that is it. But before she could finish speaking, Cassandra angrily rushed over. She hid behind a large tree to monitor Evette. Cassandra was filled with jealousy. Laugh, keep laughing. Once my plan is successful, see if you can still laugh. Passers-by did not dare to gossip anymore. Let us go. She began to make a new plan. Cassandra's territory protection plan. Step 1. Incite the princess to do work she is not good at. Cassandra's new plan gradually took shape. Step 2. Make her trip while she is working. Blame it on her. She thought smugly. Step 3. After discovering the Duchess, trouble, the leader will be very angry. Cassandra imagined the scene of Evette being told to pack up and leave. Step 4. She stood up and declared, This place can't afford to support you, so go home. She will cry, sadly. Number. The more Cassandra thought about it, the happier she became. It is truly a perfect plan. However, Evette's work was going very smoothly, but she looked so clumsy. Evette was surrounded by sheep, she thought to herself. I do not even need to take action. Her eyes inadvertently turned towards Cassandra. Evette lost her balance and retreated into the storage room. Then suddenly, she fell to the ground, looking like she was in a lot of pain. Cassandra hesitated slightly, looking at her. She painfully hugged her head and screamed, More useless than I thought. Cassandra tried to reassure herself. What is going on? She's only been in there for less than a minute. Am I dreaming? She still observed Evette's every move. Whatever, at least she probably realizes what she needs to do now. Evette quickly covered the broken vase with straw. Cassandra shouted angrily, Don't pretend like nothing happened. She hid to the side, secretly blaming, I was too careless. I just thought she was a small white flower in a greenhouse. Cassandra suddenly realized, but in reality, this girl. She looked around and saw Evette leaving calmly, is very thick-skinned, and also acts like she is working very hard. Cassandra angrily tore at the wall. If this continues, before she goes back, the Lionheart Brigade will collapse due to a financial crisis. 10 yuan times 5, 5 yuan times 12. She rushed to clean up Evette's previous spot. What should I do? Throughout the process, Evette staggered, bumping into the cabinet, with Cassandra secretly supporting her. She also supported the bucket of water that Evette intentionally let go of because she lost focus. Evette glanced behind her. Cassandra quickly hid in the straw pile. She left blankly. Hallucinations. Cassandra burst out from the straw pile. She screamed, It stinks. The sky was blue, and the clouds drifted silently. On the green field, everyone was working enthusiastically. Frances, while shading her eyes with her hand, asked tentatively, Hey Evette, how's the work going? Evette gave her a thumbs up. Oh. Frances hugged Evette, stroking her head and praising. You are so good! I underestimated you. At this time, Arthur walked over with Forrest. What is wrong? Frances proudly showed off. Evette's first job has been a resounding success, Forrest teased. Really? Cowex. Evette looked at him blankly. Cowex? Forrest smiled and explained. That is a phrase here that means very good. Arthur patted his head and scolded. Don't teach her strange phrases. Arthur was surprised to see her here, asking, Didn't the leader arrange for you to help the big sister? Why are you herding sheep here? Evette asked innocently. Someone told me to work here. He asked curiously, who was it? However, she could not remember who it was, Katla, because her face was very interesting, so I do not remember what she said. He replied helplessly, oh. Arthur's blue eyes flickered slightly. Then I know what happened. Over here, Cassandra was stamping her feet angrily. What a mess. Evette squinted and counted. 3. She glanced at another sheep. 2. 1. Evette rushed to grab the sheep. Run. And Cassandra was trembling next to her, leaning on a cane. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at Evette running happily. She clicked her tongue in disapproval. Teask, useless thing. In the end, she almost did everything herself. Cassandra collapsed, lying down on the grass. She rolled around and complained, I am so tired, more tired than when I do the work myself 1,000 times over. Cassandra lay in the grass, thinking. Suddenly, a look of sadness flashed across her face. Cassandra remembered the interactions between Evette and Victor, wondering, what am I doing? The image of Forrest carrying Evette in his arms. She let her soul follow the wind to forget the sadness in her heart. Suddenly, a white ball jumped on Cassandra's face. Ah, she asked in surprise. Who is it? Evette appeared blankly in Cassandra's sight. She suddenly screamed loudly. Ah! Cassandra stumbled back. You, what are you doing? Someone poked their head up from the bushes. Déjà vu, déjà vu. It is like I have been in this situation before. Evette blinked her eyes. Looking at her, Arthur said you must be causing trouble again, so I came to check. Cassandra asked confusedly. What did he say? Not long before, a voice suddenly rang out. Cassandra likes the leader. Evette and Francis looked at each other blankly. He folded his arms, looking at the two of them, asking, Why do you look so shocked? Forrest asked the two of them casually. Anyone can see that, right? Francis often followed Cassandra, but only thought. I thought she just wanted to know why the leader was so strong. Arthur sighed helplessly. Only you thought that. He analyzed every little detail. Cassandra will go crazy when something related to the leader happens. Maybe it is because she sees that the leader seems to care about her a lot, so she is jealous. Arthur moved closer to Evette, saying, So no one is forcing you to do those heavy jobs. She is just bullying you until you give up. He bent down to pick up a warning device, I am just saying. So you better not mess with her. Arthur prepared to leave. Take care of yourself. Forrest followed, taunting. Are you angry? He angrily denied it. Not at all. Frances rubbed her hands to reassure Evette. Ha ha ha, do not worry. Those misunderstandings will be cleared up later. Evette chased after the sheep, with many things on her mind, still thinking. She suddenly spotted Cassandra not far away. Evette pondered about Arthur's words just now. Then, she quickly ran to Cassandra. At this time, Cassandra asked with a pale face, So you are going to ask directly? She answered honestly. She covered her face with her hair in fear. Scary, this girl is too scary. Evette suddenly asked a nonsensical question. Why? Cassandra looked at her in surprise. Have to do things like that. She suddenly lowered her head without answering. Evette repeated the question just now. Why? She bit her lip, saying, Of course it is. Because... Cassandra's expression suddenly changed. I hate you. Evette widened her eyes and looked at her. Cassandra took a deep breath and said what was in her heart. The person I have liked for over a decade suddenly brought back a girl, taking care of, and treating her well. So what do you think I should feel? She shouted, You want me to be friendly and sociable with you? Are you kidding me? Cassandra looked at Evette suspiciously, obviously. Cassandra recalled her childhood, when she had to run and hide in fear. At that time, Victor was the hero in her eyes. He gently extended his hand towards Cassandra. Her words seemed to catch in her throat, obviously. Cassandra shouted unwillingly, Obviously, I have known him the longest, have not I? Evette was stunned by these words, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on the lamb in her arms. Evette calmly asked, Then what did I do wrong? She replied triumphantly, a lot. Cassandra complained uncomfortably. First of all, it is already wrong for you to sit on the same horse with him, but since the carriage was destroyed, I will let it go. She continued irritably, Don't you even know how to get off a horse? So you touched hands, right? You touched, did not you? Cassandra held her head, recalling the heartbreaking scene. Finally, he actually carried you with one arm. She said in a stunned voice, These gestures, only people who like each other do them. Cassandra scolded Evette harshly. You frivolous thing, no manners, are not you ashamed? She pointed her finger directly at Evette, unable to restrain herself. Suddenly, Cassandra lowered her voice. I am sorry if I guessed wrong. She turned away and hesitated, but if you do not like the leader, you should not be around him. Suddenly, Evette interjected, like... She smiled brightly and affirmed, I like Victor. Cassandra opened her eyes wide in surprise. Evette's voice was gentle. I like Victor. Hearing this, Cassandra angrily shouted in embarrassment, You want to declare war on me? But she immediately fell silent when she heard Evette say, like Francis and Darwin too. She recalled the times the two of them had helped her. Liz and Arthur would often speak up for me when I made mistakes. And the times they shared food with me, Fried and Hart would give me something to eat. Evette did not forget anyone in her heart, and Cassinia Roseanne too. She remembered Marlene's food. The food Marlene makes is also very delicious, so I like everyone here very much. And Evette's next sentence stunned Cassandra. I also like Cassandra very much. She looked at her blankly. Is that not allowed? Hearing these sincere words, Cassandra hesitated. Suddenly a voice startled both of them. Evette, your sheep are running away again. Francis shouted loudly while holding a sheep. Come over here quickly. They are starting to eat the crops. But Evette remained calm and turned back to ask, What did you want to say just now? Cassandra shouted in a sulky voice, Nothing! Get lost, you little idiot! Watching Evette run away, she could only sigh. Cassandra sat down on the grass and muttered to herself, Talking to her is more tiring than cleaning up. Suddenly Arthur appeared unexpectedly, feeling unfair. He sat down in front of Cassandra and teased, I caught you being lazy, you know. She replied irritably, It is too noisy. I have not settled the score with you yet. Cassandra asked Arthur uncomfortably, What did you say to her? Arthur did not answer her question, but continued to tease. I know everything, Cassandra's territory protection plan. The first step. He pretended to be teaching Cassandra's territory protection plan, step 1. Cassandra shouted in embarrassment, Shut up! At this time, Arthur's tone became serious. You should give up. His words surprised Cassandra. Your plan won't succeed. Arthur looked at Evette, running after the flock of sheep, and said, Evette is a person of high status, a little timid, and does not understand the hardships of this world, but I have never seen her cry once along the way. Arthur's words were like recognition. Although she is a little clumsy, she is still trying to integrate into an environment she has never been exposed to. He gently patted Cassandra's head and reminded, Bullying her like this will be punished by God. She held her head and shouted, Ah, it hurts! Cassandra's eyes drooped. She turned away shyly. I know. You do not need to tell me. Hearing this, Arthur smiled contentedly. Then he turned and said calmly, Anyway, you should go apologize to her. Cassandra exclaimed, Huh. She frowned, her expression revealing her discomfort. Why should I do that? Arthur calmly asked. Those broken vases were all you're doing, right? His words stunned Cassandra. Even though she is a princess, she does not have any arrogance. The more he spoke, the angrier she became. Forget it. Cassandra waved her fist while Arthur was speaking. Jealousy only makes you more ferocious. How can the leader like you then? The next second, her fist landed directly on Arthur's face. Meanwhile, Evette was leisurely tending to the sheep and looking at a shadow above her head. She discovered that it was Arthur flying. Evette watched his figure. She was stunned, but still gave a thumbs up in praise. Behind Evette, someone was running in a hurry. He happily boasted to the soldiers, Hey, are you guys done practicing yet? Cassandra and Arthur are fighting again? The soldiers asked back. Are you kidding? Then they looked towards Victor. He sighed softly. Then Victor shouted, Dismissed! Everyone cheered. Hooray! Looking at the familiar images of the troop, in an ordinary day here, some people were gossiping. Cassandra grabbed Arthur's collar and scolded, What do you know? Daily life was still the same. Some people were suspicious. At the market, a villager was buying fish. Eat it raw. Someone approached Evette. It turned out to be Victor. He smiled and took off his coat. Then Victor put it on her and quietly left. Evette lay peacefully on the grass sleeping, and for a princess who had worked hard after a day, her innocence and naivete, was there anything wrong with that? End of the painting. Side story. Cassandra lay down and thought about what Evette said. I like Victor, and I like Francis and Darwin. The next second, she opened her eyes wide. Who is Darwin? The way Evette called each person's name, there was actually no order, and the little lamb was Darwin. Late at night, at a house, a voice rang out, Now I will announce the punishment for the two of you. Victor held the paper and read, Cassandra, Logistics Department, changed the work schedule without permission. He glared at Cassandra, his voice cold. "So this month's salary will be deducted, and you will have to do 20 hours of community service," she said in a small, ashamed voice. "Understood." Victor continued. "This incident has caused some members to have diarrhea after eating unprocessed food. The current number of victims is 5. Evette recalled the scene of everyone fighting for the toilet. "Please, let me go first. Let me go first." Then he glanced to the side, as for Evette. Victor was stunned when he saw Evette dozing off. He immediately stepped forward and knocked on her head. "Don't pretend to be asleep." Then Victor turned away, his voice gentler. "This is the first time you have made a mistake, so I will forgive you this time." But he gave Evette a sharp look. "But if you leave your post again next time, you know what will happen next." After finishing, Victor shouted, "If you understand, then dismiss." The whole team said in unison, "Yes." Marlene brought a basket of mangosteens closer to Evette, who was trembling. "Remember to take these mangosteens back to your room to eat." She stepped to the side of Evette, who was cowering. Then Marlene smiled softly, completely manipulated. The plates of food on the table quickly emptied, but the surrounding ones were still there. "What do you think about training after eating? I still want to practice sharpshooting again, but I have a bad feeling." Kazacinia sat playfully on the railing and turned to speak to the person behind her. "Then let me go with you." Before leaving, she turned to remind, "Evette, we will go first. If you need any help, just call us." Kazacinia waved goodbye and said, "We are training in the open space in front of your room. You just need to shout loudly and we will hear you." Evette hugged the basket of mangosteens and hummed, "Bedroom, bedroom, take a bath, take a bath." Soon after, she pushed open the door to her room. "Looking at the whole room," Evette exclaimed, "too small." Then looking at the wooden bathtub, she became even more bored. No water. Evette remembered Ksenia's words, "If you need any help, just call us." Then she opened the window and looked outside and saw the soldiers training. A person swung a spear. It turned out to be Roseanne practicing, and Francis was beside her observing and reminding, "Use the strength of your shoulders." Ksenia ran and shouted, "Ah!" To the cheers of everyone, "Faster! Just a little more!" In a corner, Arthur had seen her. He asked, but Evette just shook her head. "Evette, is something wrong?" She gripped the door, railing tightly. Then Evette carried the bucket of water herself, her tone full of determination. "Do my own work." But Yvette's strength was too weak, she cried out as soon as she started. "Too heavy." She poured each bucket of water into the bathtub. Then Evette struggled to get water from the well again. She diligently ran back and forth several times. The journey was quite far. Evette cupped her hands and blew air to warm them. Suddenly someone called from behind, "Evette." It was Victor. He seemed to have just finished bathing, still drying his hair. "What are you doing here?" She looked up and down at him, stammering, carrying water. Evette looked at Victor's wet chest and could not help but think, soaked. He understood her difficulty and reminded gently, "There is a river over there. Usually we go there to bathe after training." Hearing this, Yvette's eyes lit up, "Bathe in the river." Then she ran away, but Victor stopped her. "You can't go." He grabbed Yvette's hand and pulled her back. "There are only men there. If you want to bathe, go back to your room to bathe." She turned pale, closed her eyes tightly, and shouted, "It hurts!" Victor was surprised. He immediately grabbed Yvette's hand to examine it. Her hands were now full of scratches. Victor's expression darkened. "What is this about?" Victor's tone was a little uncomfortable. "What is going on?" But then he tried to calm down and said softly, "Can you explain?" Evette did not dare to look directly at Victor and only hesitated. She unconsciously retreated, but accidentally stepped on something. This caused Evette to fall and pull him down as well. The bucket of water next to them was also knocked over. Evette was soaked and did not understand what was going on. Seeing that she was not injured, she breathed a sigh of relief. "It is okay." But Victor, who had the whole bucket of water dumped on his head, was not so okay. He jumped up and shouted, "It is not okay at all." Suddenly a towel draped over her made Evette surprised. She looked up. He took Yvette's injured hand and carefully applied medicine. Seeing Evette wince in pain, Victor gently coaxed, "Bear with it a little." He gently dabbed medicine on the wounds. Evette began to explain, "I just wanted to take a bath, but the bucket was very heavy, so my hands were scratched." Seeing Victor silent, she glanced up. Looking at Victor's expression, Yvette's voice became worried. "So do not be angry." He asked in surprise, "Am I?" Yvette's next words pierced through Victor's heart. "You are fierce." After bandaging, the two began to talk. Victor wondered and asked, "I do not understand. Why did not you ask for help? You did not do that yourself. When you were in the mansion, right? Evette replied calmly, because in the mansion, bathwater is usually always available. Victor marveled and wondered. Really? She recalled everything in the past. Every time I was hungry, someone would prepare dinner. Then Evette remembered how the servants took care of her. When I was sleepy, someone had already prepared for me. Her eyes drooped sadly. In her subconscious, Evette thought, things that I thought were simple. She realized, but when I did them, I realized how difficult they were. Evette bowed her head and pursed her lips slightly. Then she looked up and gave a bright smile. She said, So, can this be considered progress? Victor looked at her cheerful appearance and sighed. He gently flicked her forehead. Victor withdrew his hand, looked at her and asked, stubbornly, and then hurting yourself in the end, you think this is progress? His words made Evette unconsciously look at her hand. If she encounters an enemy tomorrow, can she hold a sword with her hands now? Then she looked up at him again, listening attentively. To become a warrior, you must also learn to avoid unnecessary injuries. Do not be ashamed to admit your own incompetence. Victor knew Evette did not understand and changed the subject. How much is left? She replied, probably 1/3. He stood up and said, I will only make you do things that you can do. Victor also took the bucket of water, not forgetting to remind her, the things you can't do, you can ask me for help. Before leaving, he turned his head and gave a sharp warning. In tomorrow's training, I won't be lenient with you because you are injured. Evette listened to his words and remained silent. She remembered Marlene's words, don't think of him like that. He is actually very good at taking care of others. Evette could not help but smile softly and walked away. She followed Victor and took the initiative to start a conversation. During the meal, Marlene gave me a basket of mangosteens. Victor replied indifferently, yeah, so what? Evette boldly requested, peel it for me. Victor was stunned, huh? Victor's expression clearly showed his discomfort as he turned to look at her. Didn't I just say what you can do? Evette held out her bandaged hands in front of him. She said in a spoiled, childlike voice, hands, injured. Evette looked at Victor with innocent eyes. So I can't do it. It is what you said. Hearing this, he was stunned. In the house, a room was still lit. A hand was laboriously peeling mangosteens. Victor mumbled while doing it. What am I doing? Evette was comfortably soaking in the bathtub and eating the peeled mangosteens. It seemed that the young lady of the Duke's family had mastered a certain skill. The next day, the soldiers were training. The captain commanded, try to maintain the formation. Do not fall behind. Victor's face was dark, his eyes sharp. Ksenia? Looking at Ksenia using magic, he warned, if you use flying magic again, you will have to run for another 2 hours. Arthur held a jar and approached. Ha, the last one today is Ksenia. Francis replied calmly. You think too much? Francis's words made Arthur glance around. The last one is over there. When he looked over, he was surprised to see Evette trying to run while holding up her skirt. Arthur watched in confusion. What is going on? Does not she have any clothes suitable for running? Francis replied helplessly. No, I also wanted to lend her some, but all my clothes are armor and she can't run while wearing it. Evette in the back has not run even 1 lap. The group of soldiers left her far behind when they had run 5 laps. He looked at Victor's back and wondered, but the leader still did not give her a day off today. That is too bad. At this time, she ran past him, panting from exhaustion. The dizziness made Evette stagger and lose her balance. Victor reached out in time to support her. He looked at her and asked worriedly, do you want to give up? Evette shook her head decisively, determined not to give up. Then she gathered all her strength, stood up, and rushed forward. Immediately afterwards, Victor suddenly shouted, if you do not run more than 10 laps, there will be no dessert this afternoon. The group of soldiers complained, you are a devil, right? After running, Evette lay on the grass, breathing heavily. Suddenly, someone poked her cheek with a branch. Everyone gathered around to check her condition. Francis spoke. It seems like she is exhausted. Boris teased, too weak. Arthur comforted her. It is already too good to be like this for the first time. Roseanne sarcastically said to Ksenia, at least someone is more persistent than someone else. Hearing this, she angrily shouted, don't need you to care. Francis helped Evette, who was spinning, up. Okay, Evette, do not lie here all the time. You will catch a cold. She murmured vaguely. I did it, he replied. Did it. Succeeded. Everyone who witnessed it could only helplessly. When they saw Evette standing up normally, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ksenia spoke to remind, but she did not know that Victor had appeared behind her. Don't be too happy like that. You will just be walking later. He stepped forward and said, what are you gathering here for? Victor turned his eyes to her and called, "Evette, this afternoon I plan to go to town to buy some daily necessities, so you come with me." Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. "Are you sure? Isn't the big sister in charge of buying things?" "Leader, you work hard every day, so do not do such things." He still kept his cold tone. "The big sister is very busy today, so I will go in her place. Any objections?" Victor's next words made everyone fearfully silent. "Then which of you can complete the daily training faster than me?" Evette was stunned and did not understand. Why does not everyone want Victor to go into town? Francis scratched his cheek and said awkwardly, "This." She reminded, "I will say straight out that I respect the leader very much, really respect him, so what I am about to say next is definitely not out of malicious slander, but out of concern." She replied helplessly, "Okay." Francis's lips pursed tightly, as if there was something difficult to say. She commented frankly, "Because his face is very scary." The atmosphere outside the market was lively. Evette cheered happily. "Here we are, come over and see." Victor also stepped forward and asked a stall, "Boss?" He hesitated. "What do you want to buy?" He looked like he wanted to collect debts, and said in a low voice, "Give me 2 bags of spices," which terrified the boss and shouted, "Ah!" Frightened, he ran away in a panic. Victor looked after him blankly. "Flour." His expression frightened the stall owner, and even the children cried. He added, "Sesame oil?" Evette put her hand on his shoulder. Seeing her trembling, trying to hold back her laughter, Victor felt a little hurt but still said softly, "If you want to laugh, just laugh." Evette tried to ask, "Can you smile?" He recalled the image of her laughing happily with the birds. Then Victor tried to smile, but it looked extremely scary, causing Evette to be stunned. Doesn't look like happy. She reached out and stretched between his eyebrows. Then Evette hugged his cheeks and reminded, "Don't frown." She gave a satisfied smile. Better. Beside them, the stall owner was still cowering in fear, praying in his heart, "Don't come here. Do not come here." Suddenly, he was stunned and looked up. Victor tried to give a forced smile and approached. This time, it seemed to go smoothly. The boss put apples in a bag and thought to himself, "Well, it is acceptable," and at the same time he announced, "The total is 13 coins." Evette quietly stood watching their transaction. "Here's yours." Suddenly, he turned to look at her. His whole body seemed to shine. End of the chapter. Small play. Evette looked at the clothes on the rack and complained, "None of them are suitable." Victor asked casually, "Then do not you have any clothes brought back from the Duke's mansion?" Hearing this, she rummaged through her suitcase. Then, Evette took out a dress that made Victor helplessly say, "Put it back in." Back at the market, the scene was still lively. A little boy was lost in the crowd and wondered, "What is going on? It is too noisy. Why are there so many people today?" A group of children were playing. "Ed, be careful." "It is okay." The red-haired boy below cried, "Pull me up." Ed, sitting on top, replied, "What is the rush?" Suddenly, a silver-blue hair flashed past, attracting the boy's attention. The red-haired boy called again, "Ed, Ed, what do you see up there? Hurry up and give me a hand." Ed was startled and said shyly, "So pretty?" All eyes turned to Evette and Victor. Passersby began to discuss. What are they to each other? Why have I never seen them before? So fierce, but pretty. Victor looked around and wondered, why do I feel like everyone is unnatural today? Is it just my imagination? After thinking, he turned and instructed, "We have to go back quickly after buying things. Now I will order the ingredients." She replied gently, Victor checked the list. In the shopping list, now we need to buy 3 bags of carrots, 10 pounds of flour, and 5 pounds of beef. Everyone around went into position to move. He sensed something strange and turned to look at them. "It seems like I passed the butcher shop already," but they immediately turned away to do other things. The two continued to walk. Victor continued to calculate. It says here that you can ask the wheat shop to deliver to the house. Behind them were quite a few people secretly following. He could not help but suspect, and looked around again. Seconds later, Victor suspiciously turned to ask Evette what just happened, but she just shook her head happily. Arriving at a clothing store, he suggested, "Let us go look at clothes." Evette lifted the curtain of the dressing room. Having just changed into a simple dress, she asked for his opinion. "What do you think?" Victor looked at the dress, inwardly evaluating. These clothes are similar to what everyone is wearing on the street. Could this be the current fashion trend? Then he decided, take this one. Immediately, those who were hiding rushed out and shouted to stop him. "No way!" They surrounded him and scolded. "Are you kidding me? How can you let a beautiful girl wear clothes like this? Doing that will be punished by God." Then everyone did something to help Evette choose clothes. This one too. All these clothes are outdated. Boss, quickly take out the dress that is carefully stored in there. The shopkeeper did not understand, but still did as he was told. Okay? Someone helped her adjust her hair. It would be very beautiful if the hair is pulled up. Evette politely said, Then I will do it myself. After she changed into another set of clothes, everyone became fascinated. So beautiful. How wonderful it would be if this girl was my daughter. While being enthusiastic with Evette, they turned to question Victor. Just now, you actually wanted her to wear those old lady clothes. Are you even human? Seeing this, he frowned in confusion. Then Victor lowered his head, his lips moving slightly. Finally, he uttered 2 words with difficulty. I am sorry. Everyone who heard it fell silent, looking at him blankly. After that, they breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. What? It is obvious that he is approachable. After saying that, they reminded each other so everyone should not judge people by their appearance, okay? Say less, you were the one who ran the fastest. Without waiting any longer, they pushed Evette and Victor inside. Sit down first, and then choose slowly. She was surrounded in the middle. Everyone kept asking, Are you thirsty? Do you want to eat oranges? What have you done to take care of your hair? A girl looked at Evette with adoring eyes. So beautiful. Is not she a young lady from the Imperial City? Why did she come to this place? Over here, Victor was also being asked by many people. So the 2 of you, what is your relationship? At this moment, she glanced slightly at him. Victor held a book and was surrounded by the boys. Everyone probed his opinion. What do you think of this style? I think this style would be better. But Evette was being swirled among the questions. Master and disciple, protector, friends. Seeing her expression, they worriedly said to each other, Is this a difficult question? Hearing the whispers of a few people made Ed afraid. Could it be human trafficking? The sounds kept rushing into the boy's ears. Nonsense, what are you talking about? She does not look abused at all. Sorry, I have been reading the news lately. Ed raised his hands to cover his ears. The words that fell into his ears were incomplete. Too scary. Abuse. Read the news. Ed angrily gritted his teeth, then shouted at Victor, Hey, that fierce-looking person over there. The boy pointed his sword at him, fiercely declaring, I want to declare war on you. At the Harvest Festival, we will decide the winner there. Victor stared blankly at Ed. Then he closed the book and stood up, immediately seeing the height difference between the 2 people. Then Ed pointed to Evette, resolutely shouting, If I win, then you have to set that sister free. Hearing this, she felt puzzled. Free? Immediately afterwards, the boy took Evette's hand. Ed declared sonorously and righteously, I will definitely find a way to rescue you from that fierce guy. Even if I have to give up my life, I do not mind. Hearing this, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. If I can survive and return, then please. Ed was embarrassed and blushed and expressed, Date me, okay? Someone called out, That Ed, how rude. But Ed just playfully stuck out his tongue to tease. The boy quickly ran away. Can't desert. The other person hurriedly chased after him. What are you talking about? The gray-haired girl hurriedly bowed her head to apologize. I am very sorry for causing trouble for you 2. Normally, he is not like this. She turned her head to look at Ed. I really did not expect the sister to be like this. And yet he is still causing trouble everywhere. Evette asked blankly. Sister. She told about the boy's situation. Ed's parents passed away when he was young. He and his sister Manal have to rely on each other to live. It is no exaggeration to say that he was raised by his sister alone. Speaking of which, the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. So just half a month ago, Manal was accidentally stabbed in the stomach while working. Strangely, the wound has not healed to this day. The gray-haired woman's gaze always followed Ed's back. But this kid still has the mind to think about the wrong things. Evette and Victor also quietly looked at the boy. He politely said, Sorry, we want to go to a place now. After that, Victor made a suggestion. Would you please lead us there? The 3 people carefully opened the door. Manal sat on the bed, weakly coughing a few times. The guide's gentle voice rang out, Manal, you are awake. 2 members of the Lionheart Brigade have come to see you. She went to the side of Manal's bed and whispered to her, That is the situation. Suddenly Manal seemed to become angry. Her voice was more stern, making Evette startled. Sorry, can you help me stand up? At the same time, Ed opened the door and walked in. I am back. The boy's smile froze when he heard his name called, Ed. Manal angrily got up and swung her hand, sending the boy flying, while shouting, Do you want to die? She kept punishing Ed. Evette stood outside, confusedly looking at them. You did not pay attention all day, so you went to cause trouble for me. Is it that you will die if I am free for a day? Witnessing this scene, she turned pale and looked at the person next to her, tremblingly asked, There is no time left. She wiped her tears. Yes, you see, she does not even have the strength to hit people. anymore. Ed's cries kept ringing out. Ah, it hurts. Manal sat on the bed and politely said, I am really sorry. Please pretend that nothing happened. But Ed stubbornly shouted, I do not want to. The boy frowned and questioned, I am already an adult now. Why can't you trust me? Hearing this, Manal helplessly raised her hand to her forehead. Then do something like an adult, okay? Her next words made Ed stop. Please, I have already worked very hard. Can you calm down a bit? Manal continued to express, I have nothing more to say to you. But Ed still stubbornly turned and ran away. No way. At this time, Evette quickly grabbed the boy's hand. She remembered chasing after her mother and gently said, Your worries and sorrows. If you do not tell the other person these things when you are together. The image of Evette's disappointment appeared. When the time comes to separate, you will only be twice as sad. Her eyes revealed sadness, but she still gently advised, Everyone says that she does not have much time left. Evette's next words made Ed's face darken, challenging the strong to win the favor of others. You want to use this method to tell your sister that you do not need her to worry about you anymore, right? Around Evette seemed to glow. She smiled and said, It is okay. After that, Evette gently wiped away the tears on the boy's cheeks. The thing you are worried about will never happen. Just then, Manal's cry made everyone worriedly run over. It hurts. Evette's hand gently touched her bandaged wound. She asked caringly, Do you still feel pain? Manal honestly replied, After being touched by the girl like that, I suddenly do not feel any pain anymore. Manal's complexion became increasingly pale, and she sweated more. She suddenly called the boy's name, and in that moment, the boy's face turned pale as if there was no blood left. Ed. She tried to force a smile. I guess later, I will have a long dream. Manal's next words made Ed unable to hide his shock. His eyes opened wide in surprise. Even if I never wake up again. Manal's gentle voice made Ed feel as if she was embracing and caressing him. Then I will watch you grow up in my dreams, so no matter what happens, do not be afraid. Her voice faded. The scene of the two sisters smiling next to each other flashed by, because I am always by your side. After saying that, Manal gradually fell asleep. Ed stood beside her, holding her hand tightly. The whole room fell silent. The boy's voice softly called, Sisters. Tears streamed down Ed's cheeks. The boy cried out in despair, Sister. But immediately afterwards, Manal suddenly sat up. Ah, wait. She said a sentence that surprised Ed and Victor to the point of almost shock. It seems like the pain is gone. The shout echoed from the house. Ah! Ed trembled and backed away. You, undead. Manal helplessly said, I am not dead. The boy irritably questioned, If you are not dead, then do not scare me, okay? She raised her hand to cover her ears. I did not mean to. Manal slowly unwrapped the bandage. Just now she touched my wound. I suddenly did not feel any pain anymore, so I thought it was a flashback before death. She froze when she looked at the wound on her stomach. Beside her, Victor also saw it and was surprised. The wound is healed. Realizing something strange, he quickly turned his head and called her name loudly, Evette. He wondered, What did you do? Evette was silent, somewhat embarrassed. Outside, a sparrow lay motionless on the grass. Evette and the maid came forward to look. The maid expressed sympathy, so pitiful. After that, she held the sparrow in the palm of her hand. Evette closed her eyes. Her hand suddenly glowed. The miracle that followed stunned the maid. The sparrow has come back to life. She smiled brightly and let it go, not forgetting to remind, Remember to be more careful next time. Evette looked up at the sparrow flying away. The young lady of the Duke also has a secret. The maid hurriedly called for someone. Someone, young lady. Manal still could not believe it. It is really healed. She called out, Ed, come here. Hearing this, the boy stepped forward. Ed, come here. Manal hit the boy hard on the head, causing the boy to cry out, It hurts. She sighed while Ed was upset. What are you doing? Evette gently reached out and touched the boy's face, and his wound healed. Seeing this, Ed was excited. Great, it is completely healed. Victor helplessly raised his hand to his forehead and thought, So it is a healing system, the most valuable ability in combat. He glanced through the gap between his fingers. Honten still has no movement. If this matter is revealed, it will be very troublesome. Victor went outside to wait for Evette. She gradually approached him. He asked curiously, Did Duke Winchester tell you to hide your ability? She honestly replied, Yes. He continued, Then are you not afraid of getting into trouble by doing this? Evette looked up at the sky. The wind gently blew past. She turned to look at Victor, innocently saying, Because you will protect me. Evette smiled slightly. Isn't that right? Hearing this, Victor was stunned for a moment. But then, he immediately regained his composure. No, you are right. Soon after, the villagers eagerly gathered. A person clasped his hands together and said loudly, "If you two do not participate, this celebration will be meaningless." Victor politely refused. "Thank you for your kindness, but we have work to do." He resolutely turned his back and left, because as a warrior, you must not forget your work due to pleasure. I hope everyone understands. The people there replied calmly, "Oh, that is it." They turned to look at Evette in the distance, but over there, she was eating cotton candy deliciously. Seeing this, he approached and pinched her cheek. "Why do you have that kind of wanting to participate?" Seconds later, Evette took out a brown book, making Victor confused, and asked, "What? You want me to read it?" He took the book and flipped through each page. Strength is not only an ability. Victor read each item in the book. Physical strength, patience, eloquence, cooking, knowledge of medicinal herbs. He carefully read each one. The relationship between individuals. In the end, all abilities will be transformed into your flesh and blood. Victor's expression clearly showed confusion. At this time, Evette firmly affirmed, "This is also part of training." Hearing this, he angrily wanted to hit Evette, but was stopped by the people, and she had quickly run away. The people around smiled brightly and said, "Don't say that. Even Iron Man needs to rest. So sorry to trouble the leader. Please set up the campfire." Victor was startled. Huh. In a garden, everyone was collecting carrots. He was also enthusiastically collecting wood. On the other side, Evette was innocently playing with everyone. After throwing the pieces of wood back, he reached out to stroke his hair and sighed. Finally, the campfire was lit. In the evening, the festival began. Manhwa wore a brilliant red dress and was supported by Ed as she stepped forward. Everyone was paired up, dancing to the music. In the distance, Victor and Evette were quietly observing. He pondered and wondered. "So everyone will dance together," Evette said indifferently. Then Evette looked up at him. "What is the problem?" Victor was silent for a moment, and then cautiously replied, "I do not know how to dance." Hearing this, Evette thought of the abilities that Victor had. For archery, he gets plus 10 horsepower, and I get 10 horsepower. For hunting, I also get 10 horsepower, and he gets plus 10 horsepower. And so is combat. But only in dancing has Evette completely defeated Victor. She excitedly raised her hand high as if victorious, startling Victor next to her. He made an excuse to leave, but was grabbed by Evette's hand and held back. "Let me find someone to teach me how to dance." She smiled brightly. Evette quickly taught Victor how to dance, raised her hand a little higher. She irritably asked, "How can you become ladylike like this?" He replied, "Who wants to become ladylike?" The music made Evette pay attention. She turned to look at him, smiling brightly. "If you dance to the music, it will probably be faster to learn, right?" Evette moved closer to Victor, making him embarrassed and blush and think, too close. On the stage, the people were busy arranging drums. Victor thought about the time he was busy fighting for many years, making him unable to remember the last time he participated in such a festival. His eyes swept across the bustling festival scene, talking to strangers, helping to organize the festival, even learning to dance. Why am I making an exception for her? Evette and Victor peacefully danced together. The two just danced together like other couples in the festival. Evette wondered and asked, "What do you think?" After that, she smiled brightly. "Not small, right?" The two held hands and smiled brightly together. Around them, it seemed like there were only two people. Victor softly moved his lips. At that moment, the drums echoed. Because of this, Evette ignored him and paid attention to the side with the drums. Both hands still held tightly together. Victor was silent, saying nothing. In the distance, a villager waved his hand and called, "Leader Victor, the village chief, asked you to go over there." Hearing this, he quickly left. The person just now wondered, what just happened? He followed behind Victor, worriedly asking, "Your face looks terrible. If you feel unwell, do you want to go back first?" He coldly replied, "No need." Meanwhile, Manal and Evette were excitedly dancing together. Victor's voice rang out. The Lionheart Brigade rarely has such activities. Today she is very excited, talking more than usual. His hand touched his chest, so probably... He calmly concluded, "It has affected me a lot." Early morning at a peaceful camp, Roseanne stood in the distance, smiling brightly and praising, "Evette, the new clothes suit you very well." Evette was wearing clothes suitable for archery. At this time, she raised the bow high. Roseanne awkwardly scratched her cheek. "Can't hear." An arrow shot straight into the center of the target. Arthur looked towards the center of the shot. Oh, quite an improvement. Cassania mocked from a distance. Only archery is improved, physical fitness and daily work are still very poor. She winked at Forrest, but... Cassania's eyes were focused on Evette, who was in the posture of drawing a bow. I can feel her changing, little by little. Victor behind her kindly adjusted her movements. Although the accuracy has been improved, the posture is still not correct. In actual combat, she will not be able to hold on for long and will be tired. He leaned in close to her, demonstrating the archery posture. The correct posture is... Seconds later, Victor became stiff again, unable to do anything. He suddenly backed away in Evette's confusion. Victor took another bow, making a model action. It is like this, understand. Arthur hurriedly came behind him, teasing, What? Why did you suddenly keep your distance? You usually guide directly. Victor shyly scolded, Shut up. Cassania came to Evette, smiling playfully. Did you two quarrel? Victor put his hand on Arthur's shoulder and ordered, Arthur, you go teach her. He stared blankly and pointed at himself, asking, Me? He was annoyed and said sullenly, Just do what you were told. After that, he pushed the bow into Arthur's hand and left. Arthur's face lit up. So what happened to this guy? He sat on the wooden barrel, watching Evette shoot arrows. Arthur smiled, wondering to himself, Come to think of it, this is the first time I am alone with this young lady. What now? What should I say? Arthur spoke to Evette. Why are you training so hard? Her eyes lit up, making a gesture meaning she wanted to become stronger. He smiled. That is not what I meant. Arthur's face calmed down. Most people try to improve themselves to achieve a goal, such as fame, status, money. Like, my goal is to make a name for myself so that I can slap the face of the father I despise. Evette replied simply, I do not have any goals. He shrugged. Then try to think of a goal now. If you have a goal, you will achieve twice the results with half the effort when training. Duke Winchester has also worked very hard to get the title, right? Evette suddenly became more excited. Do you know my mother? Arthur smiled and waved his hand. No, I joined here late, so I only heard a little. He looked at the people who were training. In order to prove her ability, she came here to quell the chaos, adopt orphans, maintain the stability of this place. The relationship between her and the Lionheart Brigade started from there. Heloise's back appeared as Arthur recounted, because there was no precedent for women to inherit the throne, and to this point, she must have paid a very heavy price. Until now, many nobles still do not recognize her. The image of nobles, mostly men, pointing at her appeared. Arthur put his hand on Evette's shoulder, pulled her closer. Money, status, identity, only the winner deserves it. This is an obvious truth. Evette opened her eyes wide, stunned. Suddenly someone came and hit Arthur's hand hard. It was Victor. He pulled Evette behind him, glaring at Arthur. Immediately afterwards, he frowned uncomfortably. If you find yourself too idle, then you can train with me. I asked you to guide her, not to flirt with her. Arthur hurriedly backed away. Hey, you act like this is not your business, but you have been paying attention to this place, right? He began to sweat, thinking to himself, This guy scared me to death. He must have heard everything I said. I am just bluffing. Without wasting much time, Arthur hurriedly ran away. Victor sighed, glancing at Evette. No matter what he said, do not take it to heart. Seeing her froze, he hurriedly shook her hard. Evette. But Evette just froze. Without any expression, Jane angrily grabbed Arthur's collar and interrogated, What did you say to her? In the quiet night. Victor was sleeping soundly in his room when he heard his name called Victor. Victor. He drowsily woke up, turning his head to the back. Victor flinched, his face turned pale, obviously scared by Evette, while she innocently hugged the pillow. I can't think of anything. He opened his mouth wide, thinking blankly, Evette, am I dreaming? Why did she appear here at this time? She wondered, what am I training so hard for? Evette looked up at Victor, who was frozen. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. It is okay, just keep talking. Evette hugged the pillow tightly and asked, My mother or Victor are both good. You two clearly have the ability to move forward, but why do you accept the current situation? Victor looked at her thinking that Arthur must have said some nonsense again. She continued, Regardless of my mother's safety or our current situation, once we have the power, all problems will be solved, right? Evette's face darkened. If that is the case, then I do not need to travel thousands of miles here. Victor was confused and silent for a long time. Then he began to explain to her, Power is not as omnipotent as you think. It is both a blade and a poison. A scene of a hand-holding power appeared as Victor recounted. Once you realize that power can solve everything, then you also admit that the law of the strong devouring the weak, and when you grasp the power, then you will easily break the rules for fear of losing it. An empty throne, with countless people rushing to it, symbolized his account. The strong bully the weak bully the weaker. Only those who stand on the top of power will not be bullied. He continued, when you get everything in your hands and look back, then there will be no one around you except you. I have no intention of binding your thoughts. Victor gradually confided, as for me, instead of fame and money, I only hope that my sword can support those who are alone. He looked at Evette. But I am surprised that you are also very ambitious. She puffed up her cheeks in response, because I do not like it, so it is uncomfortable. Victor asked caringly, if you were given a choice again, would you choose to stay in the mansion or come here? Evette quickly shook her head instead of answering. She began to answer, but each sentence pierced him. Although it is dilapidated and small here, I have to do everything myself, but I still have to work and train. Evette remembered taking a cool beer, but the people and scenery here that I met far exceed what I experienced when I was in the mansion. Then remember her innocently exploring everything and also shooting arrows. I like the people and food and the scenery of this place, and I am not very good at those schemes. Evette smiled brightly. So it is probably best to live here. Victor smiled gently. That is great. She buried her face in the pillow, the corner of her mouth trying to lift up into a smile. He then asked, why are you smiling? Evette looked up and expressed, I think, maybe one day my sword can protect you. I found a goal. Victor immediately became flustered and shyly blushed. The young lady of the Duke's goodwill has increased. Morning at the peaceful village. Evette drowsily rubbed her eyes. She accidentally bumped into someone. It turned out to be Hart Benson, with a black face. Hello. Evette looked to the side. Everyone had a black face. Suddenly, someone pushed the door and walked in. Victor flung the door open. He coldly walked in. He looked at Evette with cold eyes. She stared back blankly. Everyone in the room was silent and tense. Today is payday. Even if they do not know what happened, they have to try to make it fit the atmosphere. Victor stood on the steps and began to read aloud. In addition to the basic salary, a total of 11 people have received attendance bonuses, and this month, 3 people have received injury and sickness. Allowances. Anyone who objects to the additional rewards and punishments can meet with me privately. Everyone was given a bag of money in turn, Victor commented. This month Roseanne is still maintaining a very good performance. Xenia, Lamb, the two of you are the ones with the most deductions. Remember to pay more attention next month. He paused, looked at Evette and spoke, and finally, Victor read the name, Evette. At this time, Arthur comfortably sat on a chair, holding an apple about to eat, and said, I am used to him always putting Evette at the end. Victor came to her and began to analyze. However, not being an employee, but her probationary salary is 300 gold coins per month. Evette's emerald green eyes sparkled, he quickly reminded. But do not be happy yet. Marlene had told him her story. Washing dishes and breaking 11 dishes. If it continues like this, everyone can only eat by hand. Fried Gustav was no better, she told with a dark face. Forgot to close the sheepfold, causing great damage. It is very tiring to catch them back. Victor continued to state Evette's crimes. She also stole Lamb's soft-boiled eggs. Forrest was shocked after hearing this and asked loudly, What? Why have I never heard of that? Victor stood in front of her tearful, sad face. He summarized, all the losses added together, and minus the insurance discount and housing costs. Victor took out exactly 3 coins, held them out in front of him, and said, Then this is all that is left, is your salary. Evette took each coin and looked at it blankly for a while. Frances came to encourage her. However, she immediately returned to normal, and her eyes sparkled. So the young lady of the Duke's family has received her first salary. Victor proposed, if you do not have any plans this afternoon, you can go shopping in town with everyone. Evette's eyes were full of lovely sparkle. He looked at her for a long time. Victor said softly, treat yourself with your first month's salary. Melissa saw her and grinned and asked, Evette, are you going shopping with your friends? She advertised, do you want to try the hairpins? If you do not have money, it is okay. I will give it to you. Frances saw Evette and Melissa happy with each other and wondered, when did she become close to the villagers? Evette looked at the item in Melissa's hand and shook her head. She spread out her hand. 3 shiny coins appeared. Everyone gathered around Evette and constantly congratulated her. Oh, you have received your salary? That is great. Let us celebrate. The 4 people who came with her stood nearby and were surprised. The level of diplomacy is too high. Francis thought to himself, now we must let her be the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Melissa asked what she wanted to buy. Candy or hairpins, silk scarves. Evette pondered. Well then. Melissa also thought seriously. She said, that is right. With your first salary, it is better to buy something as a souvenir. Yvette asked her, then what would Melissa choose? Melissa also pondered, well then, She leaned close to Yvette's ear and whispered. Her eyes lit up immediately after hearing it. Lead waved to her from afar. He called, Yvette, I have found something suitable for you to buy. Lead smiled and said, grilled fresh squid. Hart Benson read him. Obviously you want to buy it. Lead held the grilled squid in his hand, replying to Hart Benson, what? We all bought food when we received our first salary? He explained, she is a girl, how can she be the same as us? Lead turned to ask after hearing this, so Frances, what did you buy when you received your first salary? She replied, wine. He said, there you see. Lead and Hart Benson called out in unison, Yvette, you tell us. Yvette looked at the grilled squid in Lead's hand and drooled. She quickly closed her eyes and shook her head. Lead sadly asked, why is that? Hart Benson folded his arms triumphantly beside him, won. Lead rubbed Yvette's head and gave her the squid, happily inviting, okay, I will give you a bite. Frances spoke up and asked, so have you decided what to buy? Yvette nodded, yes. Yvette chewed the squid in her mouth and swallowed it. She said to her 3 friends, with my first salary, I will buy a gift for the person I like the most. After saying that, Yvette turned and walked away. She smiled happily, the spring sunshine shining around her. The market scene was noisy and lively. Frances and his friends secretly followed Yvette. Hart Benson spoke. What do you two think? Lead answered indifferently, a bit salty. Frances shook his head wearily after hearing this. No one asked you about that. She cast her eyes on Yvette, her voice full of doubt. I did not expect that she has only been here for 1 month and already has someone she likes. Who do you two think it could be? Hart Benson speculated. Most girls around her age like Arthur, right? Frances felt that it was easy to solve. If it is Arthur, then there is no need to buy a gift. Just give him money. Then Frances switched to another topic. Could it be Freed? Before Yvette joined the group, he never participated in group activities. Hart Benson thought of Yvette making Freed Gustav wear a dress, and said, I testify that he was forced to participate. After a while of random speculation, they realized, could it be? Later they appeared in front of Yvette. Frances gave a bright smile, looking at her, and waving, Yvette? She shyly approached Yvette, asking, have you chosen one yet? Are you happy with any of them? Yvette took out the golden-handled sword and confided, this sword is very good, but it is too expensive. Hearing this, everyone gathered around and asked. Lead probed first, so that person is still practicing martial arts. Frances also chimed in, so what kind of person is that? We will help you as consultants. Yvette put her hand on her chin, thinking, well then, always takes care of me, fierce when angry. These things she intended to refer to Victor, likes things like swords. Hart Benson and Frances thought in unison, as expected. Then Yvette continued to talk about the person in a sad voice. However, I do not know why that person is always in danger. She said silently, so I am a little worried. Seeing Yvette seeming sad, the merchant quickly introduced, it just so happens that I have something suitable for you. Frances frowned, seeming not to believe his face is not suitable for doing business at all. Lead chimed in, looks like a profiteer. The merchant smiled after hearing this. Don't say that. He held out a glittering blue jade and introduced, this is a hairpin made from violet flowers, which can be used to pray for soldiers to return safely. The merchant opened his mouth. I will only take 3 gold coins for it. Hearing this, Frances quickly criticized, too expensive. She raised her voice to negotiate. Don't lie to us. It's not violet, a flower that can be found everywhere, but you sell it for 3 gold coins, the merchant gently explained. Please understand, it takes a lot of effort to make it. Yvette seemed satisfied with this item. Frances's bargaining voice rang out. Then, lower it. He looked embarrassed. 3 gold coins is the final price. Under the sun, the stone can help Yvette see herself. Feeling a little unfair, Frances pulled Yvette away. Yvette, let us go. There will definitely be something better somewhere else. However, Yvette was very happy about the jade. She said softly, this one is fine. Then she told the merchant, then take this one and give me this as a free gift. Yvette looked up at him. Okay, the merchant nodded in satisfaction. You are really good at it. Frances and his friends began to be silent. There is going to be a good show soon. A moment later, a voice rang out. Ah, good morning, leader. Frances ran happily to Victor. He heard and turned his head to reply, good morning. She did not say anything and went to admire Victor from head to toe. Seeing nothing abnormal, Frances was puzzled. What is wrong? Victor looked at her questioningly. Is something wrong? Frances shook her head and hurriedly left. Nothing. Enjoy your meal. Francis had not gone far when Hart Benson came out of nowhere and called loudly, "Leader!" He grabbed Victor's shoulder and hugged him, making him not understand what was going on. Hart Benson suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Victor pressed him. "Did something happen to me?" He replied cordially. No, I am just confirming a bit. Your hands and feet are still there. That is great." Then he also left. From now on, Victor felt very strange. Today is too strange. Before he could understand what was going on, Lead came from somewhere and said, "Hello, Leader." He ran to hug Victor, looking lovingly, and said, "Let me see." Francis and Hart Benson and Lead gathered to discuss a plan. Francis saw Evette and rushed up. She eagerly asked about the situation. "Wait, Evette, the item you bought yesterday, have you sent it to that person yet?" Evette replied, "Then I sent it from yesterday afternoon." The three people froze after hearing the answer. "Oh, really? That is strange." Someone among the three said quickly, "Why do not I see him wearing it on his clothes?" In the palace, someone announced, "Your Grace, there is a parcel for you. It is sent from the Lionheart Brigade." Heloise's face turned green and immediately refused. "I do not want to see it." After that, she began to react violently. "If I see her complaining about life there, I will not be able to help but bring her back." Jane heard this and said loudly to help Heloise wake up. "Wake up, you have to face it sooner or later." Jane slowly opened the parcel box. "I will open it here." Jane slowly opened the mysterious box. Heloise and Jane's eyes were full of anticipation. Suddenly, her eyes became gentle, as expected. In the box, the blue jade was sent by Evette, first month's salary. Heloise thought of Evette working hard and felt happy, beyond expectations. A small theater. At this time, Evette was making crafts with Ferris. He reminded her, "Dried flowers are very brittle. Be careful." Soon after, Evette finished making the flower and brought it to Victor. "Here's a gift." Victor shyly accepted it. "Thank you. I am very happy." Scene changed to a peaceful small village. Cassandra was awakened by the sun. Oh, the glaring light made her have to cover her eyes with her hands. Evette beside her stared at Cassandra. She did not open her mouth, making the atmosphere stuffy. Having come to this, Cassandra sat up and scolded. "Too noisy? Okay. I will get up, okay?" Evette then explained, "I have not said anything yet." Cassandra gave a big reason. "Your eyes are very noisy." Suddenly, Evette imitated Victor and said a philosophical word. "A mature warrior will never lie in bed." Cassandra changed clothes while scolding. "You look like you have not slept all night." Francis tried to soothe her anger beside her. "Come on, it is normal to be excited the first time you go out on a mission." Cassandra fastened each button, she complained. But is it too early to take her on a mission now? With her useless appearance, what help can she be? Francis had foreseen the situation and replied, Yesterday I also asked the leader a similar question." She remembered her conversation with Victor yesterday. What can she help with? What if something happens to her? The two chatted and unconsciously looked at Evette. Victor looked at her with trust. Francis recounted in a low voice. He said that this time she may be the most important part of the mission. Later the group left to carry out the mission. Cassandra saw Evette excited and scolded. "Do you think this is a spring outing?" She seriously popularized to her about this. "Listen, this mission is to support the villages affected by the beasts. Treating the injured is not done carelessly. Otherwise, human lives will be threatened." Evette repeated what Cassandra just said. Human life. She looked at everyone and wondered, but why is not everyone worried at all? Fried Gustav replied indifferently, "Because this happens once every year." So she was lectured by Fried Gustav about this. In Fried's general monster class, after explaining for a while, she concluded, "Therefore, every time this season comes, a large number of monsters will migrate south, passing through Capra village, where we will go today." She slowly recounted that those hungry and thirsty monsters will attack the village, causing large casualties. There are a total of 4 waves, which can last about a week. Fried Gustav recalled the scene of the fierce war, and our Lionheart Brigade will intervene when the last Warcraft wave invades and participate in handling Warcraft as well as managing casualties. Evette heard this and was confused. If it is so dangerous, then why do not they find a safer place to live? Cassandra shook her head, as expected of a young lady. She explained that, because if they fail, there will be many casualties, but if they win, they do not have to worry about food for a year. The magic stones of the monsters are sold at a very high price. In the Imperial City. Cassandra rested her chin, her voice a little sad. High risk, high reward. That is a way for a remote, isolated village to exist. Then she lay down and instructed, "Okay, I have to take a nap. Before getting there, I advise you to take this time to sleep." Cassandra and Fried Gustav trembled and said in unison, advising Evette, because it will be very tiring later. The place they arrived at had many seriously injured patients, Evette realized. Manual work. It was noisy here and everyone was in a hurry. Get a few more gauze bandages. Hurry up. This side can't stop the bleeding. Have not the rescue people arrived yet? Cassandra went to greet them. They are here. Fried Gustav spoke to instruct. The places with cloth columns are the places that need help. She left a sentence for Evette and left. You go there yourself to see. She ran into a room, her voice a little timid. Excuse me. Before Evette could do anything, she was asked in a flurry, making her panic. Are you a member of the Lionheart Brigade? What are you good at? Medicine, pharmaceuticals, or nursing? The doctor sighed after hearing this. Sorry, I do not know anything. Well, it is good to have more manpower now. Then she showed Evette the patient's situation. This villager was attacked by a monster. Luckily he was not poisoned, but it was discovered late, so the leg has necrosis. Then the doctor said in a decisive voice, Now I will cut off his leg. You help me hold him down. She went to the medical box to prepare for surgery. This is also the first time I am doing this, so you hold on tight. Evette then ran to stop her. Wait. She hesitated and spoke. Is it necessary to amputate the legs? How will he live later without legs? The doctor calmly replied. There is nothing to do now anyway. It is better than letting him lose his life. The doctor lost patience, she said sternly. If you do not decide quickly, he will really lose his life. At this time, Evette was very hesitant in her heart. She put her hand on her heart. Suddenly, Evette, with a firm expression, looked at the doctor. Let me try. Okay. The sun shone on the old thatched houses. The brigade had just passed through the city gate and discussed animatedly. This year's attack is more fierce than last year, and there are currently many casualties. Arthur informed Victor of the situation. Fortunately, most of our people are lightly injured, so it will not affect our fighting ability tomorrow. Victor grasped the situation and ordered, Okay, first we do not occupy medical resources. Arthur looked ahead and saw a crowd and blurted out, What is going on? It seems very lively today. Victor curiously went to investigate. Evette said happily, It is so miraculous, I am saved. She was using healing magic for each person. Her face was pale. Evette sighed. She wiped the sweat on her face. Evette turned to the others who were waiting. Who is next? One of them spoke. Me. Evette was about to reach out when Victor rushed to stop her. He hugged Evette and shouted loudly, Enough. Victor looked into her eyes. He lowered his voice. It is your first time here. He stood in front of her saying, That is enough for today. The patient immediately got angry. Why, what do you want us to do? Evette's weak voice suddenly rang out, making everyone freeze. It is okay. She struggled to tell them. I can still continue. Suddenly, Evette staggered as if about to fall. Seeing this, Victor panicked and supported her. She fainted in his arms. Evette. Soon after, Evette slowly woke up. She weakly sat up. Is it morning? How much have I slept? Evette quietly went to open the window. She quietly welcomed the gentle breezes. Evette suddenly found a note. If you are awake, come to the mountain behind. The scene outside was peaceful and quiet. Evette stood from the tree, observing the whole scene. Victor came from behind and said, Not eating. Evette still has not recovered from yesterday. The man at the end seemed very worried. Seeing this, Victor told her that, with his injury, it is not strange. If not treated in time, it is easy to leave sequelae. If there is no ability to work, the future life of their family will be very difficult. Evette held the glass of water and hesitated without answering. Victor quickly changed the subject. So how many people did you save yesterday? She replied softly. 3 people. Victor bluntly criticized her. Less than I thought. Cassandra and Fried can take care of about 20 injured people each day. After saying that, he smiled secretly, looking at Evette in front of him. Victor continued his work. He gave her advice. Your innate talent is very powerful, but your use is still very rudimentary. I do not have experience with magic, so I can't teach you. Then, Victor flipped over the blanket in Evette's confusion. Inside that package was Ksenia, Victor implied. But she does. She was angry at being treated rudely. Ouch, ouch, no one asks for help like you do. He grabbed Ksenia and casually took credit. She was caught red-handed by the villagers while stealing their wine. I just bailed her out, so these two things have nothing to do with each other, right? She was curious. Then what do you want me to do? Victor then took a knife and cut his hand as an example. To make it easier to understand, I will show you this. Evette hurried over to check. In Ksenia's eyes, these two people looked like the main characters radiating light. The wound on his hand quickly healed. Ksenia was horrified to see this. You. She shouted loudly, making the two of them jump. It is just wasteful. Suddenly, Evette turned and whispered something to Victor. She stood back behind him. He then quickly explained. She said that the mages in the Imperial City are all proficient in healing magic, and they are all concentrated in the temple, and she has not been out since she was 5. Ksenia wondered to herself, why is there a need for translation? Then suddenly she rushed over and pushed Victor away. Go away! You are just making her dependent on you. After waiting for him to leave, Ksenia loudly asked, Okay, now show me again. She nodded in response, Okay. Evette once again used her healing ability. Ksenia shook her head wearily after seeing this. No way. She frowned and instructed, You can't consider it as chi, because chi is often unstable and very easy to dissipate. Healing with chi can only heal about 20% or even less. Ksenia instructed in great detail, making Evette surprised. If you want to save more people, then you need to turn your magic power into a thread. She was stunned, thread. She held out her hand in front of her, saying, Give me your hand. A stream of power gradually entered Evette's body. Her face turned purple in an instant. Ksenia shouted loudly, Don't avoid it. Ksenia used her ability to help Evette understand. Imagine that your magic power is twisted into a long, thin, and firm thread. It will automatically contract and split into many pieces, and then go deep into every corner of the other person's body to find the key to the problem. She still held her hand tightly and gently asked, Do you feel anything yet? Evette replied, Yes, a little. Ksenia felt it was okay and slowly let go. Good. She hid her emotions and lamented to Evette, Because my innate ability is destructive magic, so I do not know anything about using healing techniques. These knowledge I heard from the tribe before. Ksenia recalled that terrible memory. At that time we were attacked by the enemy. My tribe had countless people sacrificed, some were injured. Then to the scene of her mother's death, Ksenia difficultly recounted. Since I was born, they always called me a genius, but when I really faced my loved ones who were dying, at that time I was almost helpless. Ksenia exclaimed, So I really admire you. Suddenly someone ran over in a panic, calling, Miss Evette. This person panted and reported to Evette that, Please, this case is very urgent. Then the person immediately pulled her away. Ksenia was happy to see this. Oh, your practice opportunity has come? She turned her head to remind, Don't use that ineffective healing technique again. Try the method I just told you. See if you have learned it. Evette looked at Ksenia, feeling different in her heart. Later, that person led Evette to the place. She looked around this place in shock. Frances was full of wounds, blood gushing out of her stomach. Evette recalled Ksenia's words just now. The sad things you have encountered must be less than mine, right? At this time, Victor came. What happened? He ran to Frances. Didn't all of them return safely from the battlefield? Why is she so badly injured? The doctor who was supporting Frances replied, Among the spoils brought back, there was a monster with high IQ that was still not dead. She recounted Frances's silent sacrifice. Because of that incident, to protect the villagers nearby, she used her body to block the monster's attack. Victor's face suddenly darkened. So she was injured like this. Evette looked at the chaotic scene in front of her. Having come to this, the doctor shook his head wearily. She said in everyone's despair, Unfortunately, her internal organs are all crushed. Basic treatment is no longer effective. All I can do is stop the bleeding for her. Hearing this, Victor turned to ask Evette, How is your magic power? She replied softly, It has recovered a little, but it is still not enough. At this time, Fried Gustav helplessly pleaded with Evette, Please, Evette, we can't afford to lose our companion right now. Despite the difficulty, Evette made a decision, okay? Then the doctor called Cassandra in a low voice, Come here. She whispered in her ear, Is it really okay to hand this over to her? Frances was very painful at this time, the doctor warned. If the treatment is unsuccessful, she may die on the spot. If you use palliative care, she only has to spend the rest of her life in a sick bed, but at least her life can be saved. Cassandra was upset after hearing this. Then, what is the difference between us killing her and her not being able to hold a sword for the rest of her life? But the doctor just avoided answering. Then do you have a better way? Her hands are even shaking. Evette touched Frances's skin and trembled in waves. She recalled the scenes of the two of them having fun together before. Evette choked in her heart. She used all her power to treat her. However, Frances turned pale and cried out, It hurts! Seeing this, Fried Gustav hugged her. Evette! Evette closed her eyes tightly, her whole body trembling. Sorry, I can't control it. Seeing that the situation was not very good, the doctor was worried. That is why I said it would be better to use palliative care. Suddenly Victor came and took Evette's hand. Evette looked up at him. The fear in her eyes gradually disappeared. He strengthened her belief. No need to use other methods, just heal her. However, she still could not be confident. But, seeing this, Victor became even more determined. Just trust me. Victor tried to pull Evette out of fear, because my judgment has never been wrong. Hearing this, she seemed to be strengthened. Evette took his warm hand. She hurriedly told Victor, "Then help me hold her down and do not let her move." He nodded. "Okay." She turned to Fried Gustav and called, "Fried, get a piece of cloth to put in her mouth so she can hold it." She nodded. "Okay." Evette turned to the other side and called, "Cassandra, hug me tightly from behind so I do not run away." She nodded. Cassandra rubbed her hands. Evette cried while treating, making everyone worried. Really okay. Cassandra had to take action. She pushed Evette away, really useless. Evette had to take a deep breath to calm down. Then she began to use her power to heal. At this time outside where no one noticed, Ksenia was watching Evette from afar. Ksenia said with a satisfied expression, "Done it, huh?" Francis was much better. After being treated, Fried Gustav said with a relieved tone, "It seems that her life has escaped from danger." Evette also felt happy because she should feel more relieved now, right? Evette covered her mouth and smiled. She could not hide the joy in her heart. Cassandra could not hold back and ran to hug Evette. "You are really too awesome." Victor stood aside witnessing this scene and was very satisfied. Ksenia then wondered to Victor, "Is this okay? If her magic becomes stronger and stronger, then all forces will compete for her. We may get into trouble teaching her these things." Victor quietly watched Evette smile from behind. He replied in a low voice, "I thought so at first, but it seems that she does not think so." Victor recalled the things Evette had done before. Evette has always been frank and open. She has never been afraid of being doubted and rejected. She always helped everyone with all her strength. No matter what difficulties occurred, she would choose to face them directly as a matter of course, instead of running away from them. When everyone was worried about Francis's injury, Evette was also there. Today is the same. If not for her maturity, then today we might have lost a companion again. Victor said with a serious tone, "So I have decided that." He folded his arms thinking, "No matter what happens, I will try my best to protect her frankness and openness." Outside here, Victor's army was packing their luggage to return. Everyone sighed. Finally done. Cassandra lay stretched out on the carriage, declaring, "When I get back, I will sleep day and night." Ksenia advised after hearing this, "It is best to take a bath first. I feel like you smell." Fried Gustav then dreamed of the last few days. But the best thing is that it is the first time I have experienced a beast wave, where all the teammates survived and no one died. Ksenia felt uninterested to chime in, "Oh." She then looked into the distance, smiling. On that side, there were many people standing around Evette holding hands anxiously. Someone cherished and said, "Thank you, really thank you." Ksenia saw that scene and put her hands on her hips proudly, as expected. A little girl also gave Evette a small wreath. She bent down to receive it. Evette looked very happy with the gift. That scary girl. Scene changed to the palace. Evette happily spoke, "Good morning." Cassandra rested her chin, seeming to think about something. Beside her was also Hart Benson. Evette just glanced over the two of them and said casually, "Breakfast." Cassandra had to pull Evette to interrogate. "You have to ask why." Cassandra looked serious. This happened because someone spent very lavishly, so this month's expenses have exceeded expectations. Evette just said, "Oh," perfunctorily, "Oh." Seeing this, Hart Benson said bluntly, "She is talking about you." They wordly stated the current situation. "If this continues like this, we will have nothing to eat." Hearing this, Evette panicked. She remembered what happened recently. No, this girl has a thicker face recently. Then Cassandra said sternly and made a decision. "So for the financial economy of the Lionheart Brigade, we have to find a way to earn more money." Hart Benson then spoke immediately, saying that making money is not easy. Cassandra had probably foreseen this. She said honestly, "About this, I discovered something very interesting last night." Cassandra recounted. "Last night, while walking around, I discovered that Arthur was secretly exchanging something with a man. Because I found him very strange, so I followed him back to his room. She had followed Arthur last night. Who knew? I saw a large bag of gold." Cassandra was concerned. "If we get that money, we can solve the financial crisis right now." Hearing this, Hart Benson pulled out his knife to make a show. "So do you want to kill him?" Evette also agreed. "Get rid of him." Cassandra was scared to see this. "Are you two going to rob him?" She sat down and suggested, That is not what I meant. I just hope that he can share the way to make money. In the end, her heart was not less than those two. And also take a little bit, by the way. So they began the plan to tie Arthur up. He was confused to be tied. What did I do wrong? Evette began to present. According to the records of the Lionheart Brigade, making money without the permission of the brigade is not allowed. Caught red-handed with the evidence. But not admitting the crime, and not regretting. Then where did the gun put out so many crimes like this? Evette concluded, then he must be sentenced to death, executed on the spot. Arthur was shocked to hear this. Death penalty does not have execution on the spot. Arthur tried to struggle. I know. What do you want to ask me? Ask me. I just made a little pocket money. Is it necessary to do this? After recounting for a while, everyone was surprised. Money from writing books. Arthur took the three people into the library, explaining, yes, the publisher in town asked me to write some famous novels for them. It is not illegal, right? Evette curiously picked up a book to try, is this it? Arthur quickly stopped her. Wait, rebirth into a rich family. Evette successively probed the book. My stepmother helps her. Arthur was embarrassed to be exposed. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds. Arthur was afraid of being ridiculed, so he impatiently explained, this is the requirement of the publisher, and not my personal preference. The market likes these types lately. I can't do anything. Seeing that Evette really liked his work, Arthur cried, that girl, do not read so seriously. Cassandra spoke after knowing the whole story. Even so, for the financial economy of the brigade, we can only grit our teeth and do it. Zach, you are the most knowledgeable about love, so try to write it. Hart Benson was suddenly pulled into this, and was confused, So he began to write the story in the encouragement of Evette and Cassandra. Finally, the time came to reap the rewards. Hart Benson collapsed on the table and said, finished. Both Cassandra and Arthur frowned, looking at the work. Cassandra wondered, then who will buy this book? Arthur suggested, in general, let us try to sell it. Seeing that Evette seemed to like this very much. Anyway, she really likes it. About 3 days later, Arthur walked back and forth in the library commenting, of course it only sold one copy. Probably only an old man who has never held a woman's hand likes these genres. He went to knock on Victor's room. Then Arthur walked in and asked, Leader, you asked me to come, what is the matter? Victor said sternly, it is time to plan the winter strategy deployment. This winter will be colder than previous years, so we need to plan early. Hearing these things, Arthur scratched his head and thought, ensure security, check weapons, reserve food, On Victor's table appeared Hart Benson's book, No More Worry, Confusion, Here's How to Talk to Young Girls. Victor took out the discussion draft and put it in front of that book. You and Zach will discuss with each other, give it to me this weekend. Arthur saw this and peeked carefully. He felt very shocked. Victor was puzzled by the action above. Arthur picked up the book and trembled, saying, you bought it. He could not believe it and exclaimed, you bought it. Victor was stunned. What is wrong with your face? Victor easily broke the table with one blow. He calmly analyzed to the white-haired old man. You see, my physical strength has not decreased at all. Victor recounted in confusion. But during this time, I was only next to her. Then I often have chest tightness, irregular heartbeat, and even dizziness. He worriedly probed, am I sick? The old man shouted irritably, are you kidding me? The white-haired old man lowered his voice and asked, has our clinic ever had emotional consultation? The girl secretly replied, it seems like never. He irritably shouted, then why do not you send him back? She took out the bag of money and explained in a low voice, but he gave us a lot of money. He confidently declared, you do not have to worry, because the level of our clinic is very high. First, let us make clear about, your condition. Victor seriously recounted, this symptom has only appeared in the past few days since we participated in a celebration. He said in confusion, from that time on, every time I got close to her, I would react abnormally. I am normal with other people, only her. When he did the test, Forrest shouted in fright, what are you doing? Victor's face became more and more serious. To find out the reason, I tried to check the distance if the two eyes do not touch, about 0.83 meters. Then there will be a reaction. The old man said tiredly, okay. He calmly recounted, okay, your heartbeat will be abnormal if you are close to her, and normal with other people. If the two eyes touch, the situation will become worse. Finally, the white-haired old man annoyedly concluded, in other words, it is not because of the disease that you became strange, but because of your own person. Do you understand what I am saying? Victor suddenly shouted, are you saying that? She poisoned me. He also lost patience, angrily shouting, are you crazy? Victor asked a little blankly, then I do not need to go to the hospital. The white-haired old man whispered. What to do? He is still not enlightened, she replied in a low voice. You ask me. Now who do I ask? He opened the drawer and tiredly declared, According to my diagnosis, you have a problem with your nerves. Taking medicine is useless. I will give you a book. Maybe thanks to it, you will understand more about yourself. He asked in surprise, turning each page of the book, Can books also cure diseases? Suddenly he scrolled to a page with sensitive content. Victor immediately held his sword against the white-haired old man's neck. He shouted loudly, I took the wrong one! Took the wrong one! He looked at the book on the table, silently pondering. So I bought this book for 10 gold coins. A moment later, Arthur planned to sneak away. Victor silently considered, Is this book really useful? He suddenly called him back. Arthur. Victor seriously asked, Have you ever felt your heartbeat become abnormal? Arthur hurriedly shook his head. His face was extremely panicked. He secretly speculated. He must have been deceived. As expected, the old man at the bookstore used all the tricks to get people to buy goods. At the bookstore, he advertised, There is a buy one get one free event going on now. Arthur held his face thinking, If others find out, the Lionheart Brigade will be defiled. He muttered, At least it must be hidden from Evette. At this time, Evette passed by and curiously asked, What are you doing? Arthur stuttered, Evette, why did you come here? She replied casually, I came to find Victor. Arthur secretly worried, Oh no, if she enters it this time. In his imagination, she contemptuously commented, So you have such a hobby. Arthur silently made a decision. In order to protect the honor of the Lionheart Brigade, I have to risk this life. He stood in front of Evette, calmly speaking, Sorry, Evette, I have to stop you. Arthur's face turned purple at this time, he said fearfully, Because if you go in there, then you will die. She asked in surprise, So what? With just one sentence, Evette had knocked him down. Victor came out, annoyedly speaking, What is so noisy about? Arthur shouted in panic. Oh no. He muttered, Can't let them be alone at this time. He calmly asked, Evette, what are you looking for me for? Arthur opened his mouth wide, looking at the two people talking. He exclaimed in shock, Huh. He quickly ordered, Let me go check to see what is going on. Leave the rest to you. Arthur lay on the ground, screaming in despair. Wait, are you really okay? Victor shook his head and left. I can handle it. He recalled the questions noted in the book. Indeed, at that time, I thought I was deceived by the doctor. Then I found out that there are some questions in the book to check. Victor quietly picked it up and read, The question attached in the book can help you determine the relationship with that person. He did a series of other personal questionnaires. Worried about her safety. True, false. Hates other men approaching her. True, false. You meet all her requests, unconditionally. True, false. Victor smiled until the last question. You will be happy to see her growth. True, false. Hart Benson seriously concluded, and this is the psychology of an old father. Victor and Arthur were silent, watching Evette's back at this time. Arthur completely could not believe what he had just heard. Victor came and seriously introduced to her. This book is very good. Do you want to try reading it? Thanks to the quiz, so the relationship between the two people returned to normal. He sternly shouted, 3 more. Hart Benson asked Arthur in panic, Why are you staring at me? Cassandra looked at the pile of things in front of her, confused, and asked Evette, If I remember correctly, I asked you to deliver food to them, right? Seeing Evette hugging the pile of things, Cassandra shouted, Why did you bring these things back? She happily spoke, Because it is everyone's kindness. The villagers enthusiastically greeted Evette. Eat more. You are too thin. Take this too, she calmly echoed. Because it is everyone's kindness, so I can't do anything. In addition, there was Forrest's bribery to get her to buy wine. He asked in a low voice, Did you bring enough goods? Not only that, when Evette started talking, the others secretly took more bread. They cheered excitedly. While Evette is distracting Big Sister, quickly take more. Cassandra shouted loudly. Wait. She angrily criticized, except for the first one. The rest are you getting from illegal activities? She said sadly. Sorry. She sincerely apologized. Evette quickly stuffed food into Cassandra's mouth. She seriously criticized, I am telling you, eating snacks every day is very bad for your health. She continued to nag. By that time, you won't be able to eat the main meal. Then I do not care if Big Sister scolds you. Cassandra pinched her cheek hard, angrily shouting, Don't stuff it into my mouth anymore. Evette sadly asked, Then let us return them. The two quietly looked at the pile of gifts and pastries, then both ate them all. Half a month later, Cassandra desperately cried out, No, impossible, there must be some mistake. Her face flushed red, her voice full of embarrassment. The bed collapsed because of my sleeping. She paced around the room, panickedly muttering, "Are you kidding me?" Although I have been eating a lot lately, but not to the point of it. Cassandra said in a panic, "Could it be that I have not looked in the mirror for a long time?" She quickly examined, secretly worried. "I have to quickly confirm." Arthur walked in and asked, "Hey, have you seen my shoulder pad?" Hearing the sound, Cassandra quickly turned her head back. The two looked at each other. Her face flushed red, her heart endlessly ashamed. Damn it. Cassandra thought in her heart she saw it all. He casually asked, "Have you gained weight?" She swung her palm, hitting Arthur directly. Cassandra tidied her clothes and irritably spoke out of things to say, "Why are you talking about that?" She went outside, muttering while walking, "What to do? I need to find someone to help me fix the bed if other people find out about this." Cassandra imagined other people's reactions. Francis would say, "Fat, I did not expect you to be worried about weight." She said enthusiastically, "Can't the fat be turned into muscle?" She wearily sighed, "Forget it." Cassandra said in her heart, "Although very reluctant, I have to negotiate with that person." In the corner of the training ground, Evette was secretly opening a gift. She happily enjoyed all kinds of sandwiches. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind. "Why, Vet, Tay." Evette hurriedly shared the bread with Cassandra. She shook her head wearily. "That is not what I meant." Cassandra quickly recounted everything to her, and then. She asked shyly, "Can you help me?" Evette confidently replied, Okay." She exclaimed silently, "Great. Usually she does not look reliable, but in important moments, she is very reliable." In front, Evette did not dare to turn her face back, trying to hold back her laughter. Cassandra said sadly, "Anyway, I need to think of a way, otherwise I won't have a place to sleep tonight." She happily pointed to her bed. She shouted loudly, "No way!" Evette tried to hold her back. Cassandra embarrassedly shouted, "No, I will never sleep with you." Francis asked in surprise, "What are you two doing?" At this time, the two fell on the bed together. She panicked and spoke, "What are you playing that is so fun?" She hurriedly explained, "It is not like that. Let me explain." Francis excitedly shouted, "Why did not you ask me to play along?" She jumped on the bed, happily declaring, "I want to, too." The three hugged happily. Cassandra shouted in panic, "Let go, do not tickle me." Marlene walked in, instructing, "It is too noisy. Be careful, Victor scolds you." Cassandra shouted loudly, "Then do not come in." Roseanne climbed through the window, curiously asking, "Is this camping indoors?" Cassandra anxiously shouted, "It is not." At this time, Ksenia also brazenly walked in, excitedly speaking, "I just stole meat from the leader's storage." Everyone shouted in unison, "You should return it." Everyone gathered. Cassandra irritably cried out, "Why are they all here?" They happily chatted, "Don't eat, playing cards will be better." "What do you plan to bet?" A strange noise rang out. Cassandra panicked and exclaimed, "Wait." The bed suddenly collapsed. The echoing sound startled the people on the lower floor. They went up to check, worriedly probing. "What is wrong? Is there an enemy attack?" Victor walked into the room, seriously asking, "Are you okay?" In front of them was the collapsed bed. The girls sat on top of each other, looking very chaotic. His face darkened, coldly looking directly at them. Evette awkwardly held the plate of food high and suddenly stopped in front of Victor. She said, fearfully, "Want to eat." Victor angrily scolded, "You guys go run 20 laps for me." Evette was stunned, She had to accept, "So I have to close 3 beds." Evette looked at Cassandra with sparkling eyes. "Want to sleep together next time?" She guessed the intention and opposed, "No way." Under the night sky, the group surrounded the campfire and expressed, "Oh, it is so hot." Forrest complained, "It is so troublesome to eat with a beard." Fred Gustav then contributed an idea. "Your beard is growing longer and longer. Have not you thought about shaving it?" He said proudly, "I do not want to. The beard is a symbol of masculinity. My goal is to have the same length as Antarctic sage." She frowned, gross. Forrest put his shoulder on Hart Benson and asked for his opinion. As expected, young men can't understand the romance of men. Do you think so? Hart Benson also bluntly replied, "I do not intend to grow it longer." He tried to persuade, "Men's beards are as dangerous as women's long hair on the battlefield. If I were your enemy, I would definitely be very happy to have such a tool to help increase strength." Forrest enthusiastically described, "Grasp with the left hand, shave with the right hand, neat and clean." Both behind laughed at him together and gave their opinion. "It is best to shave it off." Under the blue sky, Roseanne walked to Forrest, who was washing his face, and spoke. "Good morning." Forrest was also friendly. "Good morning." He turned to wipe his face. Roseanne looked up, still in a daze. She looked closely again, and suddenly sensed something unusual. Forrest's face became smooth and revealed his inherent handsomeness. Roseanne shouted a long scream that shook the sky. "Ah!" Everyone around surrounded Forrest, discussing. "Really shaved? Can't even recognize him." A girl came over and touched Forrest's face and exclaimed, "It is really unbelievable that you are so handsome after shaving." He looked uncomfortable. "Don't touch it," randomly. Roseanne stood outside imagining, "Just thinking about me bathing in the river with him makes me feel a little strange." Ksenia wondered, "So you always considered him your sister?" She looked at the women visitors and suddenly had a premonition. It seems like many girls are preparing to act. She suggested, "Let Evette interact a bit and stop those thoughts of theirs by herself." Frances replied, "Everyone is not as insensitive as you." She turned to smile. "Tell me if it is right, Evette." The three were shocked to see Evette's fascinated appearance. During that time, she was looking at Forrest with adoring eyes, making the three stunned. "What?" Evette quickly ran to Forrest, who was surrounded by the girls. Frances was a little disappointed. "Evette, I did not expect you to be such a fickle person. I misjudged you." Ksenia said indifferently, "There is nothing wrong. At least people have good eyes." Roseanne quickly reminded, "Shh, keep your voice down." Everyone was discussing and looked towards one side. Victor came with a cake in his hand and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Marlene got straight to the point. "So I will ask you this question. If Evette and Lam are in love, would you support them being together?" His face darkened in an instant. They are the same age. Their personalities also match. As long as it does not delay work, then what reason is there to object? She thought for a moment. Okay, surprisingly calm. Victor stood up and said, "If there is nothing else, I will go train first." He hurriedly left before the eyes of everyone around. Marlene saw Victor's embarrassment and reminded, "The door is on this side." At this time, everyone was playing together in the garden. Frances wondered, "Are you not afraid of being disciplined by the leader?" Arthur was very calm. "It is okay, it is okay." He turned his back to Victor and said happily, "He has been wandering alone over there all afternoon." Victor sullenly folded his arms under the tree, his face very uncomfortable. Arthur excitedly called and invited playing. While the two were playing happily, Victor was still pondering. He recalled Evette's image. "This is the first time I have seen her have such an expression." In Victor's eyes, it did not seem real. Victor speculated himself. "That is right. Girls at this age have also reached the age of love. She is beautiful and has a good personality, and no matter where she goes, there will be many followers." Only unexpectedly, this time it happened to be Lam. He nodded sternly. "Is this the feeling of marrying a daughter off?" After that, Victor thought of the scene of Evette walking up the aisle. He drew a scene of her happiness with Forrest. Then Victor asked himself, if those two are together. Frances quickly shot straight towards this side. "Shoot!" Arthur panicked at the sight. "Where are you going to kick it?" The ball flew straight into Victor's head. He twisted his head to the side. Victor was motionless for a while, as if he had not realized what had happened. Frances worriedly hid behind Arthur. "Leader, are you okay?" Victor turned back with a murderous face. "Are you guys very free?" He snapped. "Carry 20 kilograms. Run from here to the top of the mountain. Ready. Everyone panicked. Don't be angry." Marlene stood outside watching everyone complain. Too heartless. She looked at Victor commenting, "Indeed, the future is uncertain." At this time, Evette hugged the book in her hand, smiling brightly. A hand behind her seemed to want to hold her back. Forrest and Ksenia crawled under the grass in a low voice. "Why, Vette?" Evette startled and cried out, "Ah!" The two of them pulled her skirt, making Evette confused. She tilted her head and asked, "Are you dating?" Ksenia then replied, "Have you ever seen anyone dating with this word?" She complained, "I do not know what happened to the leader today, but he made us train almost to death." Forrest also contributed, "I thought I was going to be killed by him." Ksenia turned to remind, "We will stay here for a while. Do not tell him that we are being lazy." Evette did not say anything, but just spread her hand in front of her. Ksenia angrily scolded, "How dare you ask for bribes?" She still kept scolding. In the end, if there is no empathy, then do not. Forrest saw this and quickly covered Ksenia's mouth. "Ah," he whispered. "Shh." Ksenia angrily said, "Why are you stopping me?" Forrest softly advised, Although everyone has recognized the state of the leader these days, but after all, he himself has not said anything. If we have spread rumors behind him. Victor suddenly appeared from behind with a cold voice. What are you spreading rumors about? Ksenia and Forrest could only turn back frozen. Both then realized and shouted in surprise. He could not help but be angry. You dare to be lazy here. I think you two have been enlightened, right? Victor dragged the two of them to train. Let us go, each person has to train for 2 hours. Evette suddenly came and boldly hit the book on Victor's head. She pouted, looking annoyed. He turned his head back to look. He was very surprised. Victor hugged his face, feeling wronged. Is it because I reprimanded the person in her heart? She gently touched Victor's forehead caringly. Why are you injured? Why do not you go for treatment when you are injured? He felt a little pain from being touched at the wound. Ouch. Evette immediately pulled Victor to another place. Come here. She let him sit under the tree, gently examining the wound on his forehead. Evette gently instructed. Remember to be careful. Taking care of your body is also very important, right? Victor then nodded like a child. Sorry. She rushed over and kept asking. Did you argue with anyone else? Have you been sad recently? He hesitated. Oh no. This. Victor suddenly changed the subject. Now we do not talk about that anymore. What is the reason you came here for? Evette replied. Ah, I came to find Lamb. He remembered the intimate scene of the two of them happily walking next to each other. Victor immediately flared up. He sullenly said nothing. Evette took out the book and excitedly called, Look at this. He read the words in the book and considered, a secret technique to change faces in the Eastern continent. Victor read very carefully, change face, a type of secret technique in the Eastern continent. The user can change the shape of the face in a few seconds, according to different colors. They can switch back and forth between old people. He quickly found the key point, upright people, bad people, and even beautiful people. Some other information was given, more common in mysterious wandering troops and a chain of hot pot restaurants. Finally he concluded, Is this why you care about Lamb so much? Evette said brightly, Eastern magic, I really want to see. Victor roared, Why did not you say it sooner, and changing faces is not what you think? Ksenia laughed after hearing this. Then that is great, the cabbage is not taken by the pig, this time you can rest assured, right? He was still sitting intently reading the book. Victor embarrassedly realized. Ksenia and Forrest were happy to laugh at him after seeing this. He angrily ordered, You two, practice for 2 more hours for me. The two said painfully in unison, Why? The space now only had Victor and Evette. Victor softly called, Evette. Victor silently proposed, If one day you have someone you like, remember to bring them back for me to see. He committed angrily. If he is a scum, I can help you deal with him first. In the quiet space Victor spoke, Because I promised to protect you well, so. Evette's lips moved, and her hand fluttered on her chest. Seeing this, Victor asked, What is wrong? She said with a sad tone, I always feel not very happy. Evette left, only leaving a sentence, I won't talk to you today. Francis's continuous calls rang out, Evette, Evette? She shook Evette while speaking loudly. Wake up quickly, it is not good. Francis signaled, Quickly look outside. She tried to carry Evette, who was snoring outside. At this time, Evette slowly opened her eyes to examine the situation. She was surprised by the scene in front of her. Francis happily stood on the porch and shouted, It is snowing. Someone walked on the white snow and said, Oh, as the leader predicted, winter has come very early. Victor said sternly, adding, It even came earlier than expected and made the storage of things only half completed. He felt the temperature and then judged. It is also possible that the temperature will increase later. To be safe, we should harvest the fruits and vegetables on the fields first. Victor looked at Ksenia and Forrest having fun and planned. All 5 people must do it. Hopefully we can complete the preparation for winter before sunset. Suddenly, his face darkened visibly. Did you hear clearly? We are not here to play. Victor came and put the bucket on Arthur's head as a lesson. He went to put a scarf on Evette. And you, Evette? You are wearing so little. What if you catch a cold in this weather? Arthur took in this scene and judged. He is now more and more like Evette's father. Evette was now wrapped in a thick scarf prepared by Victor. Victor was satisfied to see this. Good, ready, let us work. She lightly flicked the snow on the surface of the tomato. Evette held it up and speculated. Tomato. Francis was surprised. Ah, you also know its name. She softly explained. The Duke's family also often used it to cook. David said it is very nutritious and can help develop height. Frances suddenly realized, David, oh, that noisy butler. She leaned close to Evette and suggested, since you have picked it, do you want to try it? Evette looked at the tomato, her expression a little reluctant. She imagined the taste and cried out, bitter. Frances calculated. That is right. It will take a week to travel to the imperial city by carriage. Evette looked at her in a focused manner. But it is different with freshly picked ones. Try it. Evette listened and picked another one, and took a bite. Her eyes lit up and confirmed, sweet. Frances was happy, that is right. She replied gently, for those who grew up in the countryside, the land is like our mother. When the wind blows, we have to consolidate it, water it when it is dry. I have done those things for half a year. Frances concluded that only then can it bear fruit and harvest abundantly. Of course, it must be tasted at the best time. She suddenly stood up and said, life will not be complete if you do not taste the freshly picked vegetables. Evette looked at Frances with admiration. Frances smiled brightly. The countryside also has its own benefits, does not it? After that, she continued to guide Evette on how to harvest. Evette clumsily knocked everything over, making Frances a little helpless. She stood in front of the pile of fruits and vegetables that had been harvested. A finger suddenly touched Frances, making her turn around. Evette mischievously stuffed a pumpkin into her clothes, making her stomach bulge. Frances laughed, puffed. Under the winter weather, the trees gradually became bare of leaves. Frances looked into the harvest basket and said, are they the same, right? She sneezed and said, even if your body warms up after training, your hands are still very cold. A voice behind the bush rang out, hello, Frances, look over here. Frances panicked. Ksenia, what are you doing? Ksenia whispered, shh, do not let the leader and the others hear. She suggested, I put a pot next to you. Can you steal some vegetables for us to cook soup with? Frances looked helpless. What nonsense are you talking about? What if the leader finds out? Ksenia cleverly replied, if you do not tell, I won't tell, then who will know? She still tried to persuade. Just imagine the scene of you sipping a hot soup in this cold, snowy weather. Frances and Evette seriously thought for a moment. Finally, Evette took out the pumpkin from her clothes. So a delicious soup appeared. She liked. Frances also brightened her eyes. Looks delicious. She invited, let us start. Victor came and spoke. You guys are having a lot of fun, right? He and Arthur appeared with the seriousness they usually had. Kalia irritably said, why were we discovered? Arthur then rationalized. That is unreasonable. Smoke is coming out. He said flusteredly, reporting to the captain, the prisoners who stole food have been caught. So what should we do with this pot of stolen goods? Evette's face drooped, looking regretful. Victor observed and felt a little reluctant. He had to accept. What else can we do? Let us eat. Everyone was happy. Let us eat. Frances immediately volunteered to scoop soup for everyone. She gently gave the bowl of soup to Evette. She took a sip and felt the flavor. The soup brought warmth, making Evette feel very comfortable. Marlene had discovered it and immediately grumbled, finally scolded for eating before the meal. Winter came. The snow fell thickly, covering everything. Unknowingly, a deer appeared. It seemed to recognize humans and ran away. The person sitting on the tree then exclaimed, it is over. It is running. The deer ran straight towards Evette. That person warned, Evette, it is heading towards you. She slightly turned her face to look at it. Be careful. With a quick movement, her arrow pierced straight into the deer's neck, making it fall on the spot. Evette from afar was still very calm, holding the bow in her hand. Forrest then came and praised, great shot. On the other hand, Hart Benson showed regret. I originally intended to send it off with a final shot. They walked closer to the deer's body, and Forrest said, why, is not it all the same? Hart Benson replied. It is not the same, because this is the first time she is killed. Then the two turned to look at Evette's back from afar and thought, I want to end this sinful life. What if from now on she is psychologically traumatized and won't dare to eat meat anymore? On Evette's side, she was clasping her hands together and bowing her head. She gently knelt beside the deer's body and prayed. After finishing, she exclaimed, okay, let us try. The two people still could not take their eyes off her optimistic and innocent appearance. Evette finally spoke. We have to start dissecting from the ribs first. Hart Benson volunteered. Let me do this. A moment later in the simple wooden house, Forrest and Evette tremblingly walked in. He complained, it is too cold. Inside, Victor turned his face to the door and said, you are back. Evette then approached him and asked curiously, "What is it?" Victor opened a large jar and explained, "Rice wine. I saw that it is getting colder and colder. It is time to brew a jar to warm everyone's body." Hearing this, both Forrest and Hart Benson were very excited. "Leader, we are willing to follow you for this life." He bluntly criticized, "Too disgusting. Quickly scoop a bowl and go." Beside him, Evette gently pulled his sleeve. Victor turned to the side and saw her puppy eyes, understood her intention, but he bluntly said, "You can't drink." He scooped the wine into a bowl and explained to her, "This can't be given to a kid like you to drink. Wait another 5 years, no 10 years, and then talk about it." After that, Victor slowly brought the bowl of wine to drink. Before he could touch his mouth to the bowl, Evette came over and snatched it. She did not hesitate, and drank it all. And he was confused watching her enjoy the wine beside him. Victor stared and asked, "What are you doing? Spit it out quickly." As soon as she put the bowl down, Yvette's whole face flushed red. She said unsteadily, "Hard to drink." Victor scolded, "That is why I forbade you from drinking it." He also helplessly raised his hand to his forehead. "Wait 5 years. No, 10 years. And then talk about it." Immediately after, Evette fell into his arms. When his eyes opened in surprise, suddenly there was a voice, "Victor." Roseanne opened the door and walked in. "Leader, Arthur's group is back." Seeing the intoxicated and unsteady Evette could not help but make her wonder, "What is wrong with you two?" In that moment, Evette was unstable and fell to the ground. Evette, being impacted with the ground like this, she shouted, "A balot? A balot?" Outside the door, someone else walked in. Francis asked, "Is dinner ready?" Seeing the figure of the person coming, Roseanne ran over with a panicked face. She said in confusion, "Evette? Possessed? Leader?" Francis calmly reassured her, "Don't panic. Speak slowly." Meanwhile, Victor was just frozen in the chair. "Leader." Roseanne tried to explain the situation. "He has been frozen since just now as if he was dead. Cassandra has also checked. It is not life-threatening. Compared to this, you look at Evette first." Francis's expression was not very convinced. What happened to Evette again? When she came out to see, she saw Evette still smiling and talking happily as usual. Francis judged, but her mental state looks very good. Roseanne observed alongside, "You look closely again." At that moment, Yvette's face was still flushed, and her mouth was talking non-stop. "Honestly, I do not like eating celery very much. Every time I have to restrain myself to give it to Darwin to eat. It is really painful. The uncle at the market suggested I eat it with mayonnaise. What the hell? Celery with mayonnaise? Is this a combination that ordinary people can think of? But it is troublesome to refuse him, so in the end, I still ate it. The flavor at that time was really... But last month, those celeries were very delicious. When I helped people harvest them, I stole a shulpity. Lot. Not enough. Then she turned to Cassandra behind her and said, Cassandra, you only ate half a bowl of rice again." Yvette's mouth continued to operate at full power. "You have also been losing weight for a month. But if you reduce dinner and then eat snacks, would not you gain weight faster? In the end, why do people have to lose weight? If you can eat what you want and do what you want, would not you live longer?" Then suddenly she laughed. Noticing her smiling appearance, the group could not help but be confused. There must be something wrong. Evette still stubbornly continued, "Then listen to me." Evette put her head together with Cassandra and enthusiastically recounted. "When I got closer, I saw a black beetle. Then I found out it was 2 beetles, big and small. I thought they were a family of 3. They suddenly flew away, and their whole family flew into the sky. I also want to play with a loach, play with mud, and get it stuck to my feet. It sounds a bit uncomfortable, but the weather is not favorable now. Wait until spring, and we will play together. Victor always said that type of wine, if you drink it, you will turn out like this. Do you think your health is better today? If it gets a little colder, then it will be better. I won't. I think it will be okay. Ha ha ha." Roseanne saw the two of them put their arms around each other talking like that and could not help but be helpless. "Is that little girl really Evette?" Forrest whispered. "Or should we find a Taoist priest to drive away evil spirits?" Marlene said. "Wait a bit first. I will go check." She raised her hand to her mouth and took a breath. Immediately after, Marlene used all her strength and shouted, Who cooked something and hid the burnt pot in Darwin's cave? I said I wanted to cook soup, but I could not find a pot. If I find out, then I will skin that person." On Yvette's side, she was still very dreamy and blank. The group all thought, "It is her." Francis and Marlene ran over and pinched her cheeks. "Only this, she has not changed a bit." Evette exclaimed, "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!" Then suddenly Victor slowly came and said, "No need to make a fuss. She just drank some rice wine, so she is drunk now." Roseanne said after seeing this, Leader, you are awake. She also added, speaking of which, this is the first time I have encountered this situation. And Victor, after returning to normal, instructed, to prevent her from doing anything excessive, it is best to have someone take care of her. Roseanne then whispered in Francis's ear, this guy will pretend that nothing happened, right? His eyes glanced over while saying, after that, send. He just reached out his hand to ask, but the whole group was very far away. Why do you all seem so resistant? The group all said in unison, because we do not want any more victims. Meanwhile, on Evette and Cassandra's side, she had fainted on the floor. Cassandra, wake up quickly, I am still not done. After that, the group pushed her in front of Victor. Anyway, we hand her over to you. When she recognized him, then she raised her hand to rub her eyes and softly called, Victor. Evette smiled brightly and stretched out her arms requesting, hug, hug. She moved closer and closer, making Victor stiff. Hug, quickly hug. In her head, she imagined the scene of the two people piggybacking and happily recounting, then sliding down the hillside as if flying. The heart is beating thump, thump, thump. Hearing this, Victor breathed a sigh of relief. So she is talking about the matter before. After that, Evette continued to urge him, quickly. Victor replied, I know, do not rush. Beside him, Roseanne and the other two had arrived at Cassandra's place. Luckily, Cassandra fainted. Turning to Evette, after being carried up by Victor, then she excitedly said, let us go, he said helplessly. With the current situation, she probably has no reason anymore. I will take her back to the dormitory first. She will probably be better after sleeping. He said while instructing, also, the thing that happened today, tomorrow it is best not to say in front of her. The group all said in unison, we know. A moment later, in the bedroom, Victor tried to stop her. Don't touch it randomly anymore, you just need to lie down. Evette refused to listen. Ouch, the armor is too hard. Uncomfortable. Then she took off and threw the outerwear away. He was helpless. Wait a bit, do not take it off now. He sat on the edge of the bed, holding his forehead, while she was wiggling in the blanket. Then suddenly she opened the blanket, and at that time was wearing a pink dress. Transformation. Victor replied, okay. He took out a handkerchief and gently used it to wipe Evette's forehead. Victor did while instructing, I told you not to drink. You are still too young to drink these things. It is not good for you. But Evette then moved closer to him to ask, Cassandra is not much older than me, right? After that, she turned to hug the pillow and shared, I really like wine. I feel very dizzy, headache. All the worries will flow away. Hearing this, he then asked, have you encountered something troubling? She bluntly replied, of course. She began to list a bunch of things. There is a carrot in the gratin, and Darwin refuses to bathe, can't sleep at night, can't wake up in the morning, the fertilizer used in planting smells very bad. Not stopping there, she also embarrassedly added, there is still that thing, and that thing too. Victor patiently sat beside her. Say out all the thoughts in your head. Suddenly, Evette stopped. A question of hers was uttered, making him freeze. I do not know how my mother is doing now. She hugged the pillow tighter and bowed her head while saying, don't look at her like that. In fact, most of her eating, wearing, living, and traveling are taken care of by the servants. If she fails and is driven out of the Duke's mansion, where can she go in this cold, snowy season? She will be very cold. Won't winter in the imperial city be difficult? She began to reveal all her thoughts. Recently, when I am alone, I will think like this unconsciously. Victor heard this and sighed in sympathy. He softly said, it seems that you have put yourself in the position of a guardian. Victor imagined the scene of Evette carrying a large backpack and going on an adventure. There will be a day you will return to that familiar place. Use your hands to save the things that you could not do in the past, he concluded. And the only thing you need to do is trust her. And at that time, Evette had also laid down to sleep. He pulled the blanket up to cover her. Don't worry, winter will pass quickly. He even gently brushed the hair out of Evette's face. At that time, I will be by your side. After making sure she was asleep, then Victor left. The door closed, and now there was only Evette in the room. She curled up and snuggled in the blanket. Evette was not completely asleep. Her eyes were filled with deep sadness. Her tears began to fall. At the same time, outside, Cassandra was sitting looking at the snow falling at the window. She exclaimed, the snow is starting to melt. Cassinia ate while saying, is it? Why do I still feel very cold? Suddenly, Cassandra angrily turned back and scolded loudly. Hey, you guys, you are getting lazy again. Does that look like members of the Lionheart Brigade? Quickly go exercise for me. She did not forget to point at Evette and nitpick. And the one over there, you are wearing too much. You are complaining. It is too hot, she replied. If you feel hot, then take off some of them. Cassandra snuggled up to Evette and snatched some of her clothes off. Don't worry about your roasted sweet potato anymore. Forrest ate the roasted sweet potato while helplessly saying, in the morning she was dressed like a madman, and in the afternoon she was undressed like a madman. Evette is too miserable. There is a type of image called her father, feeling that she is cold. Ksenia replied, but the weather is so cold and the snow is so thick. How can you go out and exercise? Except for eating and sleeping. What else can you do? Cassandra still scolded gently. The snow is starting to melt a little. It is probably spring in half a month. We should prepare to sow seeds. She raised her hand to her chin and listed, have to go buy new seeds, have to discuss with the stall owner about the import of New Year's goods, and have to rearrange the patrol points again. With so many things, I am afraid I can't finish them all in one day. Beside them, Ksenia and Forrest glanced at each other. The two of them then said in unison, oh, that is the intention. Cassandra shouted loudly, too noisy. After that, she calmly announced, in short, I have to go to town for a trip these 2 days. Tell sister not to prepare dinner for me anymore. After saying all the words, she hummed while opening the door and leaving. Ensuring she had left, then Evette turned to ask, why do you have to go to town for a trip? Forrest replied, oh, that is right. This is the first time Evette is welcoming the new year here, right? He explained that, because winter is coming to an end, every year around this time the town will hold a festival. Ksenia added, to be honest, the people in town have many different festivals all year. Round. They began to explain more clearly about this festival, but the end-of-year festival is a little different. In addition to the fixed rows of stalls, every end of year there will be a fireworks show. To welcome the new year, it is said that if you confess under the fireworks, it will definitely be successful. Forrest added, almost every year she has to go for a trip like that. If it is for work, then the leader will definitely not refuse, but there has never been a thing that happened before she returned. He imagined the scene of Cassandra being embarrassed in front of the other person. Beautiful, beautiful brother, ha 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 ha, Forrest said, using my knees to imagine I know that she stammered preparing for a long time, but in the end, still could not say anything coherent. And Ksenia sighed. Will she succeed this year? Suddenly Evette looked up at something. Outside the snow had almost completely melted, leaving only the fresh green fruits and vegetables. At the same time in the kitchen, Victor was instructing Evette, when using a knife, you have to be careful, fold your fingers. He leaned closer and reminded, be careful not to cut your hand. As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted out of her hand. Victor helplessly used cloth to bandage the wound, but he still patiently taught her. It seems a bit hasty to use a knife as soon as you start. Learn how to season first. Put in the ingredients that take a long time to cook first. Before he could finish speaking, Evette had hands faster than her brain and poured a bowl of water into it. Seeing this, Victor panicked. Oil, do not break the bowl again, liar. And so a blue and black combination dish appeared. Let us temporarily consider it as made. Victor then turned to look at Evette's contemplative face. Seeing this, he realized, it seems like she is a bit distracted today. Evette tasted it with a pale face and praised. Very delicious. Victor said, you do not have to force yourself. Immediately after, he started making a new dish. Too much salt. You can add some potatoes to reduce the saltiness. His hands moved quickly. You can also use sugar to adjust the flavor. Soon the dish was completed. Try it again. Victor fed a spoonful to Evette. Noticing that her face lit up, he understood, a little pleased. Then suddenly Cassandra opened the door and called, Leader. She excitedly pulled out a piece of paper and said, the preparation for this year's Spring Welcome Festival is about to be carried out because there are more and more things to do. I plan to stay in town for 2 days and 1 night. If there are no problems, then can you come to confirm the schedule for me? He put his hand on his chin, agreeing, that is true. If you only go for 1 day and 1 night, then it is too rushed. After that, he turned to go do something. Okay, you wait for me one. Before finishing the sentence, Evette had pulled his sleeve. Victor curiously turned back to look at her. Cassandra seemed confused to see this, Evette. Until she realized, she softly exclaimed, ah! Immediately after Evette let go, Victor asked curiously, what is wrong with you? She struggled to speak. Finally, Evette spoke. That, she requested, can you let me go with you? Just like that, not long after, on the running carriage, Cassandra held her dress tightly. Her face bowed down. Her hands clenched tighter. Why? Rewinding the time, 2 days ago, Evette said to Victor, can you take me with you? Cassandra, in the present, worried. Even if that is the case, you should not invite so many people. All the romantic dreams that I carefully arranged will be ruined by these bastards. Suddenly, Forrest looked in from the outside and invited. Cassandra, do you want to play cards? She was stunned and said, huh. Roseanne also enthusiastically said, I want to too. I want to too. He agreed, okay. Suddenly Cassandra confusedly turned her head back. Wait, leader you are. Victor replied, ah, I forgot to tell you, it is because of the fireworks. He began to explain, so there will be many tourists from outside the town this year. The Lionheart Brigade has also received the task of maintaining law and order, so it would be better to bring more people. Cassandra's face gradually became empty as he continued. Anyway, they are very generous. The more he spoke, the more she trembled in disappointment. Food and accommodation will also be fully provided. Expenses can be saved more. Gradually then, Cassandra collapsed back. List of members. Prepare your luggage and go. Returning to the present, in the carriage, she shouted loudly, why did it turn out like this? She then remembered when Victor immediately agreed with Evette. Okay? Thinking of that, she could not help but feel a little wronged. As expected, Evette is more important in his heart. Just then, a shout rang out. Really stupid. You are not an elementary school student. Is this your first time going out to play? Evette took a few cards in her hand to cover her face, and shyly replied, this is really the first time. Cassandra said, what is there to look forward to in this? We are not here to play, but suddenly changed her attitude. Ah, you are lying. And Victor, sitting on the horse behind, saw that the car in front was noisy and exclaimed, they seem quite happy. He was pleased. As expected, letting everyone go out to play together is the right thing to do. Arthur looked at him helplessly in the back. You, he expressed anyway. Arthur's tone became more and more serious. There are many people coming from the town. Victor replied, most of them are coming to participate in the celebration, but it is said that recently there have been many businessmen coming from the Imperial City. Victor also reminded, have fun, but also do not forget work. Arthur agreed, yes. Yes. After that, the carriage passed through a deserted crossroads. When it just passed, a group of people appeared. Soon after, they were in the town. Cassandra and Evette sat at the same table. She asked, why did you follow me out to shop? Evette quickly replied, it looks very fun here. But in Cassandra's head, a bunch of thoughts appeared. Is it just my imagination? She seems uncomfortable when the leader is with me. Could it be? She probed more. Do you want to see the fireworks? Evette's face then sparkled. She also confided, when I was little, I was kidnapped once. So Evette's childhood memory returned. When I was little, I was kidnapped once. My mother told me many times not to do that, but in the end, the maid still came to take me there. She revealed, as a result, that left a psychological trauma in my mother's heart. Evette clenched the cup in her hand tighter. After that, I never went out again. She continued to tell with a calm face. The 10 years after that were not as difficult as I thought. Only, the thing I regret the most is that I still have not been to see the fireworks. After saying that, Evette turned to look at Cassandra. What is wrong? And she turned her face away to hide her emotions. It is okay. In fact, she was overwhelmed by feelings of guilt and embarrassment. Cassandra also said, I know no matter what, I will definitely fulfill your wish, but you still have to complete your mission well during the day. Evette replied, okay. The two of them started walking around the street when a vendor called, little girls, do you want a stockpile to plant for the spring? Come take a look. The person also introduced, these are all good seeds. The original price is at least 8 gold coins. But seeing that you two are so cute, today I exceptionally sell them to you for 5 gold coins. But suddenly Cassandra touched and said, wait. She began to analyze. At first glance, these seeds seem to be of high quality, but being able to buy them for 5 gold coins is really a bargain. Have you checked the bottom? Hearing this, the vendor planned to pounce. If you do not buy, then do not cause trouble. However, Evette stopped him, according to Cassandra's request. Evette quickly stopped him. And she pulled those bags out. All seem to be poured onto the ground, she also added. Only 1 per 3 of the top are good goods. The bottom mostly has been wet and moldy. Even the good parts have been damaged as well. Cassandra also keenly realized, I see you look familiar. You are not a resident of this area, right? You came here to sell goods. You just want to take a small amount of money and leave, right? Her face became more and more serious. You can leave, she added, but these things are best left here. That vendor was still stubborn. Why, I did not lie to you. You still want to rob me. Cassandra did not concede to him. This time, you did not cheat. But what about last time? If someone who was deceived before comes back, your goods will be returned to you and must compensate them. A sum. That vendor was stunned by what she said. Not having enough punishment is the same as not having a price to pay for crime. Or do you still want me to meet the operator and argue about that issue? He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Then he just knew to run away. Damn. Evette could not help but praise Cassandra. Too awesome. And she laughed out loud, full of delight. Of course, you idiot. She also triumphantly expressed, don't underestimate me. I managed the budget of the Lionheart Brigade when I was young. I have never lost money for more than 10 years. How can these tricks deceive me? My life goal is to start my own business. If I did not stay in the Lionheart Brigade, I would have become the target of competition of other major merchants. But then Evette's next question made Cassandra spray, then why did not you go? She continued to ask while she was silent. Is this your dream? Cassandra softly replied, what else can it be? She finally spoke frankly. I had long decided to give up my dream for that person. A moment later in another place, Evette, can you help me put away some of the dishes? Evette replied, okay. She carried a pile of dishes, making people worried. Are you okay? Then suddenly, she tripped on a crack in the floor. Evette's high stack of cups and plates swayed and clattered because she lost her balance. Because she was so surprised, she just dared to close her eyes and resign herself to fate. Fortunately, a gentle hand suddenly appeared and supported her. That person was none other than Victor. Evette followed the inertia and fell into his arms. He also conveniently supported her tray of dishes. If you can't carry it all at once, then divide it into two. The distance between the two people suddenly closed within inches. Victor was so embarrassed that he hurriedly changed the subject. Remember to be careful next time. Watching from afar was Forrest and Fried Gustav. He put his arm around and enthusiastically whispered, do you feel that the atmosphere between the two of them is a little wrong? Fried Gustav covered his mouth and stiffly exclaimed, my whole body is covered in goosebumps. Not noticing the murderous aura behind him, so Forrest was still cheerfully chatting. If you can become the leader, then can it be called one body of the Emperor? No. Fried Gustav calmly bowed his head and continued reading the book in his hand. How can there be such a good thing? To cut off their discussion, Cassandra deliberately put the tray of food hard on the table with a thud. Her eyes shot out a sharp look. Eat your food and talk less. Before the aura above, Forrest and Fried Gustav just knew to tremble, hugging each other, not daring to say much. Okay. Stepping next to Victor, Cassandra softly spoke and called, Leader. She shyly expressed her request. Can I talk to you for a bit? After that, she led Victor to a quiet place. Only the two of them were silently looking at each other. In Cassandra's heart, she was extremely anxious. This is not my usual style. Her heart was gradually overwhelming her reason. But because Evette had a movement to hold the leader back, so I have a not very good plan. Silently observing Victor's expression, Cassandra became even more determined. If I delay any longer, I am afraid it will become too late. She gathered all her courage and began to express her feelings. Leader, what would it be like if I told you that? With an embarrassed expression, she sincerely continued, I want to be by your side. Cassandra's small hand clenched tightly nervously. But not any relationship like friends, teammates, or siblings, but her cheeks flushed red as she softly uttered two words, lover. Cassandra looked straight at Victor and decisively asked, you, can you answer me? Before her frankness, he was extremely difficult, so he had to temporarily remain silent. His lips pursed, showing extreme deliberation. Finally, Victor turned his face away elsewhere and said embarrassedly, sorry. Cassandra had originally foreseen this outcome. Seeming that she was still unwilling to give up, she wanted Victor to confirm again, is it because of Evette? He responded to Cassandra with a heartbreaking silence. After so much deliberation, he finally chose to express his feelings. I also do not know. Victor sincerely confided his feelings. From a long time ago, I have always considered myself her guardian, caring about every word, every action, and every emotion all stem from the desire to protect. The bright moonlight reigned high, as if illuminating his secret emotions. I have always considered myself a generous person. Victor tried to calm down by clenching his hand. But just now, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. Indeed, I do not know how to say it, not these two words. After hearing him finish speaking, Cassandra quietly stood there, not needing to wonder anything more. Perhaps her heart had already accepted the severance of this love, is that so? A drop of water rippled the waves, making Cassandra whisper to herself, I should have thought of this sooner. Not wanting both to become awkward, so she pretended to be happy and gave Victor a painfully hit. Then I hope you can realize the feelings in your heart as soon as possible. After that, Cassandra turned away, leaving him standing there alone blankly. She was trying to hide her chaotic heart. Through Victor's words just now, she self-reproached for being too naive. I should have realized that earlier, that concern, that jealousy. Perhaps it was because she deliberately ignored Victor's change, and the unconscious worry and care. So that now Cassandra bitterly realized that it is the initial manifestation of being in love with someone. With a messy mood, she walked straight outside, not daring to turn her head back. Although her eyes were filled with tears, she still tried to restrain them. Silently wiping away tears, Cassandra kept telling herself, "Damn it, do not cry. It will be embarrassing if you get caught." She recalled the moment when Victor blushed shyly. It was the first time she had seen him with such an expression. Cassandra could not bear it anymore and screamed while ruffling her hair, "Is it really like that?" Lost in thought, she did not notice a shadowy figure secretly watching her. Taking advantage of Cassandra's sadness, he quickly approached. Would not it be better if she was not here? The person covered her mouth tightly and pulled her back forcefully. Not seeing Cassandra anywhere, Evette went out alone to search. "Cassandra, are you here?" She looked around and kept calling out loudly, "Cassandra." But the only response was the silent night enveloping her. Evette hurriedly reported this to Victor, who was equally panicked upon hearing it. "Cassandra is missing." He worriedly recalled their conversation just now. Could it be because of what just happened? Arthur sighed and reasoned positively. Could she be hiding in some corner to calm down? "I have searched everywhere for her and can't find her anywhere." He smiled and tried to joke. Could she be pretending to be missing and waiting for him to find her? Suddenly, a voice rang out, resolutely denying Arthur's idea. "Cassandra is not that kind of person." Evette stood up abruptly and affirmed firmly. Her intense expression startled everyone slightly. Not wanting to delay any longer, Victor quickly gave orders. "Freed and Lamb, you two go to the east and look for her." He turned to assign tasks to Marlene. "Sister, please ask the people in town if they have seen her." Before rushing off, Victor carefully instructed, "Evette, you stay here." But this time, she took the initiative to grab Victor's sleeve. Evette resolutely shook her head to express her refusal. Looking at Victor with determined eyes, she firmly proposed, "Let us go together." The entire team was frantically searching for Cassandra's whereabouts. "We have asked the people nearby. No one has seen Cassandra. All her luggage is in the room." It does not seem like she left in anger. Evette was distraught when she heard a piece of bad news pass by her ear. But someone said that recently, some unfamiliar faces have come to Hoenthon. Hart Benson urgently asked for more details. Are they merchants or mercenaries? With limited information, Roseanne had to shake her head helplessly. "I am not very clear about the specific situation. All I know is that they are asking about a noble young lady who has just come of age." Suddenly, Evette spoke bitterly. "Is it because I am here?" Everyone's eyes turned to her. Yvette's face paled as she continued her speculation. "They must want to capture me to gain merit with the royal family. But due to some misunderstanding, they might have mistakenly captured Cassandra." Fried Gustav hugged her, urgently stopping her. "In this situation, you should not go out with us," Cassicinia resolutely objected. "No, everyone in the Legion is going to find Cassandra. If she comes back now, she will be alone," Hart Benson frantically suggested. "Then go back to the original place and find a group of people to protect you." Faced with everyone's panic, Evette hopelessly affirmed that it is the same everywhere. She resolutely faced her own problem. "As long as Winchestown is alive, I will not be safe anywhere. Blindly hiding will only implicate innocent people." Yvette's eyes did not waver in the slightest. She bravely continued, "Please lend me a bow and arrow." As she predicted, Cassandra was tightly bound at that time. The kidnappers' annoyed voices rang out. "Did not I tell you to capture the person based on their portrait?" They opened the curtain and kept grumbling. "Look at the calloused palms of her hands. How can she resemble a pampered noble young lady?" Ignoring Cassandra's unconsciousness, they only focused on blaming each other. "If you have the ability, why do not you go and do it yourself? Do you know how tight the security is there? I squatted and waited for 2 days and saw this girl running around alone there." Due to the noise outside, she finally woke up. One of the kidnappers looked straight at Cassandra and said coldly, "So what should we do now? Should we just kill her?" Because she was tightly bound, she could only tremble and shout inaudibly. Fortunately, the other kidnapper was still sober and made a decisive decision. "No." He roughly removed the gag from Cassandra's mouth. The kidnapper showed her a picture of Evette and questioned sternly, "Do you know this girl?" Cassandra suddenly realized their purpose. These two came here for Evette. Secretly observing her expression, the kidnapper happily suggested, "It seems like I guessed right. Did not I, girl? Let us make a deal." The devious side-swept bangs continued. "Our friend wants to know the location of this girl, and we will take care of her." He even manipulated Cassandra's psychology. "I know. You women always like to make trouble with each other, especially with someone as beautiful as that." After the failed confession, his words shook her violently. "You must be hoping that she disappears, do not you?" The kidnapper smirked and raised his chin to continue. So what now? Do you want to cooperate with us? Cassandra lowered her head to the ground, silent, and said nothing more. Suddenly she asked the kidnapper in a low voice, "Come closer, I will tell you." After luring the side-swept bangs close, Cassandra used all her strength to kick the kidnapper straight in the face. He fell down in pain, straining his neck and screaming shrilly. Cassandra bravely affirmed to them, "Yes, I hate her. I am jealous of her. I once imagined how wonderful it would be if she disappeared one day, but that does not mean I do not need self-esteem anymore." She spat out each word, resolutely extinguishing the shamelessness of the kidnappers. "Do not use your dirty thoughts to speculate about me." Cassandra glared at them, constantly scolding, "You scum!" The kidnapper she hit earlier went crazy and rushed to slap her, but Cassandra quickly dodged. "You stinking bitch, you wanna die!" She accurately timed it and used her body to push him aside. Just like that, she jumped out of the car and ran away headlessly. What? Why am I acting like an idiot? Because her hands were still tied, it was much more difficult to escape. She kept panting heavily. The image of Evette appeared in Cassandra's mind, to protect that silly girl. Suddenly, she lost her balance and stumbled to the ground. Cassandra helplessly blamed herself, "So that is why you put yourself in danger." Suddenly, a hand appeared and pulled her away. The two kidnappers were frantically searching around. The side-swept bangs snapped irritably. Where did she run off to? His companion panicked. What should we do next? The side-swept bangs turned around and yelled pale-faced, "Quickly find her. If she goes back to the Lion Legion, we are dead." He said sternly, "Quickly capture her. Let the carriage sink to the bottom of the lake too." At that time, Evette was trying to cover Cassandra's mouth to avoid making any noise. After calming down, she looked up at Evette. Cassandra's mood was exactly a mixture of relief and speechless expressions. Because of that, she whispered, "Why is it you?" Evette did not say much, just uttered one word, "Really." Cassandra was stunned and asked her again, "Really?" Thinking that Evette would rise up strongly, but who knew she would tremble and fall? "It is so scary." He said he would let it sink to the lake. Cassandra panicked and whispered, "Do not cry. You are really useless." In front of them, the two kidnappers were still searching tirelessly. The sharp-eyed side-swept bangs looked around. He vaguely noticed something unusual. There seems to be some sound on the other side. Cassandra could only anxiously cover her mouth, trying not to make any noise. The two of them tiptoed into a nearby cave. Cassandra then said softly, "It is too dangerous to go out now. Let us stay here until morning to wait for rescue." She looked at Evette with suspicious eyes. "Why are you the only one? Where are the others?" With her quick wit, she secretly guessed that. Could she have gone alone to save me? But her answer stunned her. They went elsewhere. She honestly told Cassandra everything. "I rolled down the slope. When I woke up, I did not see anyone." She was completely helpless in the face of Evette's indifference. This person is really clumsy and incompetent." She rushed forward and lectured her severely. "Are you stupid? Who is as weak as you and insists on saving people?" Cassandra angrily said loudly, "You are just causing trouble for others. Even if you were not here, I could have escaped on my own." Evette did not bother to deny her words, but just nodded to show her agreement. She hesitated and said, "But do not you hate me? Why do you care about whether I live or die?" Cassandra was surprised and muttered in her heart, "What?" She remembered clearly what she said to the kidnapper just now. "Yes, I hate her. I am jealous of her, and I imagined how wonderful it would be if she disappeared one day, but that does not mean I do not have dignity." Her eyes widened and she froze. "You heard everything," Evette honestly nodded again. Losing all face, Cassandra blamed herself with a headache. "Damn it, I was too impulsive then." Then both girls fell silent. Seeing Evette's aggrieved look, she could not help but say, "I am that kind of person." She decided to pour out all the pent-up feelings in her heart. "Because of a man I can give up my dignity and dreams, even though I know he has never had any other thoughts about me. But I am still shamelessly by his side." Cassandra confessed tormentedly, "I want to pursue it with all my strength, but I do not have enough courage. I want to let go, but I can't." Her loneliness grew with the years. "Why is not that person me? Why does this relationship only bring me pain? I hate you. I am jealous of you. I even want you to disappear." Cassandra lowered her head and whispered, "Finally, even I feel like I am not myself anymore." She deliberately drove Evette away. "Now you know I am such an evil woman. Please do not come near me anymore." But Evette resolutely objected. "I do not want to." Cassandra pretended to be cold again and asked her, "Then you should stay away from the leader in the future." Evette even more strongly objected to the request. "No way." She was speechless and gave up. "Do you understand human language?" But not only was Evette not angry, but she also gently asked her, "Besides love, is there anything in life worthy of your memory?" Although she was a little shy, she still chose to directly express her own thoughts, although I still do not fully understand the definition of love. But if it were me, I would not want to give up other important things because of it. Cassandra shouted excitedly. What do you know? I have always liked him since I was little. Her hands trembled because of the grievances in her heart. I gave up my dreams and friends just for him, doing my best to become someone who can help him. Cassandra closed her eyes in dissatisfaction and continued. Denying it is like denying my past. Realizing that she was too stubborn and that is why she was still hung up on it, Evette said seriously, what about the future? Do you want to continue for it? Her words seemed to have a strong impact on Cassandra, and once again give up my future. She lowered her head in despair and secretly accepted her own weakness, I know. Finally, she poured out all her feelings. I know, you idiot. They hid in a cave all night just as it was dawning. Cassandra's voice echoed loudly. Evette, Evette, wake up, it is morning. She tried hard to shake the sleepy Evette. Get up. Looking at her still motionless, Cassandra muttered speechlessly. You really have not improved at all. Suddenly there were rustling sounds outside the cave entrance. She startled and asked loudly, Who is it? Because she was too scared, Cassandra did not notice that Evette had woken up. Could those guys have come back? As quick as lightning, Evette drew her bow towards the direction of the sound, ready to shoot an arrow at any time. Cassandra opened her eyes wide and looked in the direction of the sound. Fortunately, what had just appeared was just a horse. At this time, Evette slowly lowered the bow and arrow in her hand. Both breathed a sigh of relief looking at the horse. Evette observed her surroundings while Cassandra slowly approached the horse. Where did it come from? There is no sign of the Lion Legion. It seems to be the horse of those two kidnappers. Cassandra worried. She put her hand on her chin and pondered, if it appears here, it means that those two people have encountered some accident and cannot return. It is best that those two have been caught. However, Evette next to her was not like that at all. She smiled happily. Then that is great. Then we can go back. Cassandra was still silent and lowered her head. She faintly thought of every moment Evette and Victor interacted. When I go back, I will have to face that pain again. Looking at Evette's innocent face, she suddenly spoke. Before that, Cassandra smiled, but her face was filled with sadness that she could not hide. She gently invited her. Can you take a walk with me? Amidst the lush green trees, Cassandra and Evette rode on the horse from before. Arriving at the place, both dismounted. The mountain scenery existed. Cassandra took steps and could not help but admire. It is really beautiful. She turned her head and saw that Evette was hugging the stone tightly, unwilling to let go. Are not you coming over? Afraid of heights? Cassandra gently curved the corners of her lips, sincerely coaxing. Do not worry. I won't have any hostile intentions towards you anymore. She crossed her arms behind her back. Evette also came over. She listened silently and attentively to what she said. Do you know, in that great famine, I was almost sold by my father to exchange for food with slave owners. It was Victor who saved me. The image of Victor that year could not be faded in Cassandra's memory. Because of that moment, I have liked him for more than 10 years. She secretly imagined the scene of Victor saving her. Again, if today, the person who came to save me was not you but him, maybe I would never be able to escape that relationship. Then she felt lighter than ever. Evette was in danger with a knife held to her neck. When she trembled, she could only shed tears. It is a pity it was not him. It is fortunate it was not him. Cassandra suddenly felt more relaxed than ever. I was not left alone to go through the most worrying moments of my life, Evette. Then she said with regret, It would be nice if you were an evil girl. Suddenly, Cassandra took a big breath. She screamed loudly, scaring Evette, try hard, quickly become the leader's wife. Cassandra spread her arms and continued to shout loudly, If everyone feels that I will fall into despair because of a man, then that is a mistake. She stretched out her hand with determination. First, a small goal. Within 3 years, I will create my own caravan. In Cassandra's eyes was great determination. Within 10 years, I will become the richest woman in this country. I can have as many handsome guys in this world as I want. Finally, she smiled confidently. Just wait and regret it. Evette, in the back, stared blankly at Cassandra. Cassandra regained her composure after shouting, took a breath, and felt much better after saying it. She turned her head towards Evette. Okay, let us go back quickly. Only to see her sitting on the rocks, with a somewhat strange expression. Cassandra looked at Evette in front of her in confusion. What are you doing? Sand got into my eyes. Evette raised her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes closed tightly. I can't open my eyes. Because of that, I can't see Cassandra's emotions now. Cassandra said incomprehensibly, What nonsense are you talking about? Whether happy, angry, or sad? She bluntly replied, After going back, I do not remember anything. Unexpectedly, Evette reached out to Cassandra. She smiled gently. Cassandra was unconsciously stunned. She put on a troubled look. What are you doing? Cassandra lowered her head, using the darkness to cover the expression on her face. You are really incomprehensible. In the mountains and forests, what echoed that day were the bold words of a woman who would be the richest in the future. Each tear rolled down Cassandra's cheek, and a heartbroken girl, small, with a little sadness. Evette kept her eyes closed, letting Cassandra lean on her and cry, "Head, where's my head?" As soon as they returned, someone immediately ran out to greet them. The two ladies are back. Frances hurried from afar. Cassandra got off her horse, and she immediately rushed over, hugging her tightly. Thankfully, you are okay. Seeing Evette behind her, Frances quickly pointed and scolded. And you too, do not you know how dangerous the situation is, yet you dare to run around alone. After scolding, her face became serious, and her eyes reddened. Frances looked at Evette and Cassandra unharmed without a scratch. She could not help but hug both of them. It is so good that you two are safe. Suddenly remembering something, Cassandra asked Frances nervously, "That is right. Is the leader here?" "I have something to say to him," Frances hesitated. "If you are talking about those thugs, then we have caught them. The leader is interrogating them." She lowered her eyes slightly, and her voice also lowered. "Evette, you have to prepare yourself mentally." Frances anxiously warned Evette, "Your mother may have fallen from grace." The side-swept Bangs sat on the ground under Arthur's guard. His face was bruised all over. The side-swept Bangs still wanted to deny the crime. "Miss Evette, I beg you, please save me. We were just momentarily confused. We had no intention of harming you." Victor turned his head to ask Evette, "Have you met this person before?" She still remembered everything in the past. He used to be the leader of a trade association very loyal to Winchester. He often visited the Duke's residence, and he would give many gifts every year, so I have an impression of him. He was not surprised by this. The trade association leader had dealings with the Duke's residence, so he had a lot of power. Arthur had accurate reasoning. Even to harm the young lady, there was no need for him to personally go into battle. The side-swept Bangs trembled non-stop. It is because that woman wanted to oppose the royal family, so we also encountered disaster. He fell into a state of helplessness, just because she was unwilling to rely on the eldest prince, making her own situation difficult, resulting in us losing the right to do business in the royal city. The side-swept Bangs harbored resentment in his heart, until I went to beg her. Unexpectedly, that woman ignored the previous relationship and rejected us outside the door. The side-swept Bangs believed he was doing something good. The livelihoods of several hundred workers under my command all depend on me to maintain. I only thought of capturing the young lady to threaten her. Evette hesitated to explain. "Impossible. My mother, she..." He swore to prove his words. "If I lied in any way, may I die without a whole body." Evette was a little shaken after hearing what the side-swept Bangs said. Suddenly, Victor reminded her to think carefully. "Do you believe the person who has taken care of you since you were little? Or the one-sided words of this rogue?" He gripped the sword in his hand. Even if people do not lie, they will consciously cover up the facts that are unfavorable to themselves. Do not let his words sway you. He panicked and could not speak. Evette took Victor's hand, as if wanting to stop the punishment for the side-swept Bangs. Cassandra rushed over, advising her not to make a decision in a hurry. "Evette, I know you are not heartless, but your sympathy is not appropriate for this real-world issue. Leave it to the leader, and them here." She asked Victor for his opinion before acting. "Can I handle it?" Cassandra was confused because he did not answer her leader. Evette still cared about the current condition of the side-swept Bangs. "Your leg is injured, is not it? Wait a moment. I will fix it so it won't be crooked when treated." Arthur was not surprised at all. She really is a noble young lady who does not understand the ways of the world. It has come to this, and she still wants to help the enemy heal their wounds. He looked towards Victor. The leader really lets her do as she pleases. The side-swept Bangs shouted. He misunderstood Evette's good intentions. "Do not think that doing this will be able to curry favor with me." She calmly replied, "I am not currying favor with you." Evette stated the reason for this action. "I just do not like the smell of blood." A faint image appeared in her memory. "I do not like the smell of blood." Evette felt pained when remembering the past, not liking the feeling of a sword-piercing flesh, not liking the screams of a creature standing before the door of death. She tried to suppress her sad mood, but compared to these things, what Evette was worried about was only one thing. "I do not like the risk of losing friends even more." She decided to use magic to save the side-swept Bangs. The side-swept Bangs could not help but doubt his life. "This is," Evette explained earnestly. "It is healing magic. Besides being a princess, there are many valuable things. It depends on whether you are worth the risk," she said meaningfully, "if you still have a life to go back to." Evette stood up to guarantee from now on, no matter how harsh the interrogations you endure, rest assured, as long as there is still a breath, I can still heal you like now. The vicious cycle was brought up by her: torture, heal, torture, then heal again. Everyone was surprised by Evette's calm attitude until a crack appeared in her spirit. Her threat made the sides swept, bangs pale. How long can you persevere like this? Francis suddenly turned his head back. Francis was a little puzzled. Why are you the only one? Where are the others? Cassandra replied gently. The leader took Evette to rest. She sadly recounted the event. Last night, she seemed to have stood guard all night and only went to sleep in the morning. Some things just happened, so she could not control her emotions. Thankfully, everything has been resolved. Francis did not reveal many emotions. So, did you ask anything? Cassandra said the reason for the incident. That trade association leader was speculating on contraband. So Duke Winchester did not protect him. The other party harbored resentment in his heart and wanted to take revenge on her through this method. Hearing this, she felt a little more at ease. It is good that it is not a big deal. Francis felt confused. If everything went smoothly, then why are you trembling like you are scared? Cassandra flusteredly denied. I am not. Her face became sad. Okay, it is true that there is a little... Cassandra only dared to think in her heart. Whether it was when she was arrested or when her mother was smeared for no reason, it seemed to have reached her limit. She recalled that scene. It was the first time I saw Evette angry. Cassandra was no less confused. At that time, I felt very scared. Unknowingly, we have gone through so many things together. She naturally thought back after a moment of daze, but we have been living together for a year, I almost forgot. Cassandra felt this more clearly than anyone else. She used to be in a dominant position, so we do not share the same world. On this side, Evette also had a bad feeling. Achoo! Victor took a shawl for Evette. Are you cold? Your whole body keeps trembling. It is like someone is mentioning me. He blamed himself for not being able to take care of her. I'm sorry, I put you in a dangerous situation again. The 2-year agreement Duke Winchester made is now only half left. It seemed that Victor had already guessed. It seems that the situation is not as optimistic as she expected. Evette was worried nonstop. It is very cold sleeping in the cave. I am afraid of being chased down. She remembered her actions towards the side-swept bangs. Doing things I did not want to do. Threatening people I did not want to threaten. Then Evette bravely drew her bow when facing danger. But I am very happy. This is the first time I can use my strength to protect others. She stared at her hand. Evette suddenly clenched her fist. Very quickly, she gradually regained her spirit. Evette suddenly called out, Victor. She whispered into Victor's ear. I have something I want to discuss with you. At the same time, the royal city, a peaceful thatched house, flashed by. The bell rang as the door was gradually opened. The shop owner greeted, Heloise. Welcome, she gently waved her hand. I found you. Carl received the information. I heard that recently you were framed by the trade association's subordinates. Heloise showed anger. I am very busy. All of them do not clearly state their purpose. He was not surprised by her temper. You are still as resolute as ever. Carl pushed the paper towards Heloise. I am here today for this. He already knew but still asked again. This arrest warrant has been circulating in the black market for a while, but you do not seem surprised at all, do you? Heloise thought that Carl only had one purpose in finding her. What, are you short of money these days? Do you want to confirm the matter again? No, I am just curious to know where you hid that little girl. However, Carl ignored her and analyzed the situation. Based on the map, on the day the Duke's young lady disappeared, a total of 3 teams left the Duke. The destinations were respectively the ancient East, the northern nomadic people, and the border area of the Lion Legion. Thanks to you, the young lady's location for the past year, no one knows exactly where. Heloise's hands suddenly clenched, but currently the trade association members who went to the Lion Legion to inquire about the young lady's news have not returned. I guess her whereabouts have been exposed. Carl could not rest assured. Things have come to this. Do you still think the Lion Legion is a safe place? Heloise became tense. So what? He seemed to understand Victor's personality. Victor is also someone I watched grow up. He does things in an orderly manner and has never gone back on his promise. Evette especially received his protection. Heloise was a little dizzy after talking for a while. The scene in front of her swayed continuously. Unexpectedly, Heloise collapsed on the table, accidentally spilling the glass of water. Carl was happy to have an answer. With your affirmation, the trip was not in vain. She cursed loudly. Damn it, what do you want to do? Carl suddenly showed a sly smile. Do not worry. Could I still hurt you? It is just a little unhappy. Heloise stood up, wanting to stop him. Wait, do not go and bother her. At this time, Jane inadvertently passed by him. Carl? She hurriedly went into the tea house. Duke. At that time, Jane panicked when she saw Heloise faint. Duke. She hurriedly ran over to ask clearly the reason. What happened? Are you okay? Heloise hurriedly instructed her. I am okay. You quickly chase after the person from just now. But Jane hesitated to answer her. He has gone far away. Heloise did not know what to say at this time. She was afraid that Carl would do something bad. Is he afraid that this world is not chaotic enough? Victor was waiting outside the training ground. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his face. Forrest and he were staging a scene for Evette to learn from. Victor calmly said, Okay, we are currently being ambushed, so do not panic. Currently, we are having a self-defense class. He grabbed Forrest's hand. When someone like this grabs your neck, remember not to resist him. You must follow his strength. Prioritize getting away from him. Then he slowly turned around, turning over like this. As quick as lightning, catching the opponent off guard, bringing him down. Forrest lay below, curled up. Victor calmly asked Evette, Do you remember? He instructed carefully, but if the strength of the two sides is too far apart, these methods will not work, so basic practice is the most important. Evette flexed her hand in Victor's surprise, so fast effect. He touched her soft arm, and did not know what to say. Then he shouted loudly, Okay, now switch, you come here. Francis immediately wrapped his arms around Evette's neck. Victor reminded, Remember, do not use too much force. Compared to attacking the opponent, escaping is more important. Evette held her hand tightly, thinking and calculating. Suddenly, she slipped out of Francis's hand. Both Forrest and Victor were stunned. He had to reluctantly accept. In some sense, this method seems more stable. It would be great if you could do this in actual combat. He calculated, although the danger this time has been resolved, but I am afraid that in the future, there will be more and more people targeting Evette. It is good to teach her more self-defense techniques. Suddenly, Victor's voice lowered. After all, he looked at Evette's figure. There will come a day when she has to leave this place. Thinking this, he lowered his head with a sad look. Forrest was surprised by his attitude. He thought Victor seemed sentimental. Leader, do not, Victor interrupted. Shut up. Seeing this, he laughed non-stop. Evette and Francis were both confused by the scene of those two people. She chatted with someone and left the training ground. Suddenly, she turned around. Evette grabbed Victor's wrist, whispering a few words into his ear. That made him think. Night gradually fell. She stood by the doorframe with a hesitant look. Evette's eyes were blank. At that moment, she met Victor. Suddenly, she walked away quickly. I am full. I am going out for a walk. Cassandra ran after her. Wait a moment, Evette. Do not go out alone. Suddenly, a hand stopped her. Victor stopped Cassandra from chasing after Evette. She went outside, wandering along the road, but in a place she did not know. Someone was behind her trying to grab Evette. She suddenly noticed something unusual. Then she quickly grabbed that person immediately. The people around surrounded them. It really is an assassin. Quickly tell me, who sent you? No, I am an acquaintance of Evette. Hearing this, Evette stared at that person. She raised the knife, he shouted. Stop, Evette examined carefully. I do not know you. That person stood up suddenly. Look carefully, do not tell me you forgot me. Everyone there could not help but be stunned. Victor there was also extremely stunned. That person looked at her. I am your father. Now Evette also realized, I remember now. Carl drank water non-stop. He was extremely happy. Indeed, the wine in the countryside is still the best. Carl patted Victor's shoulder, who was sitting next to him. You are the commander of the Lion Legion. Your physique is really good. Why is your face dark? Are you so worried about what happened? Just now, it is okay. My daughter's mother often pats my shoulder like this. It is a way of showing affection. Do you find me humorous? Cassandra found it strange. Is that really Evette's father, Forrest? Was also confused. Their personalities are not alike at all. Carl enthusiastically asked Victor, Have you ever been to the north? Let me tell you, I just came back from there last week. The wine there is really not for people to drink. It is bitter and spicy, but you can't not drink it. If you do not drink it, you will freeze to death. Speaking of freezing to death, there was a time Cassandra looked intently. Do not talk about things that should be kept quiet, Forrest acknowledged. He really is talkative. She then looked over. What is Evette doing over there? At the same time, Evette watched the food fall towards her. She was delighted, opening her mouth to catch it, just in time. Francis asked Evette in a low voice, Hey, Evette, is that really your father? She said, My father is an adventurer. He is always traveling outside, so we rarely meet. He goes alone, going to the desolate west. Carl is always full of energy. Wife, I am back from mining coal. From this place to that place, going to Atlantis. He is always proud of his achievements. Wife, I am back from fishing. In addition, there is also going to the eastern continent. This time Carl cried, Wife, I stole the jade seal back. Considering our many years as husband and wife, can you redeem me this time? If Evette remembers correctly, Mom said next time we meet, it is okay to beat him to death, no need to keep the body, Carl reminded from the table next door. Wait, I heard that. It hurts Dad's heart too much. Victor pretended to cough a few times. May I ask what business you have here this time? Ah, Carl returned to the main topic. I almost forgot. He rummaged around looking for something. Everyone saw the strange things that Carl brought. He muttered, Not this either. Carl placed a scroll on the table. The others could not believe their eyes. He knew they understood. That is right. It was Evette's picture, Carl emphasized. It is the arrest warrant for my daughter. They stared intently at the warrant. Victor and Arthur were both very calm. Evette recognized it, but did not say a word. Francis was angry. How can it be? Cassandra simultaneously said loudly to Evette. Was not that man last time targeting you because of personal grudges? Why are there other people hunting you down now? Carl explained, No, this one's reason is because his mother was caught in the middle of royal political struggles and had no choice but to take refuge here. Suddenly Victor interjected. Wait a moment. Carl immediately replied, It is okay. You will also receive this news from others within a month. What is the difference? His voice lowered. Anyway, a war will break out very soon. Cassandra was surprised. War, Carl expressed, so I came here to take the little girl away. Evette wondered. Go where, he repeated. Leave this country. For him, Yolata, Istachi, Tianqui, there is always a place where the shadow of the royal family cannot hide. Carl grabbed his daughter's hand tightly. He said decisively, It is not safe here anymore. Carl instructed, Go pack your luggage, we will leave early tomorrow morning. Evette hesitated. Wait a moment, I have not yet. Her wrist trembled. Evette exclaimed, It hurts. Suddenly, someone knocked Carl's hand away. He was completely stunned. Then Carl could only smile lightly. Victor's eyes were serious. He struggled in his heart. In front of her father. Why am I showing this protective posture? It is not right. He took the sword, and then excused himself. Excuse me. He stood tall and straight. I have no intention of opposing you, but Evette has grown up. She has the ability, and she has the right to choose her own future. I just do not hope that anyone will underestimate her will. He was shocked, the little girl. In Carl's mind, Evette was just a child who needed to be protected and sheltered. He wondered while catching her whispering something to Victor, what good choice could she make? Suddenly Evette asked, You just said, roughly another month. I will be threatened, Carl wondered. So what? She revealed, in other words, these 2 days are still safe, right? Give me a few more days. Her eyes were full of ambition. I hope there can be one time for me to personally give you a satisfactory answer. He was completely surprised by his daughter's attitude. Carl grabbed Evette and shouted loudly, Are you sick? What medicine did they give you to drink? Do you know what you are saying? Francis and Arthur immediately pulled him away. Francis tried to salvage the situation. We have not even had a few glasses of wine. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Arthur was no less. Come, I will make 2 more delicious dishes. Drink 2 bottles and then go. Carl struggled. Wait a moment. I still have something I want to ask the little girl. Those 2 still pulled Carl away, leaving Evette and Victor looking at each other in confusion. His face was sad, wondering. The little girl. Has she changed now? Evette and Victor both stared intently at the arrest warrant. Outside, the sound of swords clashing was heard, the strong bullying the weak, lacking grace. Roseanne held her head in dismay. I have to go back and tell her mother. She emphasized to Carl, who was cheering enthusiastically, I am using one hand to fight her. Evette tried her best to slash repeatedly at her father. Then she suddenly turned her back and left. Carl breathed heavily, tiredly. What are you guys doing? Is it very meaningful to use the name of training to watch the little girl suffer? I do not think she will have a breakthrough in this short period of time. He gradually became worried. The little girl is so clumsy. Telling her to do things like training, she might get hurt, Victor agreed. It was like that at first. Suddenly, Carl turned to look at him. His face suddenly changed. You hurt the little girl? Victor lowered his head. For this, I apologize. He sat and listened intently to what he said, but I think it was worth it. At that time, Roseanne was training Evette. The 2 swords swung wildly. Unexpectedly, she finished with a direct blow. causing Roseanne to immediately defend. She was secretly happy in her heart. It is too heavy. Her sword swinging has more force, but... Suddenly she shouted, "Take this!" Evette quickly dodged. Roseanne could only yell, "Huh." Then Evette realized, there is an opening. She then knocked the sword out of the opponent's hand. Roseanne was stunned by that move. Evette, who was holding the sword tightly, was also very surprised. Carl caught that scene and could not help but be surprised. Victor said to him, "I hope you can witness this scene." At the same time, Evette was very happy in the cheers of everyone. Carl shouted loudly, "Evette!" Both were cleaning the sheep pen. Because he could not persuade her, his voice was a little pleading. "Go with Dad, we can travel around the world, to a place where no one knows you." He added some words of enticement. "There are a lot of watermelons. You can eat as much as you want, eat one bite and throw one bite." Evette reprimanded, "Wasting food is not allowed." Carl was heartbroken. "I do not want to be told that by you." She said straightforwardly, "Dad is troublesome, very cumbersome." Those words were like stabbing straight into his heart. Evette insisted, "You said wait a few more days, you broke your promise." Her voice was firm. "If you are like this again, I will write a letter telling Mom to catch you back." Carl seemed to collapse spiritually. "Why do you insist on doing things your own way? Is there someone here that you can't bear to give up?" However, she did not answer, but continued to clean up. Not being answered made him wonder. Carl asked, "What is wrong?" Evette stammered. "Yes, not really," she explained. "I do not want to leave here, because I understand this place, because of the mountains and friends in this place, but also maybe it is because of that person." Evette's voice lowered. "I myself am not clear what this feeling of trembling is, but Dad has reminded me." But she was sure of one thing. Before leaving, "I still have something to do." After saying that, Evette left without looking back, no matter how loudly he called, "Wait a moment, Evette!" Carl watched his daughter leave with a feeling of utter disappointment. He panicked and held his head. "Impossible. It is probably not what I think. My fragile daughter, besides eating and sleeping, she does not know anything." Then he was skeptical. "Do not tell me the little girl is in love." The luggage was prepared carefully. Clothes, water, dry food. Then gently closing it, "It is probably enough." Francis quietly entered the room and asked Cassandra, "You really have to go?" She felt empathy. "I know the current relationship between the commander and Evette makes you very sad, but there is no need to." Cassandra interrupted, surprising Francis. "You misunderstood." She said, "I am just contacting the major trade associations, using the identity of the Lion Legion's representative to exchange and learn, understand a little about the recent market trends." Cassandra said calmly, "It is because I am preparing for my own changes later. It has nothing to do with the two of them," she added. "Besides, I only go 2 days a week. I still have to go back to handle the daily tasks." She was honest. And the commander and Evette? Both of them are people I like very much. Then she stood and looked through the window with clear eyes. "I really admire people like Evette, knowing clearly what they want to do." However, she quickly realized, and also firmly advancing towards their own goals, "For so many years, I have only wasted too much time on this fruitless love affair." Cassandra's voice trembled. "If possible, I also hope that I will not leave any regrets in my life." She witnessed both of them. If they can have a beautiful ending, I can also let go, and go do my own things. Outside, Evette hurriedly called, "Victor." Cassandra knew clearly, but with the personality of people like Evette, wanting her to understand will probably take a while. Suddenly a voice interjected. "I seem to like..." She angrily went out to settle Victor and Evette. "Wait for me a moment." Outside there was a noisy voice from both of them. "Evette, you, this idiot." Cassandra breathed heavily and opened the door. She immediately pounced on the two of them. "Quickly shut your mouths." After Cassandra settled everything, she grabbed Evette inside, leaving Victor in confusion. "I have something to say to her, so I will go first." He did not understand what was going on. As soon as she entered, Cassandra's eyes were full of murderous intent. She pointed straight at Evette's face. "Honesty will be treated with leniency. I will judge your behavior based on the level of your honesty." She innocently said, "Well, in the last matter, I found that I do not seem to like him being with other people very much." Cassandra sat with her arms crossed on the chair, and then, "What?" She said straightforwardly, "So I thought, maybe I have some feelings like Cassandra, and also, there may not be enough time during this period." She asked tentatively, "So what are you going to do?" Evette said casually, "Well, tell him." Cassandra pounced on her. "Why do that?" Francis stopped Cassandra, who was struggling. "This is a confession. A confession, how can you just say it out so casually?" In a romantic setting, the two face each other, the confession of a young girl. She dreamed. confessing in a garden full of blooming flowers. The couple sat next to each other, under a fireworks display that lit up the starry sky. She shyly thought of that scene, uneasy, fidgety, embarrassed. Suddenly Cassandra changed her attitude and shouted at Evette, "It has to be like that, understand?" Then she urged Evette. "No, I can't let you arrange this yourself," Frances reminded from behind. "But Cassandra, are not you going to the trade association to study?" But Cassandra thought it was not important enough. "I can go tomorrow too." She rummaged through the wardrobe while Frances was watching them intently. "Do you have any suitable clothes to go on a date? This one won't do." Frances thought to herself, "It seems she has really let go." Cassandra pointed at Evette. "First, you have to think of a way to ask him out." At that time, on the street, Victor walked in anger, emitting a black magic aura. Back in his room 3 hours before, suddenly a shuriken flew in. He reached out and caught it right away. Victor removed the piece of paper attached to it. He slowly read the contents of the piece of paper. "If you want to see Evette Winchester again, this afternoon, 2 o'clock, at the intersection on the street, remember to bring money." Victor angrily punched the wall, damn it. He thought for sure it was a ransom note. In such a short period of time, I let her get into danger twice. But anyway, Victor felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, the other party only asked for money. As long as she is safe and sound. Suddenly someone caught him, Victor. Evette wore a gorgeous dress, sparkling accessories adding to her beauty. Victor's eyes widened when he caught that splendor. She shyly asked, "Can you take a walk with me?" He was also very surprised by the appearance in front of him, Evette. Victor worried, "It is not." Evette stammered, "Actually, I wanted to ask you out." He held his head in confusion, I said. Victor grabbed her face and instructed, "I beg you, next time do not use this easy-to-misunderstand way to ask someone else out." Inside, he was now relieved. "You scared me to death. Luckily, you are safe and sound." Evette tried to explain, but Cassandra said when dating you should create some small surprises. He was surprised, Cassandra, dating. Victor instructed Evette, but according to her current situation, it would be better to bring a guard with you when you go out. In the distance, Cassandra and Frances were hiding behind the wall, secretly watching the two of them. He asked, "Where does she want to go?" According to Frances, he does not seem to have understood the implied meaning. Cassandra was also no less upset. If he was a little more perceptive, I would not have had to follow him to this place. Both were worried about Evette. Evette must be disappointed. At the same time, she was holding Victor's hand in his astonishment, because she saw other couples doing the same. He cherished Evette's hand. Both held hands tightly. Looking at each other shyly, she said to Victor, "It is not going as an escort, but as a date." His face turned red after hearing this. Evette pulled his hand. "I am hungry. Let us go eat first." Cassandra collapsed and could not lift her head. Evette, what on earth is she thinking? In her head, Frances could only smile wryly. This kid is so straightforward that it makes people tongue-tied. The waitress of the nearby store excitedly greeted, "Welcome, welcome. What would the two of you like to eat?" The waitress saw Victor's red face and worried, "Sir, is your face okay? It is too red. Do you need me to help you find a doctor to come here?" Victor covered his face and shook his hand. "It is okay. It will probably be like this all day today." Evette was reading the menu and thinking. She remembered the words Cassandra had reminded her earlier. Listen clearly. Before the romance value reaches 100, you are not allowed to confess to him, understand? Cassandra was wearing airtight clothing, observing Evette from a distance. She wrote on the board at most 10 points. She turned her face to look over. He looked at her. Wait a moment, what are you going to do? Victor brought the cup of tea up to sip, just intending. Calm down a bit, Victor. At times like these, you have to show yourself to be a mature man even more. He put down the cup of tea, asking directly, "Related to the date you said?" Suddenly, Victor remembered the image of Carl scaring him, causing him to spit out the tea. Evette asked, uncomfortable. Victor quickly explained, "No, what I mean is..." She realized that someone was standing behind her. Carl, disguised as a waiter, eagerly carried a plate of food. "Your food has arrived." And the customer at the next table was very confused. "Where's my food? It was just here a moment ago." He placed the plate of food in front of his daughter. Evette looked at Carl intently. Then she complained, "I did not order this." Carl tried to salvage the situation. "This is a special service of our store," Victor wondered. "You did not recognize him. How much do you underestimate your father?" Evette was innocent. "Then, 2 portions. He also responded enthusiastically, "Yes, please wait, customer." Suddenly he looked at him. His voice was serious. "If you dare to touch her, then you are dead." That warning made Victor tremble. A piece of fruit was brought close to his mouth. Evette was holding it, feeding it to Victor. She nagged, "Open your mouth. Victor panicked and dodged. I can eat it myself. No way. Seeing this, she immediately sulked. Then where's the romance? Seeing this, he did not know how to react. Victor sighed, a breath full of helplessness. He leaned forward and opened his mouth to eat the piece of fruit on Evette's hand. She was very happy to see this. According to Cassandra and Francis, it was 30 points romantic. The waitress held Carl back while he was indignant at that scene. Sir, where did you get this uniform? Victor embarrassedly covered his face. I must be crazy. On the street, Evette wore a fake beard, happily teasing Victor. He was also full of helplessness at that prank. Carl, in the hidden corner, witnessed that scene from afar. His eyes were full of anger. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Heloise said that the Lion Legion would take good care of the little girl. Is this what taking good care of her means? Remembering Evette when she was young, he was even more indignant. My innocent, pure daughter, who did not care about the world. Looking at the backs of the two disappearing into the night, Carl murmured in his heart, I must find a way to separate them. Victor, who was walking in front, suddenly felt a chill down his spine, feeling murderous intent behind him. Then the two went into a teddy bear shop. She was happily choosing a bear. He also took the opportunity to turn around and see the situation. Suddenly, Evette called him, Victor. The distance between the two was shortened when she leaned closer. I have something I want to discuss with you. She continued, I want. Evette's words were all remembered by him, then Victor actively called her back. Which one do you want? I will shoot it down for you. His attitude was a bit doting towards her, she said. Today is a date right, because you are the object of my date, so anything is fine. Her eyes sparkled when she heard this, excitedly choosing. Then take the biggest one. Victor immediately agreed, okay. The bullet hit the bear accurately. Evette cheered, I got it. The shop owner made a rule, it has to fall down to count. The people around also gathered to watch the two play, discussing lively. What is going on? Is someone challenging at the shooting range? I heard that if you do not hit the center of its forehead, it won't fall down. The bullets hit continuously before the cheers of the people, shooting continuously, so powerful. Holding the gun firmly in his hand, Victor was full of determination. One last shot. Suddenly the bullet only hit the bear's foot. The white bear swayed a little but did not fall completely. His face was a bit disappointed. The people around also dispersed, gradually. Boring, let us go. But the shop owner also gave a small gift to the two. This is a consolation prize. A little embarrassed, Victor turned to Evette. I am sorry. She did not say anything, just reached out and touched the flower pinned to her hair. Then took the flower off her head. The men and women around there all blushed when they witnessed that scene. He held the hair tie in his mouth, gently arranging her hair. She also enthusiastically leaned down to cooperate. Each of his fingers moved flexibly in each strand of soft hair. Both Victor and Evette silently enjoyed the romantic atmosphere. Then he opened his mouth first. In a little while. Can you wait for me a moment? Carl, in another corner, was not so peaceful. Ouch! He hid in the bear and tried to prevent Victor from becoming the center of attention. Suddenly, Victor's voice rang out, startling him. Are you okay? Carl forced a smile, trying to avoid the issue. I was discovered, even if I am exposed. I won't say good things about you in front of Evette, so give up. He understood immediately. I do not mean that. But then he also said his purpose. Do not blame me for being blunt. You and the little girl are not from the same world. He added, and because of her mother's identity, no matter where she goes, she can't live a normal, happy life. I advise you to give up early. The more Carl spoke, the more excited he became. No matter how good you are to the little girl. As a father, I will not agree. Victor quickly interrupted him. I know. He always expressed his views. From the first moment I met her, I clearly realized the distance in our positions. As the daughter of Duke Winchester, she has her own circumstances to face. Victor did not hesitate to express, there is no need for you to bother doing these things anymore. Very soon she will have to leave this place, catching the main point in his words. He repeated, leave. He became active. You mean the little girl agreed to go with me? But only receiving a headshake from him made Carl stiff, full of questions. Not looking directly at him, Victor smiled softly, recalling, just now Evette called him, Victor. Each word was replayed again. I have something I want to discuss with you. At that time, she had told him that, during this period of time, I learned a lot of things. From starting with knowing nothing, to now, although I'm not very proficient yet. Evette continued, but I think I won't become anyone's burden anymore. In Victor's memory at that time, the little girl in his eyes had grown up more from when, so it is probably time. Evette shared her thoughts. Frankly, I want to go back to my mother's side. He retold everything to him. Carl then went crazy and grabbed his collar. Go back to the Duke's residence, are you kidding me? Try thinking about why her mother wanted to bring her here. He was so angry that he almost lost his mind. The political struggle has exhausted Heloise, both physically and mentally, even if she hides it. I can still recognize the fatigue on her body. Carl could not understand the thoughts in Victor's heart at all. Being caught in a struggle for the throne, there is a possibility of endangering your life at any time. We did that was not it, so that the little girl would not get involved in danger. Having said that, he finally could not hold back his grievances. After so many years you have not taught the little girl anything. Carl's eyes widened, silently waiting for an answer from him. Carl's clenched hand also gradually loosened. Remembering the times he forced Evette, he lamented, taking away the little girl's personal will and protecting her like a canary these years. We have never asked her a question, whether she wanted to be like this or not. Victor continued to persuade him to wake up, running away from the royal city to here, and then from here running to another country. Then what? Hiding every day like this? When will it end? Carl felt a bit ridiculous when he heard this. What he knew was more profound than what he said. What do you know, only being together for a short year? And you really think you are her guardian? Victor's attitude was somewhat more lenient, denying his words. No, I do not. All I am doing is responding to her expectations. Remembering many memories in the past, right? I won't become Mom's burden. He said giving up makes you feel more comfortable. The so-called life of running away. From deep inside his heart, Victor cherished Evette's thoughts more than anything else. Picking up the sword to protect the important people. This is her own decision. He stated his comment. Evette Winchester is never a spoiled duke's young lady. Carl sat down tiredly, sighing. She told you these things, he honestly replied. That is right. He continued, speaking for Evette, even if you did not come here, she would have told me about leaving sooner or later. I respect her decision, but at the same time, this also means that she will return to the cage created by status and power. Victor sincerely said, so at least today, I hope you can put aside your prejudice against me, so that I can spend the last days of this journey with her. In another space, Evette was receiving cotton candy from the vendor, and then Victor was also silent after he had said everything in his heart. Finally, he also put his hand on his chest, seriously making a promise. After that, I will return her to you. At this time, there was only the small figure of Evette slowly enjoying the cotton candy on the steps. While eating, she muttered, Victor, you are too slow. Suddenly, Francis and Melissa appeared behind the lamppost, excitedly shouting, Evette, Evette, do you know where the commander went? Evette shared the same question with everyone. The bathroom, perhaps, she sighed at the ambiguous answer. What the heck is he doing at this important moment? But the feeling of frustration passed quickly. Melissa chattered with her again. How does it feel to be together? Any progress? She replied. It is the same as usual. Hearing this, she felt regret. Then that is terrible. If you do not seize the time, it will be dark. Melissa glanced at her, self-comforting. There is no definite rule that you have to confess today, right? Evette looked down at her hand that was about to be pulled away, hesitantly calling, but if I do not say it, it will be too late. Hearing this, Melissa and Francis turned around abruptly, shouting, too late. Her arm was also hanging down at this time. Evette calmly ate cotton candy, while Francis fussed around asking questions. You little thing! Do not tell me you are hiding something from us? Melissa beside her also felt pressured. Quickly confess to me. The three went to a corner with few people to talk. She wanted to go back. Melissa was so shocked by her decision that she shouted, Is not that very risky? Is there something wrong with your head? Why would you decide like that? She calmly pointed at herself, Because I am my mother's child. Cassandra and Francis froze, not knowing what else to say. Evette had to comfort the two people who were in a gloomy and depressed mood. After a while, Francis only asked, So you're saying, you will be leaving the Lion Legion soon and returning to the Duke's residence. So you are worried and want to express your feelings to the leader. She replied excitedly, Yeah. Cassandra was full of injustice at her spontaneous decision. This silly girl, why did not you discuss it with everyone, no matter the leader or anyone else, if you just go back like this? She gritted her teeth and said, Do not you feel lonely? Evette also expressed, I do. She poured out all the thoughts in her heart. You are the first friends I have made. The first time I have built a close relationship with strangers. If I say I am not lonely, then that is a lie. Evette added, But there are many other things in life that need to be completed. This is what Cassandra taught me. Is not it? In the end, she held both of their hands tightly, smiling at them radiantly. Thank you. I have had a lot of fun this year. Although happy in her heart, Cassandra was still stubborn, you flatterer. Suddenly, Victor's call rang out everywhere. Evette. She also said goodbye to her two friends to run towards him. Francis witnessed everything and could only sigh, this kid really is. But, looking at Cassandra's face that was grim, resting her hand on her chin to ponder. Immediately afterward, she also talked. To be clear, I promised before, I won't be sad because of their matters. So do not misunderstand. This is not the cause of jealousy. Frances also softened. Sitting down next to her, no need to say, I understand. Remembering the image of the three happily holding hands and lying on the grass, these are just tears shed for friendship. Different from the touching scene of the two, Evette was attracted to the candied hawthorn stall. Come and see. This is a new flavor. Just try it. She sparkled her eyes towards Victor. Buy it for me. Seeing this, he only rested his chin, silent, and said nothing. Evette then moved closer, a little coquettish with him, as if his mind was somewhere else. That made him blush with embarrassment, turning away and laughing secretly. Cough. I'm sorry. I was thinking about something. She fumed with smoke next to him when she was teased by him. Carl's words from earlier echoed in Victor's ears. Has Evette ever told you why she had never left the door, even when she became an adult? He responded to his words, was not it because she was once kidnapped? Carl also explained. That is not wrong, but that is not the main reason. His words were light, but carried weight. The little girl is not an only child. Victor turned to look at Evette, probing. Evette, do you have any siblings? She then replied. I used to have an older brother. He vaguely repeated the word used to. She recounted. It was said that since he was born, his body was very weak. When I was very young, he died from illness. Evette continued, it seems my mother still does not accept this fact. She always thinks my father took him on a trip. She went on, because I am the only heir of Winchester, I received very strict protection. Everything that could cause danger would be prohibited. At that time, a maid once secretly seduced Evette. She opened her mouth and said, Young lady, do you want to go out and see? You can sneak out. At that time, her eyes widened and sparkled as she took the maid's hand. Evette was taken everywhere. Everything was strange to her. That day was really fun. In that happy atmosphere, there was also something not very complete, but... Evette brought the candied hawthorn to her mouth to bite, continuing, You know what happened after that? Mom was very angry, and after that, I was never allowed to leave the door again. Victor empathetically called her name Evette. Suddenly, Evette turned around, stuffing the candied hawthorn into Victor's mouth. When he was willing to take a bite, Evette replied, It is okay. With a radiant smile, she said, The things I could not do before, I can do now. Hearing this, Victor fell into silence for a moment. He suddenly grabbed Evette's hand and pulled her along. Come with me. Just as he led Evette there, Victor raised the curtain and called, Frances, Cassandra, come here. I have something I want you two to help with, being discovered. The two of them showed worried faces. Cassandra blurted out, We have been exposed. Victor then took them to another place, choosing a discreet location and whispering something under Evette's confusion. After Cassandra heard the plan, she wondered, Now, is there enough time to go to that place? Frances also asked back, Is there enough time? Victor answered with certainty. She did not have it before. I want to make up for her. After that, the sky gradually darkened, which was also when Frances and Cassandra had blindfolded Evette and led her to the meeting point. Until they left, Evette's two hands had been placed into Victor's hands. He held Evette's hand tightly and pulled her along. She slowly took off the blindfold. What do you guys want to do? Suddenly, a streak of light drew across the sky in place of Victor's answer. Before Evette's eyes now they bloomed with beautiful fireworks, lighting up the dark sky. Her eyes lit up as she watched the fireworks bloom continuously. Evette recalled, the first time she escaped from the mansion failed. The other servants at that time were constantly searching. They checked the warehouse and found her. I found her, the young lady is here. However, her will was still persistent, but I did not feel scared. At that time, Evette was hugged by Heloise. The only thing I regretted at that time was hiding in my mother's arms. She buried her head on her mother's shoulder, but also because of her arms, she could not see the fireworks in the sky. Returning to reality, Evette was like she was immersed in the beautiful scene in the sky. After a while, she turned back to look at everyone in confusion. Frances and Cassandra at that time were secretly cheering Evette to confess. Seeing their support, she was more confident. Evette finally looked back at Victor, saying softly, Victor, I like... Before she could finish, he put his finger to stop her. Victor pulled Evette closer, whispering into her ear, Me too. The village at that time was lit up. Fireworks shot up beautifully. Everyone simultaneously looked up to enjoy them. Carl quietly looked up at the sky. Victor smiled affectionately, looking at Evette. She blushed shyly. Evette finally pursed her lips, then looked up confidently and smiled happily, tucking her hair back. The next morning, everyone gathered next to the carriage, together to see her off. Victor helped Evette and the suitcase into the carriage. Cassandra was touched, reaching out to wipe her tears. "I did not expect you would. Leave sooner than me." Frances then cried, giving Evette a box of food. "Please take it with you. Then eat it while on the road." "On the contrary." Forrest smiled and instructed, "Be careful not to be tricked." When she received the box, Evette curiously opened it to observe. Suddenly, a loud question came from behind, startling Evette. "Apart from these things, is there anything else you want to say?" She smiled lightly and replied, "Anyway, I feel that we will meet again soon, so there is nothing to be sad about." Evette again spoke under the observation of everyone. "What I mean is..." Everyone looked at each other when she said, "If everything on the other side has been resolved, then everyone is willing." Evette was again confused. There is no brotherly love or anything. Victor stepped forward. In his heart, secretly said, "Come on, Evette." She then took all her courage, saying it again. "What I mean is, if everything has been resolved, then everyone can..." Suddenly, Evette paused when she felt Victor's palm on her cheek. He suddenly leaned down and kissed her forehead. Seeing the affectionate couple, the remaining people were blushing. Some were very excited. Victor suddenly whispered something in her ear. After saying goodbye, everyone waved goodbye to her as she left. Evette was sitting in the car looking out the window peacefully. Heloise asked, "What did the commander say to you?" She smiled at her in place of an answer. A moment later, the carriage was suddenly attacked. Bandits surrounded everywhere. Heloise stood in the middle of the melee, while the guards were fighting with them. A bandit rushed over, swinging his knife towards her, unexpectedly. This startled Heloise. She did not even have time to defend. But also very suddenly, he fell down when an arrow shot straight into his head. Heloise was surprised and turned around. The person who saved her was her daughter Evette, with her archery skills. She whispered, "That is a promise in the future." Sometime later, inside the magnificent palace, guests were invited. When Evette appeared, she looked very different from the past. Her appearance looked very dignified, causing everyone to discuss, "Is that the Duke's young lady, completely different from the rumors?" They again whispered, "It is said that Duke Winchester has said that she will pass the title on to her in the future." There were also people who thought, "I thought she was just a beautiful chess piece for marriage." The other person could not believe his eyes. "I did not expect them to find another way." That person again said, "Directly opening a groom selection, paying an entrance fee, so the two princes have nothing to say." Another person was curious. "I do not know what man can catch her eye." At this time, an old nobleman stepped forward with his son. He introduced himself, "Young lady, please forgive me for bothering you. This is my son." But suddenly, there was whispering in the distance, causing him to stop. What is wrong? Suddenly, the guests in the palace all turned their eyes towards that figure. Is it? The person who entered inside the party was Victor, with his handsome appearance as always. He went straight to Evette. She seemed to stand still when she recognized him. She immediately went towards Victor, leaving the old nobleman with confusion. "Young lady." Before Evette left, he had instructed softly, "Wait for me." And in the present, Evette has begun to advance in rank, even though they are tens of thousands of miles apart. She was obeyed by everyone, was given authority, and most importantly, was able to hold hands with Victor again. "Believe that," Evette smiled and said, "the first word." Victor bowed and kissed the back of her hand. He introduced himself. "Victor, on behalf of the Lion Legion, express my respect to the Duke's young lady." The scene became warmer than ever. We will meet again at the top. Finally, the book was closed. The end of the story. Hearing Cassandra finish the story in a bland way, the boy immediately showed disappointment. "What? That is all? No wedding, no kiss, or anything?" "There should have been 300 sweet kisses." She then knocked the boy's head. "Stop being ridiculous." Cassandra said with her arms crossed, "I told you kids, this story is to show you that even ordinary people can succeed if they work hard." She said as if spitting fire, causing the children to run away, "So quickly go practice your sword skills." Cassandra then sighed. "The kids these days are really getting lazier. You have to entice them to practice." Suddenly the girl grabbed her skirt and asked, "Cassandra, so, will the female lead stay in Hoenfang forever and never see her friends again?" She smiled gently, turning to look at the little girl, and replied, "No way." Suddenly, on the other side there was a voice, "Evette, be careful." Cassandra then turned back, flipped the book and continued reading, after the female lead finished everything. Christmas came, snow covered everywhere, and the tree was decorated by Evette herself. Her feet were unsteady on the ladder, so Evette clumsily fell backwards. Below, there was Victor catching her, and everyone felt fulfilled. Of course she will come back to be with everyone, a happy ending. Seeing the desk that was now desolate, Heloise wrung her head. Then, who will inherit the throne? Carl put his hand on her shoulder, idiotically coming up with an idea. Let us have another child.